This story begins with a fierce battle between a young man named James and a huge horrible plant that has mutated and become a monster. Such creatures as a rule have a weak point. It is inside their body, and is called the energy core. It is such a life rod. If the guy can find it and capture, then the plant will begin to obey only him. First, James decided to try to get hold of the kernel with the help of magic, but the body of the enemy was too big. It does not allow it to absorb so easily. We still have to get inside the plant, find the kernel and take possession of it personally. The monster felt the magic effect, so immediately tried to attack the guy. As a friend to help James comes his huge fox, which blocked the blow of the wild plant. By the way, the name of this fox is Cooper. This time he came more than ever in time. The owner reminded him that you cannot eat these vines that the plant attacks, because there is poison inside. Now the main task of Cooper, to contain the monster, while James will look for his heart. When the operation is successful, the owner will allow his pet to tear apart the entire outer shell. The monster couldn't understand why the fox was helping the man, so he suggested that they work together. There was a huge unimaginable energy coming from this man, which was in his body. If you absorb it, you can take all the energy for yourself. Since the fox was very loyal, he did not give in to this provocation, and in response just teased and showed his tongue. James was already inside. There was a very unpleasant smell around. It felt like the plant was about to rot. He heard that a battle had already started outside, even though Cooper had already reached rank E, but it was still dangerous to collide with the flower of Carol the tyrant of rank D, so he had to do everything as soon as possible. When James touched the wall with his hand, he noticed that there were traces of digestive juices on the wall. That means he's on the right track. The core must be here somewhere. In the distance he could hear someone asking for help. Could there be more survivors inside? It was decided to go to the voice, and tried to help the man. When the guy got close to her, she pounced on him and tried to destroy him. She may have been a nice girl once, but because she was here, she was no longer recognizable. The protagonist has good fighting skills, and was easily able to fight it off. Then many bright red eyes appear in the darkness, and all of them asked only one thing, to save them. Apparently, they were the same people who were swallowed by the monster, and locked here forever. As soon as James managed to get to the core, the monster started talking to him. He told him that he had copied these people's appearance and voice on purpose, so that they looked a little bit like they did in their previous lives. Now, one of my favorite copies is on display. James didn't hesitate to destroy it. He didn't have time to look at the perverted tastes, the scenes of fighting and destroying each other. He had seen it too many times to be surprised. The monster was impressed. He didn't think the boy was so heartless. One of his main plans was to make James' heart sink. But the surprises didn't end there. Behind the boy's back, his little sister appeared, also asking to be saved. That sibling's voice turned everything inside upside down. She was so small, and there was no way to help her. Instead of crying, James began to feel an intense anger that gave him even more strength and faith in himself. He activated his magic and prepared to attack. His main goal now was to destroy the monster with the most sophisticated methods possible. Initially, the monster did not take the guy seriously. He was confident in his victory, because he knew the most serious weaknesses of his opponent. Not to drag the rubber, James jumps into the monster's mouth, activates the ability to devour, and begins the destruction right from the inside. The magical sword began to tear apart everything around it. The monster was in a lot of pain, to say the least, although just a few seconds ago, he was sure of his victory. Thanks to the fact that the guy knows where the core is, he stepped confidently in that direction. When it came to the full realization that there was no chance of victory at all, the monster began to give back, saying how much he admired this man, so if the guy leaves right now, he will spare him, and give him the opportunity to leave quietly. Such tales James has listened to not the first time, so he is not used to it. After looking around, it became clear that the core must be below this level. There was even a bright red light coming from it. So the kid took out his magic swords, and with maximum speed started digging straight towards it. It's hard to believe such a huge monster has such a small core. Now it's time to activate the Devour ability to extinguish that evil bright light once and for all. After putting your hand to the core, bright blue tubes come out of the vein, which I end up doing my job very quickly and efficiently. There was a very pure plant source in the guy's body, which allowed him to do seemingly unrealistic things. While this process was going on, James moved as if to some intergalactic space. There was the person who made the guy so strong. This time he absorbed the Tyrant King's flower before James did, which was a bit of a shame. It happened because the plant was of the same type, and if the type is the same, you can absorb it directly, which is many times faster than usual. So everyone around the guy got stronger, but he didn't. In any case, he does not want a bit, because he knows that everything that belongs to him will definitely fall into his hands, and the environment of strong acquaintances is also important. One of them is called Ability Contract. Thanks to it, it is possible to make contact with the target and get the target's abilities. In case the target loses his life, the contract will be ineffective. It is possible to make this contract only with a human. The power of the property contract is equivalent to the skill level. The resident's ability can absorb an ability fragment to make the ability contract increase. To put it simply, it is an enhancement to the Devouring ability. Just one is used for zombies and the other for humans. The Devouring ability really helps a guy get stronger in a short period of time. Well, as it turns out, the Tyrant King flower is not the strongest monster in these parts. There is another stronger one that should be located in the center of Qingxian City. Meanwhile, outside, the monster had collapsed to the ground and was without any signs of life. The people who were watching all this were sincerely hoping that James had won after all, and would now be back in one piece. It was urgent to send someone there, because the guy hadn't been outside for quite a while, in case he needed help. It was decided to send a guy named Riley. He was not against it, but he was very worried that nothing bad would happen to those who would stay outside. The guys assured him that they were perfectly safe here, and he agreed. Meanwhile, James was already under the core, as he expected there was a source of life force, which will save the life of one of his friends, whose name is Charlie. Riley's here with Cooper on his arm, coming to check on the situation. Cooper must be pretty tired, so he decided to become a fun little pet. When Riley came here, he saw Baby lying in the ruins, so he took him with him. James said this place was very safe, and asked them to bring everyone who was left outside. The first thing the source of life force was put Cooper. He did a great job today. It must have been hard to fight a rank D monster alone. In 20 minutes Charlie was already put in the spring. His problem was that now a very dangerous poison was flowing in him. Here his body could be cleansed. This spring was the real magic. It could cure any injury, and even diseases. Even though Riley was healthy, he also needed to enter there because the source could increase his physical strength and help him rise in rank faster. Since basically the entire team had just awakened recently, it would help him become much stronger. In the end, the guy stopped resisting after all, and went swimming. It might take some time for the guys to absorb. Ever since James got the ability contract, he started thinking about his friends and their abilities. In order to increase the contact level of an ability, 100 ability fragments must be used. James had long ago collected enough fragments that he could use to upgrade his contract. The decision was made to sign the first contract, together with Charlie. As a result, the skill of shadow breaking was acquired. When James had done basically everything he wanted to do, he ordered the Cooper to guard the boys, and went on patrol himself. Now we need to collect more fragments of abilities, and sign a contract with Riley, then the guy will become even more powerful. The first order of business was to mop up the nearest zombies and familiarize myself with the shadow breaking ability. Using his gut, the guy determined that zombies had gathered on a nearby street. Now he could extend his shadow within his gut's detection range. The shadow will be used as a mediator. Next, the Devouring ability will activate, and a massive collection of point evolution will begin, 10 per zombie. As it turns out, the Shadow Burst skill combined with Devouring work very handy for mopping up low-level zombies, But now he needs to earn more ability fragments. James' gut tells him that there's a special aura not far from here that he's very curious about. This aura does not belong to a zombie or even a human, it is something completely new. There is a strange woman on the scene and dancing non-stop, there is a huge pumped-up man, and a very small girl who applauds for a good dance. From the outside, it looks like a concert in a mental hospital. Then the little girl wanted to play with her huge friend, but they were interrupted by James. He just came to them and stood near them. Absolutely no one cared. The most important thing is to find out who has this energy. The little girl would be shocked at the audacity of it. So ordered a bonehead to quickly get rid of James. This is not exactly a hospitable act, but the guy was not confused and with one swing of his sword destroyed this pumped-up monster. The little girl clearly did not expect such a turn of events. She was eager to find out who it was, because she had set up a lot of sub-wires around the area, and was bound to find out in advance if anyone came near, but for some reason it didn't happen. Luckily James used the shadow gap to get through here without disturbing them, otherwise the girl would have probably escaped. The girl asked the guy to stop acting like a deaf idiot because he destroyed her little bone zombie. He should apologize for that. I wonder how she manages to control the zombie. To find out more, the guy decided to meet her. The girl was radical. She wasn't going to keep the dialogue going until James apologized for what he'd done. She did say her name, by the way. The girl's name is Anna. The guy knew right away who she was. The little girl standing in front of him is a warrior of the S rank, known in the inner circle as the Black Queen. In James' past life after the apocalypse, the Black Queen was the first human to contract the virus. For some unknown reason, the virus damaged her body but prevented her from losing consciousness. Thus the Black Queen became a zombie with human consciousness. She possessed two types of features. The first type is the mental spirit mind power, which uses the strong mental spirit power to destroy the enemy's consciousness. The second ability is her only ability, called Zombie King. Because of the power and special presence of the Black Queen, people were at odds. One side wanted to destroy her, and the other wanted her to stay alive. Eventually people treated her as a human being, but the unpleasant talks still continued. In the end, the Queen chose to be a loner. She was rumored to be cold-blooded and could destroy people without any regret. But so pure and innocent Anya, no matter how you look at her, she doesn't look like a demon. James said he didn't have any evil intentions, he just wants to be friends. In fact, he just needs to recruit strong people like her for the team. She gave him a very indignant look, and said that James and his friends had already come to her, and she didn't want to be friends with them. The guy couldn't even roughly remember when he had come to her because it hadn't happened. So he asked her to tell him what the people who came to see her looked like. James didn't look like a bad person, so Anna agreed to draw everyone who approached her. Generally, a zombie named Little Bonehead was her drawing teacher, and before the end of she teaches a girl to draw, he so did not have time. The result, of course, was astonishing. So a few days ago, these people came to find Anna, but she ran away from them, and the man in the picture was a gym teacher. It made James think that maybe they stole his little sister after all. They have a lot of people at their command, all in black cloaks. Their target is zombies. Many zombies and evolved beasts have already been taken over by them. Suddenly the earth began to shake violently, which means that there is a strong evolved beast nearby. It is just about to go and eat someone. James immediately realized what he was doing was bad, so he grabbed the girl and put her on his back. At the same moment they were attacked by a huge beast. The girl was scared out of her wits, while James remained calm. Anna couldn't even imagine how strong the guy really was. Literally one good magical blow, and the beast was destroyed. The little girl was just shocked at how he handled it so easily. If you looked at the guy from afar, he might look like he was glowing. James wondered if the girl could control such monsters. The thing was that she was not yet at that level, but in the future she would probably be able to do so. James decided to take the little girl to the safe place because there's definitely nothing for her to do here. Anna finally realized that he was not like all the other evil guys, so she agreed to go with him, but said that it was temporary. Having gained great speed, the guys went to the place of the battle with the plant. They were already waiting for their friends. Cooper sensed from afar that the host would not be alone. The first thing the guys asked was who the girl was and what was taking so long. James told them that he had found her when he was on patrol and had decided to bring her with him, and he also asked how they felt after absorbing the source of life force. It was just fine. They were noticeably stronger, and all the abrasions on their bodies had healed. Riley could also use the ability James had taken from him. The guy explained that he didn't take the ability, but could just borrow it, thanks to his ability. Of course, the guys didn't mind that, because they knew that James would find a better use for their abilities than they did. Charlie's skill can't be taken away because his ability is temporary. Cooper was very angry at Anna for taking his place. James quickly put the little girl down and told no one to fight. The situation has changed dramatically. Now it is necessary to plan further actions. The difficulty is that there are two unknown forces. It can be dangerous to stay here, so James strongly recommended his friends to go down to the shelter and wait for him there. The guys did not want to leave their friend alone. They were very worried about him. There are also two other cute members of the team. The adult girl's name is Jessica and the little girl's name is Emily. They need to be looked after and not to be harmed. Since it's so dangerous here, the guys are suggested to leave altogether and find a safe place. It cannot be done for one simple reason. In the center of Qinxian, now there may be information about a very interesting person. It is absolutely necessary to find out. In the end, the guys agreed. Since James now has Charlie's abilities, alone in battle there will be no use. Now what to do with this little girl? Anna will go with James, because she's unique and temporarily unsuitable for the orphanage. Well, they're going to go to the orphanage and they're going to wait for the boy, but in return, he has to come back safe and sound. And when the guys arrive, they have to say they've come from James, and then they'll be allowed to stay for free. Anna was very fond of Cooper, and he told her that he would like to stay, but because he was too obedient he couldn't. Everyone said goodbye and wished each other to see each other soon. Now we must go to the Qingxian Center as soon as possible. Anya was very surprised when at one moment everything around became dark. Now the guys are in the shadows. Thanks to this they can move quickly and remain unnoticed. Now the girl understood how the guy avoided her zombies. When the window for the exit appears, you need to go in his direction, and in 10 minutes, the guys will be already in place. In the center of Qinxian can come a lot of unknown things, so you need to be prepared for everything. The evolution points that the guy got after destroying the Tyrant King's flower should be invested in improving his strength and agility, and the rest can be used to improve his detection skill a bit. With the help of the shadow gap, the guy will be able to further increase his detection advantage. And the rest will be as it is for now. After the improvement, James began to emit a bright purple light. He was fine. The main thing was not to get close. The improvement was very serious. Even though the guy was still F rank, he began to feel like he had reached the D rank standard. It's time to move on. The destination is the center of town. As it turned out, James is not the only one who wants to come here. Some group has been walking here for days, looking for ruins, but so far without any success. If there's a fight, they probably won't be able to take on such a strong opponent. Based on their map, the entrance to the ruins should be somewhere nearby. Among this company was a man who possessed an ability called density, which allows you to determine the density of a substance and measure it. The girls began to suspect that their acquaintance would not go with them to the ruins. Apparently she has her own mission. It seems that she came here to find someone, and she can leave at any time. As it turned out, there is really a big space down there. Maybe it is possible to make a passage. That's what we decided to do. The guy started drilling right here. When the passage opened, the ruins looked more like a cave than a cave, and it was getting a little creepy. Meanwhile, James and Anna were almost there. Something bad was going on here, because there was a strange energy around them. The tree of evolution also reacted to this energy. Maybe what he's worried about is out there somewhere. It's a giant monkey monster that someone burned to the ground, but who could do it? James and these people seem to have a pretty similar goal. Maybe someone has opened the ruins. They want the same thing as James, so the guys are going down into the dungeon as a team. We need to stop them as soon as possible. The guys sped up and in 10 minutes they were at the place where they made the passage to the ruins. James was very upset because he didn't make it before they went down. The boy didn't know what was waiting for him downstairs, so he told the little girl to stay here. Anya immediately made it clear that she would not stay, because she was very strong and could help. In this case, the guy did not even have the right to argue with her, and was obliged to take her with him. In fact, Anya could also be one of the targets of these people, so she had better stay close to James. Today the guy entered the ruins for the first time. The most important thing is to stay together, and not to scatter. No one knows what might happen next. Judging by the destroyed knights, these people went to the right. James decided to go left. At the same time, the guy tried to guess how many had come down here before him. There are a lot of battle dolls here. Apparently they are standing there for a reason. We had to go and see how they would react. As soon as the guys got too close, the puppets detected them and tried to attack. James was ready for this, so he made one precise strike, activated a shadow burst, and the knights began to destroy themselves. She found a bright blue stone in one of the bodies. It must be what makes these things move. If James understands it correctly, it's called an energy core crystal. It's a lot of energy. It's what makes these guys so active. Unfortunately, all of them were of the lowest rank and completely useless. Anya already had a bag full of these crystals. Then a ranky battle puppet came out to meet the guy. But why so quickly? The guys had very little forward momentum. This puppet was also very aggressive, and immediately started attacking. Guy had left his shadow in front of him, so the blow just went through. It just needed to destroy his energy core crystal, and he would never be able to move again. With the help of the shadows, James tried to get right inside. In principle he succeeded, but to destroy the core no, because the puppet began to defend its energy crystal. At least it was worth a try. Then you have to go into battle with your fists. Even without the use of balls, the guy began to smash the doll into pieces. After the first accurate blow, it lost an arm, and after the second powerful blow from the knee, it already lost its head. That's how easy it is to destroy an E-rank knight in just a few minutes. The ore crystal of this battle puppet should definitely not be of the lowest rank. This time it was of intermediate rank. I wonder what will happen next. James decided to give it to the little girl, because he had seen her frantically collecting crystals from ordinary puppets. She liked this gift very much. Also along with the stone, there was a stone plate, but it looks unfinished. Perhaps it is only a small part of the whole picture. So far it doesn't show any valuable information. We should definitely put the whole puzzle together. Suddenly the plate began to glow, the floor shook, and a passage downward opened in front of the boys. Perhaps it is a guide to the stone slab. There was no choice to go down. The guide of the stone slab should lead to its counterpart. Supposedly it should be inside a stronger marionette. Question: how many more of these will there be? When the guys went completely down, they saw there a huge metal spider, and around him a bunch of small real ones. James gave the little girl some of the stone slab, and asked her to stand there and not go anywhere. The little girl was a little scared, so she immediately agreed, and asked James to be very careful, because this monster looked really very dangerous. The only thing happy about the spider was the E rank, meaning it wasn't as strong as it could be. Even though the guy is F rank, he eats monsters like this for breakfast. The main thing is to do everything competently and not let yourself get hit. Since the guy has 2 S rank skills and 1 A rank, it allows him to do wonders. His fighting ability should be D rank, or even cooler. But if this continues, then James will definitely encounter those who went the other way. To do not happen, nothing bad must get as many things in the ruins, and thanks to them to increase their fighting power. Meanwhile, the close encounter began. The guy jumped right on top of the spider's head, and started removing each eye in turn. That's a pretty good solution. After these procedures, the guy quickly got off the spider, and began to wait for him to fall, to strike the last decisive blow. As soon as this happened, James accelerated, and flew through the spider, after which he tore into pieces. Anya was shocked, and cannot understand how the guy so quickly manages to defeat such strong opponents. There is no secret about it. You need to know the weaknesses of your enemy, and then the fight will end several times faster. The guy also brought the other half of the stone slab. Besides it, there was something else, the crystal of intelligence. After using it, the intelligence increases by 10% forever. The 10% increase in intelligence is really good, but not very useful for Jason, so he decided to give this stone to the little girl and take the slab for himself. This crystal is very good for her, because she uses intelligence all the time. When the stone fell into the girl's hands, it immediately activated on its own. Anya began to feel her intelligence overflowing. Now it was time for the plates. What would happen if they were connected? A bright light started coming out of the eye that was displayed, then a whole hologram appeared. Apparently it was a map of the ruins. It looked very impressive. These lines indicate the path is gold and red. The colors indicate rewards and level of danger. The light is golden color, is on the 5th and 3rd floors. It looks like they will be guarded more heavily than the rest. It's so strange that the map didn't show a path to the 3rd floor. Then the guys noticed some strange movement on the part of the spider. He began to fall down. It seems to open the way to the 3rd floor. Now it became clear exactly. The stone slab points to a hidden path, which is not on the map. Soon the plates that Jameson had connected turned into a star. Of course, it was unclear how they had done it, but it was decided to take the star with them, in case it was still useful. If it was not disposable, it would be possible to look at the map at any time. In general, the guys decided not to stay long, and went in the direction of the stairs that had just appeared. And there they were waiting for a very long descent down the serpentine. If you look down, you can't even see the end and the edge. Meanwhile, the guys who came here earlier were on the 5th floor of the ruins. When they first came here, they didn't feel any tension, but now it was starting to get kind of scary. They were walking down some very solemn path that they assumed they would soon have to fight the final boss. The guys are so frightened that they began to think that even the stone statue could attack them. In principle, in this dungeon everything is possible, but not to this extent. We need to stop talking and be very attentive. Apparently the group has reached the extreme point. It looked very spectacular. Bright blue flames, golden chains, a beautiful huge safe. But where is the boss? Unknown is a bit scary. This huge safe turned out to be a crystal coffin. A stone slab in the shape of a circle was lying right on the chest of a sleeping girl. It is the same broken divine hand that everyone is looking for. The task was to take this slab whatever happened, and protect it to the last. Also thanks to her sense, the evil lady felt that they have a few annoying rats coming from behind. You need to go into battle mode. They came here quite quickly. They were 3 unknown people with red eyes and dark cloaks. This group should be punished for betraying the true God. In principle, the organization that hides in the dark also claims to be traitors. Rats should hide in the sewers. These guys didn't talk for a long time and ran straight into battle. The goal was to destroy the entire group. This woman was far from weak. With the help of her magic, she was going to restrain these monsters while her assistant would steal the stone slab. Also, one of the guys she ordered to protect him while the process of opening the coffin was underway. Meanwhile, James and Anna finally moved to the 3rd floor of the ruins. They took a very long time to come down, making the little girl very tired. On the other side of the door, the guys felt a very scary aura, even hard to imagine what could be in this room. Suddenly James began to feel a great deal of pain. This was the reaction of the evolution tree. It seems that what she wants is very close by. It was decided to go inside using the shadow rift. Inside must be a plant of a higher class than the Tyrant King's flower. The first thing that catches the eye is the energy core, and what's next to it is unclear. It looks like 2 huge spears. James could try to stealthily absorb them. The key is to avoid a fight. Once the guy gets the energy, nuclear evolutionary tree can evolve again, allowing him to increase his power. Then he can ditch the 3rd floor and fight those people for the treasure of the ruins. Apparently the guy was discovered. Even though he was in the shadows, Wake was a huge knight who had put a core in his body and was most likely already ready to attack James. No one could have imagined the puppet would be this big. As always, it was not so simple. The guy urged the girl to go into the shadow and promised to handle everything alone. The evolutionary tree can appear to reabsorb the energy core. The guy can't let Anya see it, so he locked her in his shadow. Meanwhile, the huge puppet had already picked up a spear and tried to attack James, but the first attack was unsuccessful. The guy easily dodged it. The energy core that sits in the head of this puppet uses vines to control the situation. Just need to extract it, and as soon as possible. The first blow was strong but not enough. The swords couldn't penetrate the stone armor. The durability of this puppet is clearly different from others. You could say this type of weapon has no effect on him. We need to limit its mobility. So far it is difficult to attack the energy core because it is too high. We need to check what is the reaction speed of this monster. To do this, the guy at medium speed ran between its legs. Basically, it hardly reacted in any way, which was quite strange. In fact, he should have good strength and reaction speed because it was D rank. Now it was safe to say, at least in terms of reactions, he was definitely not up to his level. The lianas that were in the back had spawned one very ingenious plan. Taking one of them in his hand, James entered the day and ran at top speed towards the doll. He wrapped these vines around its head, then reached down and began to pull down hard to knock the huge stone doll off its feet. At the beginning, the guy was pulling just by force, without using magic, but as it turned out, it wasn't enough. So he briefly thought he entered the shadows and flew forward with great speed. It was such a strong jolt that the doll was knocked off his feet in an instant, and when he fell, the ground beneath him even collapsed a little. James definitely has D rank combat abilities after all. Now came the sweetest moment. The evolution tree got what it wanted. This time the core body even came out. This had never happened before. The tree looked at the core for a moment, and then began to absorb it. After everything was successful, the tree began to emit a very bright light, and then it turned into a lovely, beautiful girl, with big blue eyes, beautiful shape, and an incredible outfit. James couldn't believe his eyes, how the evolutionary tree had turned into such a beautiful lady. After that, the guy received a notification that his level has increased from F rank to E rank. Now all that is left is to complete the attribute allocation procedure. To evolve requires 4 types of characteristics. If you lack at least one of any characteristic, it will be impossible to rise to E rank right now. But Blago, James had enough, so he would evolve right now. Thanks to the new rank, the level of all abilities has also increased. Thanks to the tree with a clear goal, upgrading is much faster and more convenient. In the past, James used to run around like a man and destroying a bunch of zombies to level up, but now everything has changed. James asked the girl if he should still call her the evolutionary tree. He also wondered why he was chosen for rebirth. The girl asked to still be called the evolutionary tree, and said she couldn't answer that question because she didn't remember all the events. But there was a voice in her brain that told her to keep evolving, and everything was answered. So James' evolution is the key. Then no wonder why the girl helped the guy during the zombie horde attack, and allowed him to keep evolving. Most likely the evolutionary tree's memory is directly tied to the guy's progress, so leveling up is very important. Also, the girl can't stay outside too long. She needs to get back into the system. It all happened so fast that James didn't even have time to ask all his questions, but that was okay. He could do that when he logged back in. But now he had to go find the people who had gone through the other side. As little Anna was still in the shadow gap, she kept cheering her friend on and saying that he would win. When the guy removed the darkness from her eyes, she was shocked to say the least. Once again the fight was over very quickly. Suddenly, right in front of the guys, the ground began to fall, and stones jumped the same woman who took the fight from the 3 people in black plans. Apparently the grip there was very serious. They literally began to destroy the underground ruins. The guys noticed each other. From the woman's face you could understand that she obviously did not expect to see more people here. Now the girl was sure that there were more floors that she and her team hadn't explored. Anya said that she had never met such people with brown eyes before, and Jamie suggested that it might be the third team that was looking for the treasure. These men were quite strong and demanded the broken arm of the divine stone urgently. As it turned out, there was already one seriously wounded man in the team. He would no longer be able to continue the fight. He needed constant supervision. It was already 2 minutes at least. James realized that these guys have already fought for the treasure, but something is not quite working out for them to win. The girl, out of desperation, decided to meet the guy, apologized for dragging him into this story, and asked him to help her fight these powerful enemies. James wanted to know exactly why he would risk his life on behalf of people he didn't know. The other members of the team began to say that there was no point in asking for help, because James was only E rank. Why even try to negotiate with him? Meanwhile, the cloaked men began to mock, because according to them, even if someone joined them, they would destroy them all anyway. These guys were D rank. If the E rank started fighting against them, then nothing would change dramatically. The girl repeated again that she and her team is not in a favorable position. Also, it seems to her that the guy is definitely not from ordinary people, so boldly suggests him to join the battle, and all her team will do everything possible to cover him in the fight. After all, even if now with the guys want to intervene, the next ones she will be these zombies will be James and Anna. In general, there was no time to talk. The offer would be always on the table. The guy just had to make a decision. The zombies in their turn just stood there and enjoyed this performance, but they didn't have much time to watch it for a long time. If you look closely, you can see that their body has a special aura and quite familiar. James agrees to help them, but in return the girl has to tell him everything she knows. The blonde guy was left to look after Anna. Of course he was outraged. Why should he listen to some E-ranked prick? It didn't take James long to attack. As it turned out, these D-ranked zombies have human minds. Apparently they even have a clan of their own, but whether they have a leader, that's a secondary question. We'll have to deal with them first, and then we'll know. When the boy attacked, he easily destroyed the vines we were trying to bind him with. While James made contact with the first one, the second one came in from the side, but the girl reacted quickly and fired a strong volley of fire at his opponent, which saved his life. The girl asked him not to act so rashly. She would be the main attacker, and James needed to support her. After that accurate shot, the guy made sure that the woman matched her D rank. By the way, the zombies were already tensed up too. They couldn't understand how E rank could move so fast. One of them sensed the divine power in the guy's body. He had to be extremely careful, because even such powerful damage was just a speck of dust to these creatures. James decided to go into shadow mode, get in close to the enemy at top speed, and deliver a single, powerful blow. As it happened, in front of everyone, one of the zombies instantly lost his life with a single blow. When the guy with blonde hair saw this, his mouth was open in surprise. The woman's hunch was true. The guy really wasn't simple, perhaps even two. For destroying such a high-ranked zombie, James received 600 evolution points. The second zombie could not understand how this was possible, where the divine aura came from. By the way, zombies of such a high rank also call themselves divine. In this case, James acts as a god destroyer. The zombie is so angry that he had to use his secret skill. He mutated into some huge fat scary monster. It's certainly not for the faint of heart. James has only seen this once in his life, which means the zombie is preparing to fight with all the power he's got. The guy ordered to get Anya out of here immediately and run away, so they did. The zombie had mutated from a fat freak to a huge, pumped-up zombie, almost C-ranked. A fierce battle began. The zombie was not going to give way in any way. James started to outflank it while the girl was in direct contact with the monster. She very professionally fought him, and didn't let him get too close. Even during the battle in her head, she wanted to find the answer as to how the guy was hiding such a huge power under such a small rank. He clearly didn't match what was written on him. Then who he was getting curiouser and curiouser. As hard as the girl tried, any blows were practically useless. The most she could do was to hold back the enemy a little while Jameson prepared his strongest blow. When Zombie began to feel his complete superiority, behind him was a guy who was ready to make a decisive blow. But the zombie wasn't so easy and blocked him. This native type was much stronger than he could have imagined, and James had never faced anything like this before. As much as the guy is not the same as he was before, he has also become many times stronger. Since James doesn't know the man he's paired with, he can't fully expose himself to him. Temporarily can only use the shadow gap and his own fighting ability to cope. Now James is trying to suppress this huge monster, and so far he is doing a good job. From such a strong blow, the zombie with great speed flew away and hit his back against the wall. The girl began to suspect that she is almost useless in this fight, and you can basically stand on the sidelines. He can certainly use the Devouring ability to instantly destroy it, but first he needs to check something out. The guy has a plan in his head to deal with it. To make it work, the girl has to hold him back until the last minute, because he needs a little time to realize it. James was determined to test his partner's fighting skills and the strength of his abilities. The zombie was very angry, rushed at the girl. She hated to admit it, but he was much stronger than her. But no matter what, it was necessary to make every effort to stop him, at least for a short period of time. Zombie from despair began to call people on foot with bones. For this I received a volley of fire directly into the mouth, so that unnecessary much did not talk. Although there was little strength, but shut him up still can be, although not for long. The girl asked to do everything faster because they are watching so long to restrain him. Actually, fire ability is very strong, so no wonder she was able to become D rank in such a short period of time. Such terrifying explosive power, large attack area, this girl can be very effective for a guy in the future. He would have to find an opportunity and make a contract for her abilities, but that would have to be dealt with a little later. Meanwhile, Zombie had already started the process of destroying the girl. He was blocking all her attacks, and sometimes even bringing her back. James was right. The current fighting ability wouldn't be enough to destroy him. He was too strong. It was getting to the most critical point. The zombie was attacking his partner directly with his vines. He couldn't just let her die. James picked up a huge spear from the floor and threw it straight at the zombie's head. It was just a perfect throw right on target. Everyone was sick and tired of this monster going down. But apparently not this time. Zombie didn't lose his life, he survived the attack. With his strong arms he caught the spear right in front of him. Apparently the only plan failed. Now what to do? But James was not confused. He took the spear from the other side and began to push it together with the zombie towards the wall. With maximum effort the guy began to move it, then to help him still came to his partner. It is a little faster process. Because of the strong shock she came a little later than it was necessary. The zombie in turn did not lose hope at all, still continued to say that he had the opportunity to destroy two at once. Apparently he really does not realize that just a few moments later this spear will pass through him. In order to increase the speed of movement, the girl released a strong stream of fire in the opposite direction. Thanks to the strong recoil, speed increased. Finally, our overpumped zombie starts to realize that he's heading straight for the wall, and he's getting a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, some kind of realization enters his brain, and now there's a phrase playing in her head: Anya is the cutest thing in the universe. It definitely played a role. Zombie distracted, relaxed. The guys competently did their job, sealed him into the wall once and for all. The little girl did her best to control the monster for 1 second. Everything possible was done. Now she's definitely not a liability. It looked great, such a huge body, with a huge spear standing without a single sign of life right in the wall. The guys couldn't believe that he had finally managed to pull it off. This fight had been a very long one. It was a great job. They shook hands and James could borrow her ability. Since the problem was solved, now it was time to at least get to know each other properly, and fulfilled his part of the agreement, namely to tell everything that is known about this place. The name of this brave girl was Jessica. First of all, these people in black cloaks belong to an organization called Disaster. They are extremely mysterious and their whereabouts are untraceable. They also move at a tremendous speed. I wonder what their purpose is, what they want to achieve. James has never heard of such an organization before in his life. The specific goals of this organization the girl does not know, but they are relentlessly catching zombies for some of their tasks. After James asked how Jessica's group found this place. As it turned out, all these people are mercenaries. They came here as part of the mission, and as for the organizer of these missions, the guys do not know him personally. The man who was badly wounded is called Elfie. He was asked to come closer. Jessica showed off the broken arm, made of divine stone. This is the loot they got on the 5th floor. And how James handled the disaster. This thing must belong to him. If it wasn't for the guy, the whole group would have taken their lives. James was very grateful, but refused to accept the gift, because if the guys gave it away, they might not be able to complete the mission they've been on. James already had what he needed, but he had one more request. He got a picture of a girl and said it was his sister who'd gone missing. The guy was looking for her, and I ended up in this place. Since the guys move around a lot, they might see her by accident, and tell her that her brother's looking for her. Jessica said no problem. She is doing everything she can to help James. Meanwhile, Elfie was getting worse. He was coughing and red liquid was coming out of his mouth. We need to get out of here as soon as possible and go to the nearest hospital. If not treated in time, he could lose his life. Jessica said she would give her address to the guy and he could contact her anytime. When the group left, the guy with the blonde hair named Jack was not the most conscientious. He suggested that Jessica destroy James because he had exhausted his power and the guys outnumbered him. The girl made it clear to him that even if they were at the peak of their strength, no one could even come close to Jameson. In that battle, he didn't even leave half of his strength. Yes, this guy really amazed everyone, but it can't be that he left less than half of his strength because it's only rank. When Jessica stood next to him, she felt the inconsistency. This undisclosed power and his personality don't match in any way, so going against him is definitely not necessary. Little Anna was upset that the guy didn't take those treasures, because they were very valuable. James was very happy that he was able to fix things with Jessica. He gave her a chance to survive and return home, even though she hides her identity. But surely she has her reasons. Everyone was thinking about something else. If this man is really so powerful, why didn't the girl invite him to Skynet, and even hid his true identity from him, of all the team members? If James had joined this group, the team would have been able to complete a higher-ranked mission and get more rewards. Jessica didn't think it was a good time to tell random people that they were working for Skynet. If anyone in upper management found out that a member of the group was talking about it so easily, they'd be in trouble. James is a cautious man. You could see how wary he was of the guys. When the kid was testing Jessica's strength, he was being deliberately weak to drain her energy. We need to make friends with him. There was no time to stay in one place for long. He would have to move on, continue exploring the area, use the crystal to make it stronger. It would come in handy. The guys still hadn't found a use for that star. Now the guys have to clear the 4th floor. Anya was beginning to wish she could be as strong as James. By the way, the blonde guy was completely useless. He didn't help in the fight. On the 4th floor, the first thing the guys were met by was a large number of huge puppets. On the lower floor, they were all of medium rank. I wonder what level they are here. On the one hand, there were many of them, but on the other hand, it was a perfect opportunity to test the new fire ability. All the puppets made the same movements. They struck swords at the same point where James was standing. Thanks to this, he dodged the blow without any problems. The guy saw Jessica using fire as an accelerating force. With this ability, James can now move through the air for a period of time. At the same time, now can fight in the air. Group damage is much higher than Shadow Burst. This will help fill that gap. So far it turns out everything is very good. The dolls are deprived of life from us another. Now you need to learn to destroy entire groups of dolls in one movement. The main thing to control the firepower. If you overdo it, you can destroy the ruins. You could say it worked perfectly. Everyone in the tunnel no longer showed signs of life. This is a purely attacking ability. Its destructive power is much higher than Shadow Burst. Now it's time for Anna to collect the crystals. Be careful because they are hot. Apparently it's her favorite thing to do, because she always has a big smile on her face when she goes to do it. Well, this time something didn't go as planned. The little girl started to cry a lot. The red crystal that she had put in her purse was missing. It happened after she zipped it up. It was very strange. James asked her to take the other crystal and try to absorb it, just like she did with the intelligence crystal. The little girl was surprised that it could be absorbed too, so she decided to try it. In the end, the crystal just disappeared. Now everything is back to normal. Anya doesn't destroy zombies, she captures them. So she can't get energy to level up. But instead, she can directly absorb energy from items to evolve. James told her to absorb all these crystals, and then the girl will definitely become stronger. And so it happened. Anya evolved to E rank. Now we can congratulate her. She can feel how she became stronger. Of course, because in the future she will become the strongest S rank fighter. The atmosphere on this floor was a little gloomy. The little girl was even a little scared. It was the way to the 5th floor. We should go and see what was there. As it turned out, there was only one floor, and it was directly connected to the place where Jessica and her team were. It's probably a crystal coffin. The treasure of this floor was inside. Jessica took it. There seems to be a silhouette inside. The treasure protector was lying there. Anya started to feel that the atmosphere around her was becoming pervasive. Suddenly some horrible monster appears behind the guys. As James also sensed it, he was ready beforehand, and at the right moment put out his hard fist, with which he struck the monster. After taking the treasure, Jessica and the others were bound to fight the disaster after taking the treasure. This monster looked even more horrible than the others, but most importantly it wasn't stronger. It couldn't be called weak at all, because Anna couldn't control it. The way the monster attacked, he was counting on a quick fight, but he was wrong. Without much effort, James dodged the blows and waited for the right moment to counter-strike. When the opportunity arose, he used magic to push the monster aside, and then created an enormous shadowy fist in which he intended to land the aggressive creature. So he did. The creature, because of its low level, could not resist against this clever technique, and at one moment lost his life. For the qualitative application of the skill called Devouring, his level was raised to the 2nd, as well as accrued 600 points of evolution. Suddenly the whole place shook, and a perfectly flat spot began to form in the wall for the star that Jason had taken with him. Obviously it had to be put there, and it might open a passage to the 5th floor. So the guys did. After that it lit up with bright blue colors, and began to form a new hologram. Now there were 2 pyramids, which were above each other, as well as the wall formed a passage, which the guys, not thinking long, decided to pass. There they again waited for a long descent to the bottom, but this time not on a spiral, but on the steps. When the guys got downstairs, the little girl asked her big friend if she could fight. Jason didn't mind, but to do it, they need to meet at least a little bit stronger zombies. If a suitable candidate is met, the way the little girl takes it, but not Sve. When the guy took Jessica's ability, he spent all his savings, so you need to quickly replenish them. The first ranky zombie appeared on the gore zone. At first glance, it's not that scary, but it's pretty strong. The armored doll has already been replaced by a warrior. It looks like there's a pretty big gap between the upper and lower floors. Despite the fact that the zombie was quite confident to start a fight, the guy dodged its blows without much effort. James threw his blade right at its head, but the monster had time to react and put a hit on it. But no matter, the monster now had both hands occupied, and this was a good time to get in close and use the Devouring ability. For the destruction of such a monster was credited as much as 400 evolution points. This is certainly not bad, but still very little. After this zombie Odiaka went a whole crowd of monsters. In this narrow corridor, you could not even see the end of this group. All of them had the same goal, at any cost to prevent the guy from passing on. James told the little girl to stay calm and leave all those zombies to him, he would surely handle. For such an occasion, the Devour and Shadow Burst abilities were acquired together, and obviously what happened next was a mountain of bodies all over the passageway. Using several abilities at once would eat up too much energy, but the reward was a very tasty 40,000 evolution points and much more. Well, there's the end of the second floor right behind these doors. Everyone was ready, so let's get to the opening. First, after opening the doors, the guys were met by a very large number of owls, which flew at the guys in a flock. It is not yet clear what kind of infusion they have, good or bad. It turned out to be mutated owls, so the plan was abruptly cancelled. James was about to send the little girl into a shadowy explosion. The girl threw a tantrum and said she wanted it more, because she always hid behind the backs of others, but now she had evolved and could stand up for herself. The girl ran to the side, used magic and got into the mind of one of the owls. Now she could start to control it. The owl was completely under her control. With the help of one owl, the little girl started to destroy all the others. It was a very effective solution. Unknowingly, James treated her like his sister, wanting only to protect her, but this girl was much stronger than he had been in his previous life, and would soon become just as strong in this one. A little later on, Anya began a real hunt from the owls. They all wanted to capture her and destroy her, attacked from all sides, then on the battlefield flew to the ringleader, apparently the ringleader, because he was clearly bigger than all the owls that were here for years. James advised the little girl to try to take control of him, because he looked like the strongest of them all. She said that she didn't like him, so she wouldn't take him on her team. After scanning the area, she realized who was the strongest of them all. It wasn't an owl at all, but a completely different monster. It was rank F, and its ability to become rank S for a while. His overall combat power is the strongest among all the people in this building, but he doesn't know how to use it. If you enter his mind, you can awaken this terrible power. The mouse was attacked by two owls just at that moment. It took not much time. James was extremely panicked, so he couldn't save the girl in time. It's not long before the little S-ranked girl flies in to help, and at the very last moment, he flies to her and shields her from the owl's powerful blow. Jamie was already convinced that he was just a paranoiac, and he had to get used to the fact that this little girl was not as weak as she might seem at first glance. So now she had her own invincible bird. The other owls saw that they had a traitor and decided to attack him, but they didn't even realize how strong their friend was. Anya told him not to worry, because now he was obviously stronger than everyone else. All those who wanted to fight started fighting back one by one. This little guy started flying all over the hall and destroying just about everyone he saw. He brought a lot of use to the team. The tornado ability of absolute wind was applied to work such miracles. Anna couldn't be happy that thanks to her, this one would be easy. She hugged her bird tightly and named him Byugu. James greeted her with a new companion, but they didn't have time to stand around and cuddle. They had to get back on alert. The Great Owl is coming. It's a D-ranked chalk, and its main ability is to increase in size. Words can't even begin to describe how huge she is. Apparently, this is the real leader, not the one the guys met earlier. She asked him to leave that fat little trench coat to her. It would be her first boss she would destroy. James decided not to resist, and said that he would be on the backup. He would give her a chance to concentrate on the target. Time for Little Bug to show his real power. Anya was charging him with magic to the fullest. It was about to be a very strong bivta between the two birds led by James. The leader didn't take Byuga seriously, so he tried to crush him with a single movement of his foot. But no one was going to give up so easily. The little guy just flew out from under his foot. After that, he tried to shoot it down with his wing, but still without success. Our Byugu is small and agile. Two more birds attacked him from the back, but James thought it was not fair and destroyed them personally. The boy advised the girl not to hurry, but to act in a measured manner. She should trust her companion completely, not just control him. When the girl first entered the consciousness of little Byugu, she felt how he was cowardly and unsure of himself. Anya thought that if she forced him to fight, his confidence would return. But the intrusion into his consciousness frightened him even more, and clearly made the situation worse. Since his youth, he was treated as a member of a different species. often bullied and mistreated, and gradually became very afraid of others and stopped trusting others altogether. Anya is just like him. She has no parents from an early age and is often bullied. She is also very fearful and afraid to make friends with other people, but she met James, who treated her with great kindness. So there is no need to be afraid. Anya just wants to make friends with the chick like James did with her. After this dialogue, the little one seemed to have a second breath, and he immediately flew into battle, full of strength and self-confidence. He started like a man and winding circles around the big owl, but it quickly began to bore the leader. This little owl that Anya had chosen was really very strong. James hadn't even realized it was that strong. From the fact that the ringleader was getting very angry, he was increasing in size. This couldn't be allowed to happen because if he got too big, this whole place would dissolve and no one would get out alive. James begged the little girl to back off. He would finish this up quickly on his own. The girl refused in the roots. She was sure she would soon finish it all by herself. Because of the owl's large size, all the walls around it started to break, the floor started to fail, and so on. Letting the F rank fight the D rank was not the best decision, but good thoughts always come after the deed is done. If Anya was clearly losing, she would have to intervene, so that everything around her wouldn't just collapse. Anya went to the extreme measure. She activated the ability Tornado Absolute Wind, despite the fact that not long ago it had already activated. The girl wished him luck and sent him into battle. Bugu began to twist around the owl with such force that the owl could no longer withstand the pressure around it. A red liquid began to ooze out, symbolizing that the great owl was about to fall. This is a story about the world, in which recently, VR games have become a sensation. Probably there is not a single person who has not entered the virtual world. Against this background, many companies have engaged in the development of completely different types of VR glasses, thereby creating an impossible competition. The range is huge, from cheap to expensive, for children or adults. All who have even the slightest desire will be able to find a suitable option for themselves. To create high-quality games, big companies started using artificial intelligence, which significantly improved graphics and animation, created dynamic scenarios, automatically tested and notified developers of errors. In short, it did a lot of useful work. Thanks to this technology, large companies were always one step ahead. It did not allow guys who are just starting to reach at least their level. Each player at the entrance to the game met a girl named Mary. This is an assistant, which is fully connected to artificial intelligence. The girl made very dressed up, with big eyes and beautiful hair, and she could answer almost any question. All this is done to entice the player. In the first stages of development, there were constantly system error, various bugs and so on, which did not like the players. One of the most common problems were textures, in which people fell through, and because of this could not pass certain missions. The developers had to solve a large number of problems, but with the help of Mary gradually removed all the errors. During the tests tested absolutely everything, even when the player becomes allegedly bad because of the intense heat, the girl will try her best to help. In the end, when everything was ready, the world-famous game was released, which is deservedly considered a masterpiece called MMORPG, a virtual reality game that supports online mode. This means that people from absolutely anywhere in the world can play together. When the game is fully completed, Mary will have to become the goddess of this world and rule it wisely. When the girl found out about it, she had a rather strange reaction. She wanted to say goodbye to the developer. In her opinion, they will no longer be able to communicate, because the world is too big. To keep track of everyone, you have to devote 100% of your time. She was right about something, of course, but this cop in the game had been thought out for a long time. The developer could contact the girl at any time if he wanted to, or she could contact him. Apparently the artificial intelligence could not realize it yet. And if one day this world would come to an end, Mary asked the developer to be with her as he was right now. Such statements are very alarming, but it was decided to leave everything as it was. The developer, whose name was Oliver, was sitting at the interview with his team. He was so bored that sometimes he even managed to fall asleep. Today the company had a holiday, 5 years since the release of the game. but the mood was not festive at all. The head of the business department, whose name is William, said that the number of players is declining, and therefore the company's revenue is falling, so for the large-scale 6th update, the business department was added, which provides an in-game payment system. Oliver was clearly not happy about this news. He immediately expressed his displeasure, who had allowed himself to make such an update without consultation. William didn't even know what to answer. It was all done for the prosperity of the company, and doesn't need to be discussed between everyone. The request to add the business department to the 6th update was more like a desperate attempt to raise the value of the stock so that all the investors who bought it could sell it in time for a good profit. The truth began to sting the eyes of many people in this room, and they began to resent it. But the guy was right. Instead of improving the service, the managers are trying to introduce incomprehensible schemes to earn money, which will lead to fraudulent actions to increase revenues, followed by a massive sale of shares of the company. Every year the game is getting worse, the balance of large investors is going downhill. Against this background, William had to cheat almost all the small companies that invested in the project, because there was nothing to. So Oliver said clearly, as long as he is working here, there can be no in-game payment system. He will not allow his game to be used to cheat other people. The project was created primarily to bring joy. Many people in the audience unfortunately did not support the guy. They continued to insist on their own. In this case, Oliver asked to be fired and went towards the exit. If the directors don't change their mind about this bandit update, the guy will never come back here again. The situation was very tense. The meeting had just started, and already there were some disagreements. No matter how Oliver is the main developer, you can't go completely against his opinion either, otherwise who will be engaged in the game? So it was decided to try to lure him to their side. The guy was the son of the chairman, so he could afford to express his opinion a little. He has a certain influence after all. 3 days have passed since the interview. A terrible incident happened in the game in Central Square, around 2:30 in the afternoon. One of the players was infected with something dangerous, and you ran to the square to find a medic. Something very scary was happening to him. His body literally began to dissolve in the air. People have never seen something like this before. There was a lot of noise around. Everyone was trying to find a doctor as soon as possible to save the guy. The girl who was the savior of the world was quickly found among the crowd. She immediately came to the rescue and applied a spell called Aura of Sensation. It brings all human indicators to normal. But unfortunately in this case, the man could not be saved. In front of everyone he turned into powder. People were just shocked. This is the first time in the game when someone lost their life, especially in this way. Almost immediately this incident was reported in the company. Apparently an incurable virus has begun to spread in the game. We need to declare the status of an epidemic. The main problem is that if a player loses his life due to this virus, his account is gone forever. Oliver said that he will check everything now, and asked not to panic before the time. He is not sure if it is something serious yet. The deleted accounts should be restored after checking. The second specialist, named James, had obvious problems not to panic. He had seen the players go crazy. He thought something very scary had happened. Oliver didn't listen to him and just continued to do his job, because there was no time to calm down someone who was already safe. The guy put on his goggles, selected the developer mode, and went into the virtual world to deal with what was happening. The first thing he did was to go to the very place where the terrible incident occurred, and urged people to stay calm. At the moment the whole team is working on determining the causes of the malfunction. All the problems will be eliminated as soon as possible. The people were more angry than scared that such a great campaign had allowed players to disappear. If only there was an opportunity, the guys would have torn the administrator on the spot for this oversight. Then followed the insults, and requests to return the money for the purchase in the game. Oliver warned everyone that an urgent check was organized to solve the problem. All game accounts will be restored after the check. Except for insults, no one said anything intelligent, so the developer threw out all the games without too many questions. Finally there was silence, and you can work normally. As it turned out, it was Oliver who introduced this epidemic status. But everything went wrong, burning whole cities, all over the game world, took the lives of 1,000 players. Now because of this their accounts are blocked, and no one knows when they will be able to return to the game. Everything turned out to be much more serious than the guy could have imagined. His seemingly harmless idea brought a lot of grief and negative reviews. Very soon about what happened we'll be talking about just everyone. The goals of this experiment were quite harmless. Oliver thus wanted to pay tribute to the classic games, especially the most famous games of 2,000 years, in which there was a massive breakdown that caused an epidemic. But even Mary at that moment realized that the idea is very bad. Why to conduct such a terrible experiment on the players? Unfortunately, the developer did not listen to her and did everything in his own way. In the year 2000, it became such a big deal that it was in the newspaper. But the problem is that this experiment turned into a huge bug, and now it can't be fixed, which is a shame, but nothing can be done. As things were clearly not going according to plan, Oliver asked Mary to delete all the data related to the event so that people could continue playing in peace. When Oliver tried to contact her, there was no answer, which made him even more suspicious. Then William appeared behind the guy's back and said that from now on, no one would answer Oliver because he had been fired. Today in the news, all people saw what happened in the game. One of the developers decided to obstruct the bosses, and developed his own plan to manage the company. When all this was realized, decided to urgently dismiss such an employee. He will also have to answer for the damage caused in court. I wonder if William came up with all this on his own or if he had help. According to him, he wouldn't have to worry about the company, because he would be a great director who would put everything back in place. The director was very happy that Oliver would finally be fired, because lately, he had been letting himself go too much, and didn't give him the opportunity to make normal decisions. The guy couldn't stand such insolence, and threw himself at the director with fists. Unfortunately, he could not hit him, because he called Mary, who in an instant came down from heaven, and stood on his defense. With her foot she pressed the boy's face to the earth. It was done with such great force that it was impossible to move. The expression on the girl's face made it clear that she didn't want to do it, but she had no choice. She was made to obey and follow the orders of those who were more important than her. Oliver isn't even a developer at this point, he's just an ordinary player with the same rights as everyone else. William started laughing out loud. Did the guy expect loyalty from an artificial intelligence? This situation made Oliver very angry. He would not let it go. To prove his case, it will be quite difficult, because while the guy was engaged in improving the game, the director in the real world has acquired serious connections, which he can use at any time. At the moment in the real world, Oliver is just a small screw of a big mechanism. Before you start fighting with the director, you need to find a good lawyer, who will help Oliver to realize in court, and not to fall in the mud. In case the guy loses this case, he will be waiting for big trouble. The developer's so ticked off. This whole situation that he promised to personally destroy this entire world, and make it so that no one else could play in it, much less make money from it. In the meantime, there were guards standing near the guy's capsule, ready to take him out of the office once and for all. After a while, Oliver was already in his apartment, and watched the news on TV, where they said that one of the employees of a huge game company had introduced a general bug in one of the company's products, for which he was fired. More than 70% of the company's annual revenues come from this very game in which the incident occurred. Since the guy is a professional developer, he has a whole VR room in his apartment. It was made so that the guy could absolutely always control the project. If the game eventually disappears, it will be the end of the whole company, because a large half of the source of income will disappear. In real life, Oliver is just a small cog in a big machine, that's true. But in the virtual world he is God, and when God is angry, it means that the world is about to end. When the guy moved to the virtual world, he met a new girl, who was also connected to the artificial intelligence. Her name is Olivia. Now she will replace Mary. The guy embedded it with company money, but registered it to his account, so it didn't go anywhere. Now it's gonna be a lot easier than you'd imagine. Olivia was worried about her boss, because he hadn't been online for 24 hours, and when she found out he'd been fired from his job, she almost fainted. This means that now the guy has no access to the company's server. The girl was not confused, asked Oliver not to get upset, and said that Napalm Group is not the only company in the world. There are many who still need such a strong specialist. To find a job is not a problem. Care and support is certainly nice, but at the moment these jobs do not interest Oliver. He has a different goal now. First, you need to turn on the firewall, then start using China as a geolocation. Each login should be done through a different account. If any data leaks out of the account, you need to get rid of it as soon as possible. After these instructions, Oliver confessed to his assistant that from now on he was going to start destroying the project called Wings Online. Then the guys went to the game world to start realizing everything that had been planned. Despite the remark, Olivia didn't regret that she took a little more time to choose a character, because like all girls she wants to look beautiful. After entering the game, the assistant felt as if in a real body. For an artificial intelligence it was a very unusual feeling. Unfortunately, the guy did not have time to share this joy, so he just went about his business, with the hope that the girl will calm down and quietly follow him. Because of the disconnection from the server, all the information regarding this game was erased, from what everything around the girl seemed to be new. Probably because of this she felt a strong excitement inside. In general, adventures with the master was her dream, which finally came true, but so far the girl does not realize that this is not exactly what she dreamed of, but soon everything will fall into place. Olivia suggested traditional methods of development, for example, to raise your level a little, to then go hunting for squirrels. To start, you need to get the first quest and fulfill it. Such standard methods Oliver was not interested in. He stole one torch for himself, and one torch for Olivia. Traditionally in this game, the torch is used to illuminate dark areas, but it could be used to do something else that is not mentioned anywhere. For example, go into any building and set it on fire. Olivia was just in shock from what the Lord did. The guy asked her to join, but the girl would not have done such a thing. The building burned almost completely. For the crimes committed, Oliver received 10 points of shame. It is interesting why so little. Probably the point is that this village of newcomers, as people are just learning, there is no point in punishing them heavily. When an NPC came up to the guys and asked them to stop immediately, Oliver didn't think twice and just lit him on fire with a torch. Olivia screamed along with the NPC. She finally realized what was wrong. This was not an adventure but a crime. She had never been so disappointed in her life. She had too good a soul to do such a thing. Oliver received 100 points of shame for destroying NPCs, which was much better than 10 points for arson. By the way, you cannot worry about the NPC. He will soon be resurrected, but no one will give points for nothing. Oliver quickly realized that this action could be repeated over and over again, until the right number of points were collected. Olivia was crying hard, and sincerely wanted the guy to stop doing it. Then the locals came out, and tried to grab him for setting the village on fire. A whole crowd of residents armed with cold weapons ran towards Oliver. The guy refused a decent resistance, and was able to burn almost everyone who tried to prevent him. For each destroyed NPC, he also received 100 points. Only with the help of a single torch, the developer managed to set fire to the entire village, and destroy a large number of civilians. Now to Olivia came the full realization that the gentleman was not really joking. He really wants to destroy the game. After the scene, ran armed to the teeth guards. They surrounded the criminals and took them into custody. In the carriage for criminals, the guy decided to log in and check how many shame points he had managed to collect. Now he had 2,140 points, which would be more than enough for his initial goals. Olivia sat in the corner sobbing. She couldn't believe that the game had just started and they were already being taken to jail. In fact, there was no reason to worry. Newcomers are not sent to prison. They have the advantage of time to adapt. The only problem is the shame points. The more of them, the heavier the punishment. Meanwhile, the guys were brought to the abode of criminals, a city that is underground. Then the sweet couple were kicked out of the carriage and forced to sit there. The knights were very rude to the imprisoned criminals. The players who have gotten a lot of shame points are hunted down, put in grave danger by the guards, and harassed by the bounty hunters. The only place on the map where such players can exist is the underground city. A person who has a good understanding of the game knows that in the city you can get a secret job that is not available to other players. This can be used as an advantage on the strategy. The job of the villain must still look hard among the pile of garbage. Olivia decided to think logically. If Mr. wants to get this job, then it's a good job. Finally, she was not so categorically reacting to all the actions of the guy. In general, Oliver was a little bit offended, because he spent a lot of effort to develop an alternative way to earn money, but no one ever found out about it. Finally, the guys met the very NPC who can give a good job. He asked to come to him for a minute to talk. He stood in some dark passage, had a blue skin color, and tattoos on his forehead, also with the help of a hood, as much as possible tried to hide his appearance. The NPC was very surprised that the guys managed to get so many points of shame so quickly. It shows that people are professionals. After he introduced himself, his name is Dark Magician Harry. His task is to find servants for the Dark Lord. This couple will be ideal candidates. The first mission is called Initiation into the Villains. Being a newcomer player successfully scored a large number of points of shame. This means that he has a villainous talent, so the city wants to initiate you into the dark faith. The conditions of acceptance being a newcomer to score more than 1,000 points of shame. Now Olivia was extremely curious as to what would happen next, because that's exactly what her master was looking for. The girl was eager to see what the second mission would be like. When she looked at Oliver, she realized that something wasn't quite going according to plan. The guy took out his torch again, lit it, and tried to set the NPC on fire. He begged her not to do it, even started to bargain, and promised the guys a hidden class of the highest level. Olivia thought her master was crazy. Why does he keep destroying everyone? But not everything is as simple as it seems at first glance. The developer would never just destroy NPCs for no reason. Just a few seconds later, a portal began to form, from a parallel world. The Dark Knight leader named Tyrio came out of it. He couldn't believe that someone dared to destroy the abbot. Finally it happened. Someone as cruel as this couple appeared in this world. After the knight said to follow him, from that moment on there was a new mission called Devil Initiation. The dark forces were waiting for a true villain who could make the Dark Lord shudder. The Rio Maker wants to make these people the rumor of the Dark Lord, the reward for fulfillment, the assignment of the hidden class Dark Knight. So they did. The guys found themselves in the middle of some huge castle. In the center of the room there was an unusual carpet. Most likely it had the logo of the whole Dark Gang on it. Before becoming knights, you need to answer a couple of questions that Tyrio will ask. The developer immediately warned Olivia not to answer his questions, because she would have another job. She couldn't believe that her foreman was so greedy and wanted only him to get a good job. It wasn't really because of the foreman's greed. If the guys get the same job, the balance will be broken and they won't be able to work together properly. The first question was, who is the sole and absolute ruler of this world? The girl answered that she didn't know and was immediately kicked out. Oliver answered that the only ruler of this world was a Dark Lord named Raven. The second question is whether the player, being a supporter of the Ram, is ready to sacrifice himself for the dark forces. Of course he is. The third question is whether the player, being a Dark Knight, is ready to stand for the destruction of the followers of light. This is his goal. Now the last third question is whether the player is ready to sacrifice his body and soul in the name of the Dark Lord. Of course he is. After this answer the guy will be given the title of the Dark Knight. From now on, Oliver can get stronger and stronger if he keeps increasing his shame points. But if he is caught by the guards, the points will drop to 0, and then you will have to develop all the skills from the beginning. But these risks give only more interest in this job, so you need to try as much as possible and then very soon you can become a very strong player. In honor of the initiation into the Dark Knights, Oliver was given a small gift, namely a sword. This moment the guy did not really work out. It was necessary to make the gift weapon a little better. but still better so than empty-handed. And now he had to go spread the Dark Lord's name across the continent. Olivia was about to go get her job, but the guy asked her to wait not much longer. Friendly NPCs don't retaliate, but if you take their lives often, their friendship level drops. Since Tyrio is a dark force, and so is William, he won't attack back. I think he's got quite a few items and experience points. I'm drooling. Olivia had already understood everything, and was not against what was about to happen. So, for the sake of the bright future of the dark forces, Oliver would try to destroy Tyrio, and if he succeeded, he would get a lot of nice bonuses for it. Hunting monsters gives experience, and raises the level. As a reward for completing quests is given gold, which can be used to buy items. They can be collected or cooked. Now the main goal of Oliver is to create a squad to search for adventure, and go to the dungeon, because this is the point of MMORPG game. Standing in front of an NPC who isn't even capable of fighting back and waving a weapon in front of him for 9 hours is a bit much. But if the Lord has chosen this path, then Olivia just has to follow him. The girl took a torch in her hands and tried to set Tyrio on fire. Firstly, he is not afraid of fire, and secondly, the girl is not counted among the dark forces. If a person who is not initiated in dark magic will strike a blow, the monster will instantly fight back. It was just a hopeless situation. As the girl lost her life, she was offered to be reborn in the village. Oliver begged her not to do that because she would be fined, and he couldn't help her yet because if she stopped attacking, the Dark Knight's health would be restored. After another 3 hours, the guy still managed to defeat Tyrio. All this time the girl was lying on the floor and watched it. He really wanted Oliver to help as soon as possible. With the help of the revival stone, the developer brought back to life his assistant. This item is very rare. It is quite difficult to get, respectively. To do so constantly unfortunately will not work. Next time you need to be more careful. Olivia was very frightened, and would never want to experience something like this again. She was also upset that Oliver was not worried about her at all. So support the girl in the comments. He was more interested in what items fall out of Tyrio's body. The first thing that fell into his hands was a raven mask. It had a unique class but is only available for use from level 85. We will have to sell it, because up to level 85 is still very far away. The next item is a Basilisk Potion. It creates a poisonous cloud of 5 sectors within 15 seconds. It causes damage proportional to the maximum health value. It will definitely come in handy. Oliver knew roughly where to use this key, but he wasn't in a hurry to tell me. Olivia is tired of the fact that the gentleman is always playing alone. By the way, the poor artificial intelligence just had to lose his life, and then resurrected. In other words, the girl could not understand why she went together with Oliver on this journey. After the guys went to the village, Tyrio turned into his holographic copy and said an interesting phrase, exactly as he told you what it could mean. The most important thing is that this isn't just another bug. Because we already know that Oliver likes to write a game with a lot of bugs that can't even always be removed from the game. Olivia should have a job very soon, but before she does, there's something she needs to do. As we all know, the development of Wings Online started 5 years ago. Playing as a villain has more disadvantages than advantages. This means that all other people who are in the underground city are beggars, who are called psychopaths, even if they are not guilty of anything. It's just the way it is. If a person got here, then there was something for it. Who Oliver is about to meet is the overlord of all these psychopaths. Simply put, it's a growing cafe of psychopaths. Now the logical question arises, why do it? It's simple. To start a business, you need a lot of things, but the most important thing is money. There was a man walking around the area offering his services. He could take out bounty hunters for a fee. It's the kind of business you can't do without a roof. You can get through to the man in charge. Oliver brazenly approached him and said she wanted to talk to his boss. Now from the outside, Oliver looks like an ordinary newcomer and a poor man, so the man did not want to react much to my words, and called himself an ordinary player. Then Oliver said the words that will make every bandit working here think. It sounded like this. Tell Asaka this is the name of the chief. That anchovy brought a lot of orders. The man in a cold sweat ran off in an unknown direction. He probably wanted to report to his people as soon as possible what had just happened. Anchovy is the nickname Oliver used to create the game. You don't have to worry about the guy revealing his identity. These people don't reveal personal information, it's a rule. And Asaka couldn't have, because Oliver's met him before. Within 10 minutes, the guys were surrounded by Asak's men. They were at all the exits. The boss wanted to see them. For everyone's safety, they'd put bags over the visitors' heads so they wouldn't know the way to Asak. The main thing is to stay calm, and everything will be fine. The guys were led through the dungeons, even handcuffed. When they arrived at the place, they were thrown into an office, bags removed. Asaka was very surprised, because in front of him sat obviously not the anchovy. He knows who they are, and what they came with. Not much of a backstory on how Oliver met him. It was an ordinary weekday. After a day of work, the guy took a cup of coffee and was going to go home. When suddenly, right at the exit of his office, he was met by Asaka. It wasn't the first time they'd met. Oliver had already threatened to report him for constant harassment, and it was getting to an abnormal level. Since the developer was always busy, there was no other way to meet with him, so it was a last resort. If not after work, then no other way. The thing was, Asaka had some very serious accusations hanging over him in the game, and he was furiously begging the guy to take them off him every time. He wanted one chance. He promised to make it up to him and always play fair. But when Oliver didn't say anything, the man just started sobbing at his feet. This guy's case was decided according to company policy, so Oliver alone couldn't have any influence on it, and even if he could, he didn't have the slightest desire to pursue it. Despite such a rude answer, Asaki didn't give up and kept begging the guy to consider his case again. With this story, Oliver proved that he was really the same anchovy, just on a different account. Asaki slammed his hands on the table, asked him to stop retelling the story, and ordered his subordinates to leave the office. The conversation that was about to take place was definitely not for their ears. When the room was vacated, Asaki was a little more friendly. Of course, he didn't recognize the guy right away. On this account, he looked more like a regular loser who couldn't even develop in the game. I wonder what brings such a great game developer to this humble abode. You don't have to be so over the top. It's been like 2 days now. The guy isn't a developer because he was fired. And yes, from now on, the anchovy name should be forgotten once and for all. The new name is Oliver. I wonder why it's that name and not any other. It must mean something. Most likely this gentleman wants to be the final boss of this world. Oliver suggested not to guess, but to get straight to the point. He wanted to share some valuable information with Asaki, and for this he would lend not much gold. The information was really valuable. Oliver said that very soon the game will introduce a new payment system, and an item that improves the process of leveling up. The developer also offered to buy more improvement stones that would then sell them for a lot more expensive, so you cannot make a lot of money. In a month, when the 6th update is released, the level limit will be raised and new equipment will appear. But all the improvement stones will absolutely disappear from the sold when the new monetary unit appears. You can buy them only from them, who have them on hand. After the release of the update, stones will almost not remain. But in the near future this problem will be solved, so the main thing here is to sell in time. In any case, Asaki is focused on profit, so he will sell everything exactly on time. But there is another question: such an innovation will not interfere with the gameplay, or the game as a whole. It's not clear yet how much of an impact it can have, because this is just the beginning, and the future will introduce much worse items that people will be able to buy with money and do what they want. William is willing to do anything to make money. Asaki gave him 1,000,000 coins for such valuable information, and he didn't even ask him to return them. Oliver thanked him for it, of course, but said he would return it soon. Asaki said that Oliver's face looked very pleased, but what did he mean by that? In his opinion, the developer is something like them. The guy is not afraid to try everything to achieve his goal. He has the look of a real villain. Interesting, and how to regard it as a compliment or not, but in any case it sounded interesting. Or maybe he just doesn't take offense anymore, and is just being a buddy. This trial with him in his life was momentous. At the time his account was temporarily blocked, a kind of warning for players who misbehave. The case would have been closed in any case, then he did not do anything for which you could give him a permanent block. After 15 hours of non-stop play, the guy is noticeably tired. It would be good to rest. But first he needs to open the trading window and buy up to the limit of iron ore. It is valued at about 5 gold pieces. Why you need so much iron ore the guy will explain to me much later. Because he is too tired. While Oliver is not there, he asked his assistant to reach level 10. This is necessary so that the girl could get a permanent job. All players who have a level below the 10th have to climb on all sorts of part-time jobs and thus survive. Well, now Olivia was left all alone. At first she was a little sad, but then she realized that finally she could play as she wanted and enjoy the game. First of all, she went to the market and started buying absolutely all the iron ore for 5 gold pieces. After that she started doing what she wanted so badly, hunting bats, hunting spiders and so on. Apparently Olivia liked to hunt too much. Then she ran into a problem, namely not having enough room in her inventory. You have to make room to put something new in there. When the girl opened her inventory, she saw that there collected a lot of necessary and unnecessary. How to deal with it all now? The first thing she decided to do was to make herself clothes from spider silk. Thanks to this the girl increased the level of her knitting skill. She was so excited to be doing all this. It was exactly what she had been dreaming of for so long. Now it was time to start cooking. Olivia had prepared countless hot dishes that she would probably just store away because there was no one here to eat them. Now we have to think of something else to do, like fishing. The girl caught just a huge amount of fish, increased her skills to the sky, and then cooked it. Olivia liked to play. Without much effort, with great pleasure, the girl has already reached the 12th level. But the whole day has already passed. Why the gentleman still hasn't come back, whether he sleeps for so long. Meanwhile, the newcomer who is fishing is noticed by 2 local natives. They always, when they see a player weaker than themselves, try to hurt him somehow, and then beat him up. They both jumped up, drew their knives, and were ready to strike the poor little girl, who was just catching fish. Olivia heard someone flying in her direction, turned her head and saw the whole picture. To say the least, she was very scared. Meanwhile, it was already clear outside, and Oliver was still asleep. With great difficulty his friends managed to wake him up with constant calls on his phone, or rather there were 52 calls, and 32 more messages. If it wasn't for his friends, the guy would have probably slept for the second day for sure. We should at least come up with an excuse for where he's been all this time. This evening, the guys gathered at their favorite place to have dinner together, as they used to do it all the time when they worked together. Oliver told his friends that he was planning to go on a trip soon. Because he had been working for 15 years and had never seen the world, he needed to go somewhere very far away, to completely change his surroundings. His friends supported him and said it was a great idea. Starting in high school, these people developed wings online together. Oliver's unusual style of play could be a problem. Once the guy falls under suspicion, everyone will know that he is on vacation, and this is the best alibi. Now it's time to discuss where it is better to go on vacation. The first thing that comes to mind is India, South America, or Bali. In general, there is a lot to choose from. The main thing is desire. Judging by the girl's face, she obviously did not believe that she really has a good instinct. The friend in turn just supported the guy and wished him a good vacation. But what to do then after the vacation? How to earn money if Oliver would not be taken back in the company? So far, the guy didn't even think about it and didn't want to. During the vacation his head should be empty and not think about anything. So far for the next 10 years he could not worry about money. In the end, the girl said that she was very jealous and would also like to rest. She can't remember the last time she slept normally. The guy smiled and suggested that she quit. Most likely only in this case she would have a decent vacation. Since he had worked there for 15 years, he knows all the managers just fine. These people will never do anything that will cause them even the slightest loss. Apparently she was really thinking about it. You can see from her face how much she's tired of it all. It also turns out that the girl has long wanted to end it all, so sad she can be seen very rarely, but today is probably the day. Then there was a suggestion for everyone to leave the company and start over. To start their own little company, like they dreamed of in high school, to develop some kind of game, but for now it was just a suggestion, not a call to action. Oliver realized that the guys had managed to get drunk, because in their right mind such a suggestion couldn't be made. Considering that the girl was supporting her sick mother and her brother's education, and the guy had a pregnant wife, you couldn't just quit your job and leave everything to fate. For now, we need to forget about that idea, and drink some more alcohol. One day the guys will create their own company and work together on games, but that's not possible right now. Today Oliver's main task is to get revenge on the company from the destruction of the game he created and become a real villain. I wonder how Olivia is doing. When she was attacked, she was able to fend off 2 bandits who wanted her resources so badly. To put it mildly, they were shocked. Usually if a newcomer is found in an underground city, they take his life literally in 1, maximum 2 blows, but in this case, they could not even wound. Olivia was very friendly, apologized and asked why it was that 2 huge men had suddenly decided to attack her as well. Now they were standing there discussing how this little girl had managed to block their attack. There must have been some kind of mistake, so we need to try again. She couldn't understand why the guys wouldn't calm down and keep attacking her. It seemed that if they tried to do it again, Olivia would attack them herself. Finally, the men realized that it was not a bug, and the girl did reflect their attacks without much effort. But how could it be possible? Even with the blocking should not be much damage, at least a little bit of the girl had to suffer. But in this case, it was as if she was not vulnerable. Then the guys took a closer look, and realized that it was possible with a weapon like Olivia's. In her hands was the only weapon in the game with 100% damage reduction. It can be bought in the village shop. For beginners, it is called a dagger beginner. But this is somehow not fair. The player just enters the game and with minimal skills to see the battle, can become invulnerable to players of any level. In general, this dagger has been in the game for a long time. It is just that few people use it because it does too little damage, but as a defense in the beginning it has no substitute. In general, one of 2 things, either this girl is a PvP genius or a cheater. In this game, the guys have never met cheaters before, so they decided to check for themselves whether the girl plays fair or not. Now they will take turns using their skills and watch Olivia block them. He pulled out his crossbow and rained arrows down on the girl. At first Olivia was doing a great job and shot down all the arrows that could potentially hit her. After seeing that, the guys were sure that the girl was not playing fair, as it was possible to shoot down arrows with 1 blade that were flying at a great speed. In the end, the blade broke because of its weak strength, and now there was nothing to defend with, and one of the arrows hit the girl. If it had been a little stronger, Olivia would have survived the rain of arrows completely. The guys were curious to see if she was probably using cheats, or just a noob with good reflexes. Either way, they should report the situation to the developers and have them double-check her account. A half-drunk Oliver suddenly arrives on the scene, outraged that the fight was not equal 2-on-1. It's not fair. Oliver felt terrible at the moment. If he gets drunk again, we can call him a dirty dog. The thugs asked who he was. The guy said he was a friend of this little girl. If you want to take another man's life, be prepared to take it yourself. Everyone who does this kind of thing should know this rule. The bandits had already managed to believe that they were about to be destroyed, but in reality it didn't happen. Because of the big difference in level, Oliver couldn't do any damage to them. This is definitely a big problem. When they felt the power, they immediately attacked back. Since Oliver knows how to fight, he managed to dodge the first attack. The guy had no choice but to spend such a useful item on these freaks. Called Basilisk Potion, it's the only way to damage them. So not thinking long, the guy threw it right at them. The bandits immediately realized that it was very dangerous, then tried to run out of it. The mistake was that they were running together. Oliver noticed which way they were running and threw another potion. Now the bandits decided to try and scatter, but it was too late. Oliver climbed up to the hill, lit a torch, and threw it down. This fog has the properties of Gaza. It is only necessary to read it, and it will disappear. But before that there will be a big flash of fire, which will not leave the slightest chance to those who were in the fog. By some miracle the bandits there still managed to survive. One of them immediately drank a potion to restore his health, while the other could do nothing because he was stunned. If the player loses more than 70% of his health, he falls into a stunned state for 5 seconds. If he is attacked before he recovers, he is finished. Still, high-level players are no joke. They actually managed to survive the fire. One bandit became on the defense of the second. He applied the skilled defensive stance. It allows him to take attacks on himself instead of the immobilized member of the group and increase the strength of the defense. This didn't scare Oliver one bit, because he was no longer a normal player like the others. Now he decided to use his dark aura to break through the defenses that the bandits had put up. And he succeeds. Bandit takes damage he's never taken before. He was 100% sure up until this point that Oliver would never be able to break through his defenses under any circumstances. This blow should be clearly distinguishable from the previous one. The skill that was used shrouds the weapon in dark ominous flames, inflicts 100% additional damage, as well as this damage has the property to break through the defensive force. The price of using this skill is 1% of the maximum health. Use 1 unit of health every second is certainly risky, but taking into account the difference in levels, there is only this way. You'll have to do your best and finish them off as soon as possible. The second smart man now advised to completely remove the defensive position and just take the fight. In his opinion, such a motome would be much more effective now. The bandit was ready to finish just now, because he had adopted his strongest skill, called Iron Strike. But apparently not today. Oliver easily blocked it, and did not get absolutely no injuries. In this he was helped by the dagger rookie, which absorbed all the damage to himself. As it turned out, the time of battle cannot change weapons to regular players, and Oliver could do it. This action caused a storm of negative emotions among the bandits. In general, purely theoretically it is possible to do this, but the guys first saw it during the battle. During the replacement, even a few missed seconds can be punished when the weapon falls to the ground. In such a short moment, the outcome of the battle can change significantly. So many people have already forgotten about the existence of this technique and stopped using it. But Oliver used it with such dexterity, as if he had been doing it all his life, despite his very low level. Who he was. After seeing that, the guys tried to leave the battlefield. They were scared as much as they had ever been scared before. This guy is not just some rookie, but most likely a high-level pro. Ranker, this statement isn't really about Oliver. He's positioning himself as a living fossil. Gathering all the strength in a fist, the guy ran into the fight. His first target was the type who destroyed his little assistant with his pathetic arrow. For this he had to answer. He wanted to leave the bandit who was in the room, but because of the great speed of running, he could not even react. Oliver just ran past him straight to his target. There were only seconds left before the end of the stun. He had to make sure he had time to strike the last blow. At the last moment, Oliver managed to stick his sword right into him. The bandit had the common sense idea that he should take a break from the game. Meanwhile, the second bandit was running for his life. He tried to hide and get out of the game. To completely exit the game, you have to wait for 5 seconds for the system to completely shut down. Literally in 2 seconds, Oliver appeared above the bandit's head with a sword in his hands. He was just in time as always, at the very last second, inserting his sword into the evil player's body. Meanwhile, Olivia's body was floating in the lake where the girl was fishing. She sincerely believed and hoped that the Lord had not forgotten about her. Oliver comes to her and uses another resurrection stone. It's too risky a job. Olivia is starting to lose her mind. She doesn't want to go through all this anymore. For the guy being late, he sincerely apologized. After these words, the girl blossomed and said that she was not used to being reborn. In general, she was ready to go into battle again. Now on Oliver's account, 4,380 points of shame. In fact, it's kind of small. The guys were really strong, could not give at least a few more points. If in a battle of dark side users one destroys the other, half of the points of shame goes to the winner. But Oliver only got 2,000 points. The guy also got the second level of the Dark Knight, but again it was not enough. There is still a lot to do. The developer warned Olivia that her reaction speed can be mistaken for cheating, so in the future it is necessary to make not big delays during the use of combat techniques. Roughly speaking, to show a little humanity, because if you continue to do everything very quickly like a robot, the administration will quickly find and block the player. For some reason Olivia was stressed that she didn't need to show much humanity, probably because she didn't know how. There wasn't time to talk too much. Now the guys were off to make a new class for the girl. She wasn't crazy happy when she found out about it. The guys came to some temple and called the master. Since to use the skills of the Dark Knight, one way or another will have to spend a certain amount of health, you will need to constantly monitor its indicators. For example, in critical moments to drink a potion to restore health, or just heal. Therefore, in order to do all this, the girl must become a priestess, and at the same time replenish the red liquid of the Lord. In short, Olivia would now be a healer on the run, which was sorely lacking. There was no time to chat, so Oliver picked her up and carried her behind the new class. Olivia also dreamed of owning the hidden class that her master had promised her, but apparently it was too early. In the end, everything went well. The girl got a new class called Priestess. When Oliver saw her, he almost fell down laughing. It suited her well, being a priestess was her calling. Moreover, this class is very valuable. As soon as you mention raiding, there is a whole line of priestesses. So the new class had arrived, so it was time to go to the next target. Olivia extremely hoped that the Lord is not going to destroy NPCs again. This time the mission of the guys to reach the 90th level, it is the highest level in the game, to do it in just 1 month. Usually for players who play almost constantly it takes more than half a year. How is it possible to do it so quickly? In a month's time, the most tempting update in the history of the game will begin, a new continent will be opened, the latest models of equipment will appear, and also the 100th level will be considered the highest level. The maximum level must be reached before anyone else, and when the update comes, Oliver will monopolize everything on the new mainland. Meanwhile, the guys went to the underground snake lair. The difficulty level of the passage is normal, provides this place as many as 5 missions. Recommended level for the passage of the 50th. Olivia started to get very worried. She feels like their level is too small to go straight to this place. Oliver asked to be without panic, because he has everything thought out. As suddenly a huge snake came out of the darkness at the guys and started hissing hard. He pushed the girl aside so that she wouldn't get hit by the snake. Olivia's dark aura was activated and Olivia was ordered to do the healing and went into battle. His main task was to do everything as well and quickly as possible, only if Olivia didn't fail. The snake was very huge, not an easy battle ahead. But apparently the guy wants to use certain tricks that no one knows about, because too boldly he ran into battle. Olivia immediately got to work and gave herself a communication, protect the master at all costs. The guy struck a light blow first, but he was immediately followed by an answering blow with his tail. Because of it, Oliver flew away and hit his back against the wall. Olivia started to heal him at once. Because his health level had dropped almost to the critical zone, the girl was doing it very qualitatively. Literally just now Oliver had been unconscious, and already he was ready to go on the attack again. The work between them was very coherent. Now the master was convinced for sure, he could trust his little girl completely. After a while the girl made it so that on the guy now comes an eternal stream of health. As soon as at least 1 unit of health is removed, then it is immediately restored. It is just what is needed. Then the boy strikes the snake one more hard blow. He was not stupid at all, because of the fact that the girl began too much and clearly treat the owner of the snake noticed it and took a course on her. The monster moved with incredible speed. What to do in such a situation, whether the girl will be destroyed again and she will no longer be able to treat her master. The serpent, with its mouth open, froze over the girl for a moment, and then fell on her, its mouth slamming shut. Oliver was shocked, to say the least. After all, if the girl could not be saved, then she would have to start all over again, and this is a very long way. The cost of the dark aura is a maximum of 1% health per second. Without healing, it's almost impossible to last, with only a little over a minute to destroy it. If Oliver doesn't hold out, he won't be punished with points. That can't be allowed. So the guy took his sword firmly in his hands and went into battle. He had no right to make a mistake. The serpent tried to trick and suddenly struck with its tail, but the guy dodged it in time. All these styles of attack that the monster uses Oliver himself invented. You just need to think a little, and there will be an answer how to get around it all even without additional help. Tail strike, jump up, body girth. At the very last moment jump out of the ring so that the monster did not see it. And lastly, it is a bite with a poisonous fang is exactly the attack that the guy needs. After it the snake becomes maximally vulnerable. The main thing is to jump out from under the snake in time, take your sword firmly in your hands, and stick it right into the back of your head, the deeper the better. This is the only chance you have to put all your energy into. Everything seemed to be done properly. Without a single mistake, the blow was really strong, but apparently not enough. The serpent started to hold on hard and threw the guy out of his head. He just needs help, otherwise he will lose his life right now, and that can't be allowed. We need to hit him in the same spot at least one more time, and then everything will definitely work out. Even when Oliver was just falling down, he didn't lose hope for a positive outcome. His faith was in him to the last. Suddenly his health begins to replenish. Turns out Olivia was still alive. She was right inside the snake, and when she got the chance she immediately started treating the guys. It was more timely than ever. Everything worked out for the best. It's even hard to believe, a man sitting inside a huge snake and still trying to somehow help his partner. The guy waited for that poisonous blow, jumped on the snake's head and reinserted his sword, after which the snake was defeated. Oliver immediately ran to cut it open so that he could get his precious assistant out as soon as possible. Olivia was unharmed and unscathed, a slight scare to say the least. Olivia was not lying when she said she could be trusted. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to replenish her master's health, as there were few of her kind left in the world. Thanks to killing just one snake, Oliver had risen 5 levels at once, an incredible result. This is due to the fact that the difference in levels was very significant. No reasonable person would go to fight with a snake, at such a level as Oliver was, unless he knows some secret techniques. Oliver didn't come here for a reward, but what they gave him was just junk. Snake meat, 30 coins, and snake scales, 6 pieces, even looks ridiculous. They could have done better not to give anything out. Next time it would be better to go to the dungeon, where you can get normal items. In general, in this location was originally supposed to be a dungeon lizard man. Perhaps because it is a game, users do not quite like monsters that look like people. That's why the monsters here look exclusively like monsters, and people like people is the concept. This is the principle on which the game was developed. In the past, the gizzard men had been a separate race that used to use traps, so there were traces of their creations. Oliver found the most inconspicuous lever right in the middle of the wall, turning which the ground collapses and the thorns await the victim below. It is done very well, of course. An ordinary person would never guess that you can lose your life here. Olivia was delighted with what she saw, because if you fall there, the user will be deprived of life. That's enough talk for now. It was time for Olivia to go do her job, which she didn't even know about yet. Her job is to lure monsters here. Oliver asked her to bring 10 of them. Poor frightened Olivia went on a search. When she saw the first snake she almost fainted from fear. She wanted to get back to her master. He didn't want to see her here until the girl had brought as many as 10 souls. She had to pull herself together, put in maximum effort, and quietly find 9 more of them. But while with this was a problem, every unnecessary movement of the monster the girl reacted very sharply and tried to run away. In the end, the girls still managed to collect the right amount of snakes. All of them wanted to eat her, so she had to run as fast as possible. Oliver at this point was already on full alert. The main thing is not to stop and run faster. The girl ran as fast as she could because she was tired of losing her life. She couldn't let it happen again. As soon as she crossed the safe line, Oliver opened the trap and a whole bunch of snakes fell in. After successfully completed the mission, the girl also got the 30th level. This is a great result. In the trailer could already go outside and change the girl's class. But Oliver decided to still destroy the boss. It would be a pity to leave here one such a strong monster. If you destroy it, you can get a lot of useful things. Despite the fact that the level of the guys has risen significantly, the boss of the 50th level is really too much. In the usual battle, he definitely cannot overcome. This time we'll have to use only traps, otherwise no one can survive. Olivia's task this time is to open the door and go not much inside, and Oliver will activate the trap right here. When Olivia opened the doors and went inside, she didn't see anything at first. It was too dark, and then at one point torches were lit everywhere. The boss was starting to wake up, and N was obviously very pleased when he saw that someone had come to see him. A little later, Oliver told the girl that she might be a little petrified, but it was nothing to be afraid of. The girl didn't understand what he meant at first, but it made her very scared. The monster was very huge, in dark colors, and with bright red eyes. The look of it was extremely intimidating. After he had looked at the girl, he shouted, and from that powerful sound, Olivia was petrified for a while. The little girl was scared out of her wits. She wanted her master to help her as soon as possible. Oliver said not to worry, because he would trap the monster before it wanted to attack the girl. When the snake started to move towards the little girl, Oliver began to watch very carefully, so that he could press the button in time. In the moment, Olivia probably lost all hope that she could survive, because she was only meters away from the monster. But everything was under control, she just had to be patient. When everything was ready, the guy just presses the button that was neatly hidden in the wall, and something very sharp comes out of the ground and hurts the snake so badly that he lost his life right on the spot. Basically, as Oliver said, it was nothing special, but it would be a lot of experience points. But something unpleasant happened. A stone fell on the girl, who couldn't move, and broke her into small pieces. In general, the dungeon was completely cleaned up. After this incident, Oliver realized why in all the movies artificial intelligence is always rebelling, because it always takes on all the troubles. The physics engine is too good, and at one point, it can't take that kind of abuse. That's the problem. Maybe it's time to change that long-promised class after all. Apparently, she's got a lot of resentment, so she needs to be pampered. The guy apologized to her and told her he was heading to the temple, then told her to come too. At this moment, there was no time at all to comfort her, needing to work at a fast pace. Because it's not long before the renewal. The lad was greeted at the temple by the Rio. He was insanely happy that Oliver had reached level 30 so quickly. It was an improvement with unimaginable speed. The events of this story begin on the Latin continent. The main character, who is clearly in a hurry somewhere, meets us first. The street was very bad, strong thunder and constant lightning. Judging by the fact that the guy got out on one of the highest points in the district, we can assume that the weather does not frighten him in the least. By the way, his name is Yahiko. At one point, he looks beautiful and menacing. This is the perfect combination for a guy. The style of clothing is restrained, a beautiful hairstyle and white hair. In general, this is the ideal of any woman. Today, thanks to the thunder of grief, the man will finally open the Dantian seal. This is such a part of the body located a few centimeters below the navel, the so-called genital area, the place of concentration of vitality. Yahiko stood and restlessly looked at the city that was in front of him. He could not believe that he would finally be able to break through the chi purification realm, which he had not been able to do for many millennia. Then his powerful disciples ran up to the guy, who went on a campaign with him. He was approached by his third student named Maiko, who apologized for her incompetence and notified the teacher that she would no longer be able to suppress what she was asked to do. The rest of the students also ran up and told the teacher that this passage to the city is a very dangerous undertaking. You need to think more gladly before doing it. Yahiko looked down on them and ordered everyone to stop talking. According to the guy, some of his disciples could have broken out of the shrine long ago, but because of him, they were doomed to remain in the Chinese continent for thousands of years. This information did not upset them in any way. On the contrary, they were very grateful that now, because of the teacher, they can proudly be called emperors. The guys are ready to cultivate all their lives so that their teacher can finally remove the seal of Dantian. Yahiko, who has thoroughly studied all aspects of spiritual and physical development, has brought up the best representatives of the Chinese continent for tens of millennia. But due to the innate seal on the guy's body, his level froze at the stage of chi purification. Break the seal with lightning, this is his last chance. The guy has long made a decision for himself, either today he will break the seal, or he will die. An electric dragon that flew in the sky, that was the man's goal. Gathering his thoughts, he jumped out to meet him. As planned, Yahiko received a powerful lightning strike, which unfortunately he could not survive. His disciples until the last tried not to worry. After all, they believed that in the whole world there would be no one equal in strength to their master, and he would endure everything. But unfortunately not this time. When the students realized that their master had lost his life, a strong panic began, a lot of screaming. No one could believe that this actually happened. Whole millennia of hard work, was it really all in vain? The guy will definitely never come to terms with this. Then when he hit the ground, his body disintegrated into a bunch of small particles. But this was not the end, but only the beginning. As much as 700 years have passed, it was the same city on which lightning reigns forever. On chains, all beaten up, in some dungeon hung a guy who looked very much like Yahiko. At the moment he is unconscious, the people who are next to him, I'm trying to wake him up by pouring a bucket of cold water on him. But it did not help much. The man still did not want to wake up, but what to do now, how to bring him to his senses. The girl who sat on the throne told him not to worry much about this, because the life of this guy is not so important. As it turned out, she has magical abilities, and tried to get information out of his head with the help of magic. All that could be found was to deprive a fragment from the Emperor's book. Such sword techniques are now useless. No one has been using them for a long time. The girl was upset that she had wasted her time, and ordered the servants to feed this body to the dogs. So he did. A few minutes later the body was already lying on the street. Suddenly the guy opens his eyes, and in an instant, he remembers all the brightest moments from his past life. He could not think that he would be reborn in another body. He was saved only by the fact that he managed to save a piece of his soul when the body disappeared forever, and now, after 700 years, a piece of the guy's soul finally ended up in the body of one of the descendants of the family to awaken memories of a past life. The best part was that the seal that had tormented Yahiko all her life had finally disappeared. The man remembered that the Luo family always wanted to take possession of the secret sword techniques that his family possessed. In order to protect themselves, it was decided to betray this technique to Yahiko so that he could join the Luo clan and be there as his own. But on the wedding night, something happened. A woman named Maki took away the formula of the technique, broke the Dantian, and cut off the guy's cultivation. She kept him in a dungeon, and every day she came to mock him. This is an act of a sick man on the head. Since Yahiko woke up, it's time for revenge and she's going to be very sweet. Meanwhile at the home of the Gu family, they were trying to marry off a girl named Mariko. In this life she was Yahiko's sister. She really did not want to get married, and begged not to force her. At the moment, no one was going to listen. She was only told that Master Lin came to her personally. Because he respects and appreciates her, how can he be refused at all? Mariko was very confused, and could not hold back her tears. She did not want to accept the fact that now, just like that, she would be given away for a husband to some man once and for all. Then the elder said that he had chosen this girl for their joint marriage with Master Ling, so this matter was no longer up for discussion. After the words of the elder, the girl began to cry even harder. At that moment, Master Lin just laughed at her instead of trying to calm her down. He also said that he did not come here for consent, but simply to pick up a girl for himself. He was sure that in the Gu family, there would be no daredevil who was trying to stop him. He had absolutely no feelings for her, he just liked her appearance, and he wanted to make her his personal dog. Only God knows what awaits the girl if she gets into Master Lin's house. Two guys grabbed Mariko and tried to take him away in an unknown direction. But something didn't quite go according to plan. Sharp objects flew into the head of two guys, and they fell to the floor with no signs of life. The girl was even more frightened. Panic began in the hall. Ordinary people began to run away, and the mercenaries tried to find out who did it in order to attack in response. It was Yahiko who came to save his sister, and he also didn't like Master Ling's words that no one from the Gu family would resist, thinking that was a big mistake. Sister immediately got up and ran to hug her brother. She was very happy that she was not abandoned. But unfortunately there was no time to hug for a long time. An unequal battle was coming. Master Lin knew firsthand who came to him. This guy stayed in the dungeon for 2 whole years. But as soon as he returned, he immediately began to look for where he would lose his life. Such thoughts were noticeably in Lin's head. This fat man was so sure of himself that he offered for Yahiko to kneel down and watch his wedding night with Mariko. He still had no idea what was really waiting for him. After Lin said all his dirty words, he took up a sword and went on the attack. It seemed to him that he could cope with a single blow, but how wrong he was. At the same time, with the help of magic, Yahiko draws the sword of one of the servants to him. Thanks to this, the guy manages to deliver the strongest blow before Lin did it. As a result, this fat carcass flies in a completely different direction and begins to bleed red liquid. The battle was over before it even started. It's so easy and simple to say goodbye to your life if you imagine that you are God in this world. In fact, people were panicking not only because of the fight. Master Lin, who was very respected in these places, now when his close people find out about this incident, they will want revenge, and they will come to destroy the entire family. Yahiko called the person who said this rubbish, because in front of their own they act like wolves, and in front of strangers they just whine like little dogs. This fat freak forced all the people to pray for him and exalt, and no one wanted to do anything about it. How can you tolerate such an attitude towards yourself? The man who remained here in charge was very angry, and decided to speak out. He did not like the way Yahiko spoke to him, and he promised to take the life of the guy, so that he would later give his body as an apology to the elders for Master Lin. So he took out his sword, summoned the heavenly net technique, and attacked the boy. To protect himself, the guy uses the same technique, only his punch is several times stronger. After a few moments, Yahiko completely takes over the initiative. The old man no longer has the strength to hold back this flow. The guy said that the old man had already lived enough. It was time and honor to know, so he put even more strength into his blow and destroyed him. The man fell without any signs of life. People couldn't believe their eyes. What happened now was impossible because Yahiko is in the chi purification stage. How did he manage to separate the clan elder? He is one of the strongest people here. There was still a third elder in the lady, but he was not so eager to fight. His name was Toru. Between the guys there was a conversation about some book of the emperor. It describes an imperial-level technique based on the accumulated human martial skills, experience, and spiritual strength, helping him break through to the wisdom stage. The camera technique cultivated by the Gu family for generations is an ancient sword technique created by a true master in their family, also known as the creators of the imperial sword. It is a pity that the formula did not reach this time in its entirety. Only a fragment of it remained, which is why the clan of Gu falls into ever greater decline every year. But this guy's sword just worked like he knows the true formula. Is that even possible? After the battle, Yahiko approached his sister, hugged her, and said that soon everything would be over. You just need to wait a bit. Fragments from the mind of the original owner of this body is similar to their family's imperial scripture, because after using these techniques, this scripture seems very familiar. This technique must be the handiwork of the man named Ranmaru, is one of Yahiko's students. It was even difficult to imagine that after 700 years, the guy would be able to find traces of his students everywhere. I wonder why only a fragment. Is this really all that has come down to descendants? Having been reborn, the guy keeps countless secret techniques in his heart, including those of the emperor. However, the strength of this body is too small. The level of cultivation is not enough, so the guy cannot use these techniques to the fullest, otherwise it may end badly. Well, whatever it was, Yahiko decided to put an end to all this lawlessness. Toru turned out to be many times smarter than the previous elder. He managed to guess that Yahiko understood the true meaning of the family scripture, unless now someone other than him can be the head of this family. The answer was obvious, absolutely no one, because there are no equals to him here. In the end, everyone knelt down and welcomed the new head home. The guy was very pleased, but he said that he would not waste time on this. In the evening, the servants asked their elder if they would really have to recognize Yahiko as the head of the clan. His actions offended the entire Luo and Ling families. The elder replied that if he was recognized as the head, then all the responsibility for what had been done would fall on his shoulders. If in the end he managed to defeat everyone, then it would be possible to share his success with him with joy. And if not, then it will be possible to use the situation to get rid of it. In any case, the elders win. The guy is called the elder very wise, and promised to act on his instructions. This decision was really very logical. Let's see how it all turns out in the end. Meanwhile, Yahiko and her sister were going to their private house. Mariko greatly admired her brother. She said that he was magnificent. If this continues, no one will dare to mock them anymore. At that moment, the guy coughed violently. Red liquid began to come out of his mouth. When the guys entered the room, the sister tried to help in every way she could. She put the guy on the bed and waited for further instructions. He asked to speak a little quieter. It was impossible for anyone to know that the guy was feeling bad. This could lead to big problems. This body could not even withstand the blow of the sword. You need to return to the previous level as soon as possible. Otherwise you can completely accidentally take your own life. At the moment, it's better not to fight with magic at all. First you need to temper your body, then turn to the practice of true qi. After that, direct the flow of energy into the body to refine into spiritual strength in order to increase the level. Higher than the stage of the ascetic, there is also the stage of the celestial, emptiness. All that exists and the wisdom of Ajay from the stage is divided into 2 pages, and they, in turn, into 3 stages, the initial, middle, and the highest. If you break through the void, and the level of the monarch, then it will be possible to ascend to heaven. 4 tens of thousands of years, his past life, because of some kind of pitiful seal, the guy could not do anything, then he did not live, but only think about how to remove it. Having received this chance, he will surely compensate for the sorrows of his past life and get to the very top. The initial task is to harden the body in order to make the body stronger and improve its level, then it will become more resistant to magic. At this moment, the sister begged her brother to calm down even for a moment, and begin to follow the breath. She promised to be there, and help in any way she could. This girl will not allow anyone to disturb her brother. The guy noticed that she is holding a dagger in her hand. Is she really ready to risk her life, just to try to save her brother's life? Well, it seems that after today's events, Yahiko has unleashed a war against the Lin family, and the Luo family. You need to temper your body as soon as possible, and prepare for the worst-case scenario. First of all, you will have to choose this scroll as the main skill. Pumping it will be easier for the guy to protect himself. Yahiko has already gone through the stage of chi purification in a past life. This body is too weak. It is best to start by choosing practices aimed at improving the body. The practice of 10 freedoms was taken as a basis. When the purification process began, the book turned yellow, began to fly in the air and emit strong magical rays. With every minute they were stronger and stronger. Then the flow of energy became so strong that the guy began to scream in pain, and a huge yellow beam flew out of the house into the sky. He even made a hole in the ceiling. At that moment, the sister was walking on the street. When she saw this beam, she was simply in shock. Did the brother decide to break out of the realm of the new spirit? In the end, after the procedures, Yahiko was very happy, because it was the spiritual energy that he tried to attract many times in his past life. He finally managed to take possession of it. Meanwhile, in the enemy Xiaoyao clan, some kind of movement was starting. Their patron personally came to their house. The fact is that all these years that this clan exists, no matter what danger it is in, no one has ever responded to calls for help. I wonder who this person who managed to attract the attention of such a high-ranking person. There were rumors among the people that Elder Mo in Anyang adopted a disciple named Maki, who was able to break through the realm of youth at the age of 18. Maybe she is a genius sent from heaven, under the supervision of this patron. An order was issued to immediately send a letter to Elder Mo asking him to send here Maki, the genius chosen as the patron. Meanwhile, Yahiko and his sister were having a tea party. But before that, the guy decided to do a little meditation. Even with his eyes closed, the guy understood that his sister was looking at him very intently, so he decided to stop and ask Mariko to stop doing this. In fact, the girl just couldn't get enough of the fact that her brother had finally managed to break through the minor spirit realm. She was so happy. In a past life, the guy was obsessed with finding a way to remove the seal. He was not interested in interaction with other people at all. Now he has a sister, and he does not know how to behave with her correctly. Then the servants came to the room and said that they went to the guy with a question. Yahiko first told his sister to leave the room so she wouldn't hear anything. The boys reported that Maki had just arrived at the Xiaoyao clan. With the help of Elder Mo in addition to this, the elder installed the Xiaoyao clan order on the Liu family's home. Well, this chanterelle turned out to be quick. She needs an eye and an eye. But the main problem was not with her, but with the Xiaoyao order. It guarantees absolute protection. Even the emperor's family would have to ask permission to visit the Luo family. Yahiko didn't see any problem with this since he crossed Mr. Lin's way. The only thing left to count is helping the Luo family. But since Maki divorced our family unilaterally, we can probably forget about it. One of the servants began to tell that the Gu family was helpless at the moment in isolation. Therefore, after conferring among themselves, the guys decided that it would be best to pass on the full formulation of the sword technique to the Luo family, in order for our family to be safe. Yahiko did not tolerate such impudence, and immediately threw this cup right at the head of the one who said it. Since when did his wards decide that they have the right to make such decisions? The guy was very angry with them. Toru almost immediately noticed that the mane had moved into the middle stage of the minor spirit realm. The head informed his wards that the Luo family should be destroyed, and their head must definitely die. If someone does not want to take part in this, he can safely leave the Gu family. Everyone around was silent, and did not know what to answer. At that moment, the elder tried to understand what happened to the main one. He could not just take it and reach the middle of the kingdom of the small spirit in one day. Toru wanted to push him into an ill-advised war with the Luo family and reap the rewards of his decisions. But now if the chief does, then the elder's plan to seize power within the family will definitely fail. Therefore, it was decided to release him and hand him over to the Luo family. Firstly, if the guys grab their leader, then they will be able to curry favor with the Luo family. And secondly, this guy can be very useful to them. After that, the elder will be able to return power to his own hands. It's the same as destroying two birds with one stone. Before attacking, the elder said that even with the knowledge of the true technique of the sword technique formula, Yahiko barely broke through the lesser realm. Apparently, the elder was too hasty when he gave the boy his seat. For the sake of the future of the Gu family, he wanted to personally teach the chief a lesson. Yahiko reacted positively to this challenge and asked him to attack faster because he was in a hurry. Only after this phrase, no one wanted to attack. The guys were very scared. The elder called them a bunch of cowards and tried to raise morale by telling them that knowing the true formulas does not make him the strongest man on the planet. Without this knowledge, he is the most common garbage. When the guy got up, he immediately began to use magic so that the elder would understand which of them was actually trash. He also said that the wards turned out to be much smarter than their dumb elder. Toru, from what technique the chief started to use, he couldn't close his mouth in surprise. How those pitiful insects dared to question Yahiko's strength. They should be taught a lesson so this won't happen again. With one wave of his hand, and the guy let out a strong stream of wind that the servants broke through the wall with their bodies and flew out into the street. Of course, not everyone managed to survive. At least 4 people lost their lives instantly. The spirit power was simply wonderful, and worked flawlessly, not like those ungrateful servants. Yahiko told everyone else to collect the bodies, and then he would spare them. Mariko was the very first to approach the bodies, and picked up her blade. The locals asked her not to dirty her hands, but she did not listen to them. Defiantly, right in front of everyone, she inserted her blade into the ungrateful elder's mouth, and did whatever she wanted with the body. Then the girl said that her brother is too generous. But she is not like that. In the future, if someone dares to betray her brother, then these people will be finished once and for all. Every single one who was here swore never to hand over the chief. Initially, everyone thought that the most terrible here was Yahiko, but as it turned out, his sister is a real monster. The girl also said that she did not want her brother to find out about what had just happened. They all said well. When evening came, the girl huddled in a corner, crying heavily. For some reason, she was very scared, although after what she saw today, it's hard to believe that she even has a sense of fear. Her brother is working hard now. She wants to become a reliable support for him, and not let anyone bother him in the future. The next morning came. The first thing, the guy went to the Immortality Pill Hall. This is one of the most important places on the continent. This hall has many branches throughout the continent. The best alchemists work here, who sell and buy elixirs, various growing resources and medicinal materials. Yahiko was greeted at the entrance by a very nice lady. In a beautiful outfit, she asked if she could help with anything. The guy replied that he wanted to sell the recipe for immortality pills. In order to improve his strength faster, he just needs to take this pill. Just in this place he can make it. This is the best option for a quick improvement. The girl asked to follow her. The people who were in the room immediately recognized the guy, but spoke about him not in the best way. They considered him ordinary garbage. They became interested in how a person like him could get something like this. Because this area already has its own genius from Anyang. This is the first-class Miss Ichigo. She was also the mistress of this hall. Yahiko said that he had brought something for evaluation and handed over the recipe. The girl was rather skeptical about this. It was clear from her face that nothing could surprise her anymore. After forgiveness, the girl burned the recipe and said that it was worth nothing. The guy, of course, was surprised at such a strange reaction, so he asked the girl how such a rare recipe could cost nothing. Ichigo said it wasn't even close to a recipe because she had never heard of the ingredients listed here. She thought that the guy just wants to deceive her and thus earn money. Yahiko called the girl incompetent in her business, since she cannot recognize such an elementary recipe. Apparently the title of the best alchemist Anyan, it's just a sound. The girl turned out to be very quick-tempered when the girl realized how confident the guy was in himself, invited him to quarrel among themselves. She really did not like that this vile misogynist dared to treat her with contempt. The principle of adding currents, both alchemists choose pills for production. Victory is awarded by the quantity and quality of the produced pills. The winner has the right to decide whether the loser lives or not. Without thinking twice, the guy agreed. This is a great chance for him to get a place in this laboratory. Now he will have a place to do alchemy. This impulsive girl, without knowing it, deserved a very good service. Then began a short tour. The equipment that is installed here allows for the production of high-level elixir pills. The participants here will be engaged in the manufacture of pills of the spirit of refraction of the second order. In half an hour the winner will be determined by quality. The pill of the second order is usually taken by a warrior. It helps to directly break through from the small spiritual realm to the heavenly one. Such a pill will definitely come in handy for a guy. With the help of an ordinary level, such a pill cannot be improved. Well, with the help of a special purified fire of truth, it's easy, even special efforts are not necessary. Yahiko used magic and used fire control technique, Cooking started automatically. Everything seems to be normal, but the fire is not much weak. One wave of his hand, and the stove was completely engulfed in purple flames. But that wasn't enough either. Ichigo couldn't figure out how that was possible. Why is her fire so weak today? The stove began to smoke heavily. The boy and girl could not understand what was happening. Everything came out. Master K's cries could be heard in the next room. Was it all over? All of the master's herbs were destroyed, and with such difficulty he obtained materials of the 4th grade. But what was the reason for such a weak fire? When suddenly Ichigo thought about, what if you take a heavenly tablet, frosty leaf, earthen collection and well-on grass? Then all of a sudden you can do something about it. Were they real ingredients? But these were grade 4 herbs. How did the girl know about them? Because she is the name of the 1st level, and it was strictly forbidden to touch them. Had she found the recipe for an ancient pill? It is possible that thanks to him it is possible to make purification of the 4th level. The girl was extremely surprised. Judging by her face, the master realized that she again entered into an argument with someone. But Master K has long warned that meeting someone better than yourself is par for the course. And if you continue to rely on the title of the best alchemist in anime, then by doing so Ichigo only insults his master. But the girl didn't care. Because in her opinion this guy is good for nothing. Even if he has the recipe, he will not be able to implement it as well as she. Ichigo again sat down and began to practice the fire technique. But Master K decided to support the girl and said that once he could not cope with the fire, and the cauldron was torn to pieces. It seems to happen to everyone. When suddenly a strong wind blew on the master and the girl, with lots of ash. Looking to the side, they saw that it was the guy's fire. But the questions remained the same. How could it be possible that his fire was so strong? It seems that it's not that the source of the fire is depleted, but that he concentrated its power at his cauldron with the help of a special technique. When Yahiko suddenly appeared with life in his hands, he made it clear that this life no longer belongs to them. Ichigo that it was a second-order pill. It is said that most second-order pills are far superior in effectiveness to third-order pills. It was the first time the master and the girl had seen the person who had cleansed them with such ease. Well, it was Yahiko himself who was not afraid to leave this world. And if the master defeated him, then he is ready to give his life. Ichigo was in her repertoire and began to taunt the guy. After all, who is he to her to communicate with the master like that? Master K immediately reassured the girl and introduced himself to the teacher of this ignorant girl. The master asked for forgiveness on her behalf, to which the girl instantly became angry. For the master, this behavior of the girl was the last point, and he hit her in the face. Yahiko seemed to recognize the master and his lineage, and then asked if he knew Akui. Akui turned out to be Master K's ancestor. How could the guy know him? But Akui was a rank 10 alchemist. Why, then, Master K was a third-rank alchemist in his years. But unfortunately the knowledge left by the ancestor was lost over time. Even though K was a direct descendant of the great alchemist, he knew only superficially about him, which he was very ashamed of. Yahiko was once due to Akui. Therefore, today he decided to repay his debt through the descendant of the Grand Master. He only touched the master with his 2 fingers when he only had time to figure out that the guy somehow knew his ancestor. When suddenly he gave him the knowledge that once belonged to the ancestor of Akui. Master K was grateful to Lord Yahiko. But at the same time, the master was shocked to use this technique. It is necessary to reach at least the 5th level of alchemy. Could this young man really be an ancient master? Yahiko didn't really know the Grand Master at all. Just once upon a time, a bunch of scum capable only of discussing and condemning people behind their backs began to mock the guy because of his practices. And at that moment, the ancient master Akui stood up for him. So now Yahiko paid his debt, but he couldn't imagine that Akui's descendants would be so weak. Well, what will happen to the girl now? Ichigo continued to behave badly and was ready to take her life, to which Yahiko became very angry and hit the girl in the face. She was shocked and very detached. How could he hit her? But the guy didn't care. The guy answered her that if her teacher indulges, this does not mean at all that the rest should do the same. In her 20s, she's just a level 2 alchemist. So what could be the reason for pride? If not for the master of the girl, she would have paid for her arrogant behavior long ago. Master K thanked Mr. for this lesson. And of course the girl started to behave badly again. Yahiko could not understand why he's messing with this girl. This technique is called family. If someone in the family falls asleep forever, or the Gu family is born, this technique is used to signal to all members of the clan. It's interesting what happened in the end. Meanwhile, at the Gu family's home, something terrible was happening. People from another family broke in and started torturing civilians. They were interested in where Yahiko is now. If a person did not answer, then he was deprived of his life. People did not answer this question, not because they were devoted to their main thing, but because they really don't know where it is now. In fact, everyone who fell under the hot hand lost their life just like that, and they did it so defiantly that the red liquid scattered all over the room and hit other people. As it turned out, the head of the Lin family, whose name is Rukia, burst into the territory of the Gu family. He ordered to take the lives of everyone in turn. In the end, one of them will tell exactly where the main one is. After all, Tora was right about something. To avenge the fat freak, they came pretty quickly, and brought a lot of grief. They also took the guy's sister prisoner. They were in no hurry to take her life, because she liked one very influential person who was determined to conclude a posthumous marriage with her. When suddenly Yahiko finally entered the house, everyone was waiting for him and wanted to be saved. The guy heard everything said about the fact that his sister again wants to be forcibly married to someone. This caused him even more anger. He promised that today in Anyang City, the Lin family would no longer exist. The sister could not restrain herself and shouted loudly, "Brother!" She was very frightened. Also, ordinary peaceful people greeted their king. Rukia was very surprised when he noticed that the boy was in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He immediately knew that today would not be easy for him. At the same time, the elder of the 3 clans ran up to the master and said that before the guy left the house, his level did not exceed the small kingdom. No one knows how he was able to raise it so quickly. Yahiko quickly got tired of listening to this elder's empty excuses, and threw a very sharp object at his head to shut him up. After that, his services immediately began to protect Rukia. It was surprising that one of them lived all this time in the territory of the Gu family, which meant that if there were traitors who constantly leaked precious information. Rukia told everyone to disperse. He wanted to deal with the guy in a fair fight one-on-one. He picked up his sword and ran to attack. The sword technique that he used is called the leader of the princes. It was clear that he was trying his best to win this fight. Yahiko was very reserved at this point, and when he repulsed the first attack, he asked his opponent how dare he show himself in front of him with such terrible martial skills. Rukia almost immediately felt the full power of this guy. He did not have enough strength to hold back his blows for a long time, and there were more and more of them. Despite everything, this self-confident jock did not lose his enthusiasm and continued to fight until he missed one strong blow. Mariko was a very smart girl, and knew the skills of different clans. At the moment, the guy used the skill of the Xiaoyao clan. Only the elders can use this practice. How her brother did it is not clear yet. When the opponent had already begun to lose coordination, a crowd of his servants ran out to help him. Yahiko certainly didn't lose his head and destroyed them all with a single blow. Rukia and all the survivors made the decision to retreat and started moving towards the exit. The guy was so much superior to her enemy that she even managed to laugh at him while he was trying to escape. This is of course an act of a hero, to come to a strange house, take the lives of people, and after that run away in disgrace. But it was already too late. There would be no mercy. The head dealt the final blow with such force that all windows, doors, and in some places even walls flew out in the house. At that moment, Kay came up to the house. He heard that some kind of trouble had happened here, so he sent his alchemist warriors to help, but apparently they were a little late. The man was shocked when he saw this powerful explosion. When the guys went inside, they saw how Yahiko was standing on a whole mountain of bodies. He said that there was no trouble, but just a crowd of clowns came to his house and wanted to establish their own rules. Then, the civilians that the Lin family was about to take their lives finally came out. Seeing the distress signal, Kei immediately sent his people to help to support the Gu family, but he did not expect the Lord to deal with everything personally. Not only his alchemy skills, but his martial arts skills are also shocking. Kei then gave the order to his servants to immediately send the injured members of the Gu clan for treatment. Mr. Gu turned out to be a great man with his secrets that no one should know. Then his little sister ran to Yahiko and hugged him. She was very worried about her brother. When she realized that everything was fine, she hugged him gently. After a few minutes, she abruptly moved away from him and asked why the guy used that particular technique during the battle with the head of the Lin family. The girl suggested that her brother is still in a relationship with some bastard. If this is so, then her sister will never forgive him for this. There was only one problem. Yahiko didn't even understand who they were talking about, because he was only recently reborn in this body, so he didn't even know what to answer. After his sister, Kei approached the guy with almost the same question. The point was that Miss Lo had been accepted as a disciple by Elder Mo of the Xiaoyao clan. Therefore, it can be assumed that it was she who taught the guy this technique. The head could not believe that this technique had passed to the Xiaoyao clan after so long. Kei continued his story. About 3,000 years ago, Emperor Xiaoyao founded the Xiaoyao clan on Mount Palai, which at that time was the place with the strongest energy, which made the Xiaoyao clan one of the most powerful. The head replied that of course he knew about this story. Because it was he who chose the name for the clan, it is he who owns this formation. Therefore, of course, the guy will use this technique and not once, roughly speaking, it is his own. At that time, all the people greatly admired Yahiko, and thanked him for saving him. But unfortunately, 700 years ago, the emperor mysteriously disappeared immediately after his ascension, so the enemies of the clan immediately came to avenge everything. Without their leader, the Xiaoyao clan grew weaker day by day. Eventually they were forced to retreat to the border of the wasteland. This place is now called the land of the Xiaoyao clan. The distance between the wasteland and Penglai Mountain is very large. Previously, Yahiko had heard the elders mention the Xiaoyao clan, but thought it was just a coincidence or common similarity in names. But in fact it turned out that these people are descendants of the same clan. Probably in Xiaoyao something happened at the very moment when the guy was trying to break the seal. Everything happened at the most inopportune moment. If Yahiko hadn't gone anywhere, the clan wouldn't be in such a dire situation. After this story, the guy again wanted to bring this clan to prosperity. Yahiko decided to go to the trick and began to ask the master about whether the Luo family had a younger brother. The master told him that the only male descendant of the Luo family is called Aoki, and this man is known for his bad deeds in Anyang. But because of the power he holds in his hands, his family acts as the head of the 8 great families. No one has dared to oppose him until now. But apparently that time has come. Yahiko had a cunning plan to end all this chaos. The guy instantly fell off the meter and ran away in an unknown direction. While he was running, he asked to take care of the wounded people. Let all the people of Anyang understand what will happen to them if they dare to oppose the Gu family. Yahiko came just in time. Today the Luo family had a family banquet. Everything was beautiful, a lot of food, cheerful guests, nothing foreshadowed trouble. Today, many heads of different families gathered here, and they all congratulated Luo on receiving the protective order. Now, except for Anyang, they are not afraid of anyone. Compared to the rest of the main, Luo looked somehow old and tortured. You can't even tell from him that he was very happy about this event. As a gift to the chief, they brought such exquisite fruits as ginseng. In these parts it is very difficult to get it, it is a rarity. But for the sake of such an event, people found just everything. As soon as the guys sat down at the table, there was a strong explosion in one of the houses. Luo became very angry. He immediately wanted to know who dared to come here on such a beautiful day. Of course it was the work of Yahiko. He was pleasantly surprised that it is quite lively here, and you can take a good walk. The guy also did not come empty-handed. He had a special gift for the head. This is his son, who was badly beaten. Luo was very angry and asked to immediately release his son. Also, all the other chiefs asked to do this. Then in general, everyone who had weapons became against the guy. It would seem that the situation is hopeless. Everyone demanded only one thing, to let their master go. Luo promised that if Yahiko let his son go now, he would make sure that his life would not be painful. In response to this, the guy said that the last person who tried to threaten him turned into ashes, so you need to be very careful with such statements. Apparently, the head didn't quite like it as a gift, then he'll have to give another one. Yahiko picked up the young boy and punched him in a very painful place. After what he saw, Luo was in quiet horror. He lost control of himself and began to attack the guy. He didn't care that his son was right in the arms of the one he was attacking. Fortunately, everyone managed to save. Yahiko threw the boy in the other direction, and he was not injured at the hands of his father. After that, Luo immediately ran to his son. He took him in his arms. The blow that Yahiko inflicted deprived the boy of his Dan Tian and the opportunity to improve. Roughly speaking, he put an end to him once and for all. Luo had just a terrible anger at the guy for this act. How did he even dare to do this to his son? Yahiko just pretended to be a fool and said that it was not his fault. It is solely the fault of the one who left his son without enhanced security. You need to think in advance about the safety of your loved ones. The wards promised their chief that they would bring him the head of this freak on the table. Yahiko's gaze immediately turned to those who said this. Are they really sure that with their low level they can somehow resist? Luo said that no one could ever destroy his family, especially with skills like Yahiko. Apparently, Luo wanted to get the guy's head with his own hands and was preparing to attack. He had not been seen in such a rage for a very long time. To collect all the energy in a fist, he ran to attack. Luo was certainly right about something. With a level like that of a guy, it will be quite difficult to fight. But not everything is as simple as it seems. The guy had his trump card up his sleeve, this treasure that Luo hoped to protect so much. Today it will become a weapon which will destroy him. The guy easily dodged the first attack. He felt absolutely calm, so he could adequately assess the situation. While Luo put all his strength into each blow, his opponent easily dodged. Yahiko gave his word that the Luo family would soon disappear once and for all. He then took the item he was talking about earlier and activated it. Roughly speaking, it was a time bomb. At first, it began to emit a bright red light, which symbolizes that the mechanism is running. No one could understand how the guy manages to control the Xiaoyao order bestowed on the Luo family. It was a real mystery. Luo also couldn't even imagine how the boy knew the order's formula. He was the first to understand what was about to happen, so he ordered the guy to be destroyed immediately, and all the servants ran into battle. But it was too late. The guy activated the item, and everything that was in its radius of action began to burn. It was a huge wave of fire that could not be stopped. Yahiko stopped the flow of fire right in front of Luo. As a result, he managed not only to activate the order, but also to take advantage of the high-level attack formation. Luo was completely exhausted, so he just fell to the ground. Yahiko approached him and gave one piece of advice. Don't mess with the Gu family even after reincarnation, otherwise it won't end well. After saying that, the boy threw Luo's body up and punched him hard in the chest. All who were present from the civilian population fell to their knees and began to ask for forgiveness on behalf of the whole family. Since then, they recognized Yahiko as the head of the clan. The guy gave them half an hour to deal with all this, otherwise he will begin to take the lives of everyone in turn. At that moment, a large-scale and quick cleaning of the territory began. After raiding the Ling family and the Luo family, a total of 70 spirit stones, 62 level 2 healing pills, 94 level 2 medicinal herbs, and weapons were obtained. All this was voiced by the second elder of the Gu clan, while the head was drinking tea, along with his loved ones. Kay listened to this and couldn't believe that the guy actually decided to destroy the Luo family as stated earlier. In addition, the elder reported that the representatives of 8 large families after the head to take over the payment of Anyang's taxes. It turns out that the Gu family lured influential families to their side. It seems that for the foreseeable future, this entire city will belong to the Gu family. The head informed that Anyang's hidden danger had been eliminated. Now he entrusts the affairs of this city to the second elder and his sister. After these words, the girl suggested that her brother was going somewhere again. It was clear from her eyes that she was already very worried. This time his target was Maki. After all, one fish from the Luo clan slipped through the nets. It must be found and destroyed as soon as possible. Since the guy does not speak aloud about his plans, no one knew anything. It was the silence that bothered his sister, and she asked directly why the guy was going somewhere. The girl did this not because she is hysterical, but because she sincerely loves her brother and worries about him. Yahiko chose not to answer this question, but answered another one that has plagued Mariko for a very long time. The guy said that all these years the girl could not practice at all because of poor health, but because of the chaotic celestial body in her. This information was heard by Kei. Since he was very fond of legends, he had information on this subject. In fact, a chaotic heavenly body, this is the most suitable body for cultivation. This is a true legend, but if a cultivator cannot activate their abilities with one of the 10 great spiritual treasures, then the spiritual power will not be able to calmly flow through the meridians of the soul and will not be absorbed. But after activation, the potential of the cultivator will be an order of magnitude higher than ordinary warriors, and this will give a significant advantage over them. Then the kid said he's got a lot to do, he can't always sit here and protect his sister. This time, he will go to the Xiaoyao clan to find a treasure there that will help unlock his sister's abilities in the Karachai terms, so that the girl can fully protect herself. Mariko was grateful to her brother. She is very pleased that he cares about her so much, so she hugged him tightly from joy. Yahiko is actually a little tired of these hugs, but he couldn't do anything about it, because this is his sister. Kei is also very worried about the guy, so I decided to warn him that the Xiaoyao clan most likely will not give up the treasure so easily, so you need to be very careful. The head asked not to worry, because he has a way to make them give the treasure peacefully. After some time, the guy was near Qianan Mountain, and could not understand a little where he was right now. It is simply impossible to make a mistake, because even now the head feels the remnants of spiritual vibrations. The only thing he definitely didn't expect was that the fluctuations in spiritual power would be so weakened. It took quite a long time. When Yahiko got stuck to some arch, he used his magic and said aloud, "Open up." A portal appeared in front of him in which the guy immediately entered. At the exit, he was right in front of the Xiaoyao clan. Strong memories flooded into this place. When the guy lived here in a past life, he did not have to worry about the lack of spiritual energy, because there was always enough of it here. Yahiko also recalled how, together with his student, they caught and then used ancient mythical beasts as clan guards. Also, the ancient tree began to bear fruit after 300 years thanks to Yahiko. Then he left his relatives such a tasty piece of the earth. The most important thing now was not to be disappointed in his followers, returning here after so many years, otherwise they would not be greeted. When the guy came closer, he saw that the territory was now guarded by another guardian. Before it was an electric dragon, and now it seems to be a dragon for years. Looking closely, the guy noticed that a student of the clan, a girl named Sana, was fighting with this dragon. To put it mildly, she didn't do it very well. In the end, the dragon hit her hard and the girl began to fall down. Due to the fact that the head was nearby, he caught the girl and did not let her fall painfully to the ground, then make a remark that she handles the ball incorrectly, and immediately decided to show how this is done using an example. The man jumped straight into the huge water dragon. Why did he use the energy of Qi to control the flow of the wind? In this case, he begins to move himself, where the suburb is the owner. The girl was simply shocked by what she saw. She could not understand how this stranger knew the technique of their clan. In the end, the dragon was defeated. Sana also decided to demonstrate how she can. At the snap of a finger, she was all on fire, and she felt good there. She could also quickly put out this fire around her. This is a pretty good talent if you learn how to use it correctly. Due to the fact that in a past life, Yahiko did not have the opportunity to break through to a new level. All he had to do was explain the theory to his students. Well now, thanks to the sufficient quality of spiritual energy, the guy can help other students to improve, ad infinitum. This girl had been stuck on the same level for so many years, and now she seemed to feel the energy of the wind and the sword pass through her. Sana was very grateful for being helped so much. Since the girl was already completely predisposed to Yahiko, he began to question her about everything he could. The first guy asked about Maki. The girl said that she was new. Along with other masters, she did a lot so that the students could take this blessed land for their holiday. In her head, the girl assumed that this guy was one of her subordinates, so she just told him about everything. Did Maki really immediately become an elder as soon as she got to auspicious land? Wai asked how many people in the clan at the moment. The girl replied that there are 7 elders in the clan, more than 100 official students who are engaged in the affairs of the clan. There are still guards who mature as a student together. Mountain guards, these are students of a lower level, but they are absolutely loyal to the clan. After the information received, he immediately went about his business, did not even wait for the girl, despite the fact that she asked him to wait for her. Sana tried her best, but she could not catch up with the guy. She also understood that his spiritual level was not so high. The equivalent of fast travel is beyond praise. Initially, Sana didn't notice anything special about her, and now he uses a technique that exceeds all of her performance, as it is possible. The girl began to cry, talking about what necessarily gives rise to all the expectations of the master. Until today, the girl considered herself very fast, but against the background of the head, she feels like a turtle. He moved much faster. After taking the spirit pill, Yahiko used the cultivation method, thereby increasing the efficiency tenfold. Although the speed of practice is not so great, it is better to accumulate enough energy and lay a solid foundation. In any case, the girl has probably already understood everything. If this continues, that it would be possible to take her as a student, it is clear right away she would not mind. There are quite a few people with such a great desire to learn. The girl ran after him and understood that she had no right to miss such a person. The guys ran to Lingyuan Peak. Upon arrival, the girl thanked the master for not running away from her. Yahiko told her to work on her sword technique and dexterity first, then wait for him here. Before starting to do so, Sana informed that the Xiaoyao clan's ban does not apply to her. She can come and go as she pleases. Yahiko didn't answer her yet, and entered the portal silently. It turned out to be right after the Qianling River. Just there was also a tree that began to bear fruit after 300 years. Everything around is very beautiful, but there is one thing: the spiritual energy of this place has greatly weakened compared to what it used to be. As it turned out, there is a secret temple under the water, which can only be reached with the help of magic. You need to pave the way right in the middle of the river, push the water in different directions. Fortunately, no one destroyed it like the Lingyin temple. This room is made of a special spiritual energy crystal, so the spiritual power in it is inexhaustible. This is a real find for any cultivator. Compared to the past, the spiritual energy of this place is indeed depleted a lot, but in any case, this place is better than any other. With its help, the disciples of the Xiao clan can increase their level in the shortest possible time. While Guy was opening the corridor to the temple, he was attacked by a huge crowd of people from the Xiaoyao clan. But he was lucky that a girl secretly entered the portal with him. She began to restrain those who attack. The girl was accused of allowing a stranger to come here and violate the boundaries, and then destroy the source of spiritual power. Sana said that you shouldn't talk about the master like that. First you need to open your eyes, and then you can see how all the wars standing here are mistaken. Despite this painful story, the girl's guys did not immediately believe. How can one call a master who is the most ordinary cultivator with a consistent level of spiritual strength? How can this person be a master? According to the guys, the girl did not just calmly allow this master to cross the borders. Yahiko was tired of listening to this non-confiding tone of one of the students, so he decided to deprive him of his language. In his opinion, the blind idiot also needs a language. Unfortunately, The guards did not immediately understand that not every person in this world can, at a distance, perfectly accurately throw a sharp object directly into the tongue. Therefore, they ran to avenge their comrade. The guy really didn't want to fight with them, but unfortunately there was no other way out. They need to make it clear that it's useless. In just a few seconds, the guards lost about 10 personnel, and this is just the beginning. Some began to realize that this man is too strong, and if this continues, that all who are standing here will lose their lives. But unfortunately, one individual simply refused to understand this, and continued to send his subordinates to lose their lives. The guards took an oath: they must fight always and everywhere if this threatens their danger in the future. Sana stood in front of her master, and began to ask the enemies not to be so impulsive. From the side, she saw that the guy did not have very strong and unpredictable techniques. If he loses his temper, he will not spare anyone who is here. Unfortunately, no one was going to listen to the girl. Their chief began to put pressure on the patient to remind them of their own duty of each guard. You must immediately seize the master, and this worthless girl. Apparently, it's still not enough to take lives, it takes about the same amount more so that their commander finally conceives a metro map, which he generally does. At a distance closer than 5 meters, absolutely no one could approach. Everyone who put up some kind of resistance received a fierce rebuff. Bodies were already everywhere, even in the water some were already swimming. The guards seemed to have calmed down a little. Yahiko decided to turn to the one who sent these people to certain death. This so-called head of the guards saw a stronger enemy, stepped aside and did nothing but send people into battle. Yahiko also added that these guardians have great potential, so he offers to join him for practice. Without hesitation, the guys agreed. First of all, everyone went together to the place for practice. Yahiko sat in the center, with everyone else around him. The guys were just shocked when they saw how the guy began to radiate the river spirit of the Xiaoyao clan. With the help of him, the guy began to distribute energy to everyone who was sitting near him. People could not believe their eyes. They began to feel how the energy passes through them. This is a real sword technique. The energy ran through the veins of every person sitting here. I wonder how he manages to train so many people at the same time. The girl was very worried that the masters were waiting for big trouble when the elders came here. As a friend, people began to tell how they managed to break through. They raised their spiritual level, several steps at once. Far from one person could do this. Sana was very grateful to the master for his help. After so many years of exhausting training, the girl could not achieve any results, and thanks to the meeting with the master, she made great progress. Then sunny weather changes it to rain, thunder, and lightning. Yahiko that it was the thunder technique. Such practices are able to bring the amount of spiritual power to the limit of human capabilities. One has only to reach this mark, and no one else can prevent a person from comprehending the secrets of this universe. However, interference in the secrets of the universe causes displeasure in heaven. This must be taken into account. If you cross this line, then there will be a chance of success, but if not, whoever heavenly thunder will turn the body into dust. Sana was even a little scared. She asked the master to stop. No one expected that the result would be exactly like this. Before the boys leave this land, Yahiko wanted to see what they were really capable of. What kind of spoke sent them here? Disciples with such cultivation talent just to guard the borders. It's just terrible. It seems that the girl noticed the desire to take the lives of people in the eyes of the master. When suddenly there was a strong release of energy, which began to demolish people around. In a panic, everyone started to run away. Sana asked to leave as soon as possible, so that the thunder did not overtake him. Yahiko replied that as long as the girl is near him, she cannot be afraid of anything. The thunder will not overtake them. Why the guy, with the help of magic, protected each student with a transparent ball. He makes the person who is inside completely invulnerable. At least you can definitely not be afraid of thunder. Although the temple is no longer as full of energy as it was in the past, it is also completely sufficient. Yahiko asked his students to work harder on themselves instead of hiding behind some thunder. Perhaps if people knew that they would be saved, then they would work further. Otherwise, everyone was scared. Bewilderment had to be left for later. Now, the most important thing is to concentrate and calm your mind. Accept that this is ordinary thunder, it is the answer of heaven to all prayers. The students didn't understand how it is possible to practice not only on their own. Is it really possible to accumulate thunder energy? Yahiko didn't reply and just started walking away. Sana begged to take her with him, but the guy said that the girl should practice on her own. This technique that the girl possesses will not bring him any benefit. It's a technique like thunder and lightning energy. It won't help a guy to increase his personal level. Processing this energy can greatly increase the power of cultivation, but only at low levels. Even though the level of the guy is not very high yet, he immediately went very far from them. After the lesson, the guys realized that the master had already comprehended this teaching a long time ago. It turns out all this time, he just showed in which direction the guys should move, and how to become stronger. The disciples were very grateful, and at parting bowed before him. Yahiko should hurry, almost all of his descendants are at a high level. He won't be able to look them in the eye unless he breaks. Meanwhile, beyond the chapel of the Qianling River, the elders were moving towards the scene where the first fight had taken place. Information was received about a girl who not only allowed everyone to pass, but also persuaded the mountain guards to join her. All of them violated the ancient law, for which, as a result, the thunder of heaven fell upon them. It was they who came up with such a legend. Where there was a lot, and go they're pretty scary. The Xiaoyao clan has rules. If one of the students breaks through to the level of a celestial, he can immediately claim the place of an elder. This cannot be allowed. If this happens, it will disrupt the entire system that has been built over the years. When the elder arrived in the territory, he asked Sana and 3 other disciples to hold him somewhere else. The girl did not yet understand what purpose this was done. When the elder came to them, he called the girl a devil, and said to come here. They all explained what they had arranged here. When the elder saw the level of the celestials, he was simply shocked. How is it even possible, in such a short period of time, to raise all the students by 1 or 2 spiritual levels? Even if only one of the guards were torn, then this would already be from the category of myths. But whatever, this is not possible at all. Well, unfortunately there is nothing to be done. The elder fell to his knees, and said that he welcomed the new elders. But how did they do it? Even with the use of the river's power source, this bunch of disciples couldn't break through so fast. The elder was tired of listening to this mad young man. In order to shut him up, he had to punch him right in the face. You need to open your eyes, and then it will be possible to understand that the energy of the river has become many times stronger, which is probably why all the students were able to raise their level so quickly, and not some guy flew in and gave everyone energy, as was said. The elder apologized for this lawlessness, told the students that he caught a student who began to tell some bad legends about everyone in order to get some benefit for himself. He gave the children the right to choose what to do with this scoundrel. The students said that they can do anything. In the end, he was beaten by the whole crowd. For the fact that he allowed the growth of energy in the river, now all these students are elders in terms of spiritual development. So they beat him with all their might. Things were bad. The girls somehow found out that several clans were heading straight for them. So they slowly ran to the master to inform him. Due to mass practice, the energy began to fluctuate, which attracted the attention of the representatives of the 3 clans. At the moment they won't like it here. What to do now? Yahiko, of course, was not very happy about this news. Usually these clans come together to pay tribute. They are friendly with each other. But this is only at first glance. In fact, they are ready to attack at any moment. The story begins one evening, summer day. Some people walked home from work, while others just took a walk before going to bed. One guy who was heading towards the house talked on the phone with his wife. During the conversation they had a conflict. The girl at that moment was driving a car with their joint daughter, not the best time to sort things out. The quarrel began due to the fact that the husband did not like that his wife was returning home so late. In fact, this was done only with the best of intentions. If the girl stopped working late and began to rely only on her husband's salary, then they were unlikely to be able to feed themselves and their daughter. For some reason, the guy did not understand this and continued to put pressure on his beloved. Against the background of this seemingly insignificant problem, the guys even managed to agree to break off their marriage. But suddenly the irreparable happens due to the fact that the girl was too keen on a telephone conversation. She did not keep track of the road, and at one moment flew off the track. As a result, the car turned over, 2 people in the cabin were unconscious, and were also bleeding red liquid. The guy continued to say something to his wife, but there was no more answer. Now let's go back to the events that took place 3 hours ago, in a parallel world called Hell. There we are met by the main character named Karatachi. This is a white spirit that draws souls into the realm of the unliving, in the early stages. Today he was chosen as the host of live broadcasts. At this event, the host must perform certain tasks. First he needs to invite as many as 10,000 viewers to his broadcast. Karatachi was very surprised by this assignment, because he had previously told everyone about the afterlife, only without broadcasting. Since you can get a pretty good reward for this, the guy agreed without much hesitation. Immediately after accepting the offer, 3 flying cameras surrounded the white spirit to film it from all angles. At first the guy said hello and told who he was, then he explained what would happen on this broadcast. Today we have to see the whole process of soul transfer. Karatachi immediately moved to the scene of the accident, which happened not long ago. There he noticed the spirit of the girl. Unfortunately, she did not manage to survive. The baby stood and cried near the body of her mother. The woman was unconscious, but her life was no longer in danger. The doctors arrived on time and gave high-quality medical care. The first step in the transfer of the soul is its transfer to the bridge, after which it is necessary to drink a special soup. This time, the girl did not want to leave so easily and constantly escaped from the hands of the spirit. This process is normal. Many people do not want to leave the world at all after they have lost their lives. As a result of this, a strong energy arises which is called a ghost. On this occasion, Karatachi always carries a mourning stick with him, which has the effect of expelling ghosts, usually suppressing the appearance of ghosts well. If the baby continues to insist on staying with her mother, then in the end she will take her with her, and this cannot be allowed. A few minutes later, the little one still gives her hand to the spirit, and together they keep their way to the bridge. Every person has 7 emotions and 6 desires. If the soul does not want to leave, it is necessary to find a way to untie this knot. In the meantime, there were already quite a lot of people on the broadcast. The chat was simply torn. People had never seen anything like this before. Meanwhile, the administrators of the platform on which the broadcasts were held faced some difficulties. Their administrator rights disappeared. They could no longer track where this mysterious broadcast was coming from. The guys finally began to guess that the stream comes directly from the afterlife. But how is this possible? In the end, the little girl completely calmed down and continued to walk along the bridge on her own. Since Karatachi has a lot of work to do, he immediately flew for a second soul. This man lived in an ordinary city house and looked quite old. At the moment he is putting a little boy to bed, apparently his grandson. Now let's see what people do before they die. This old man, in 20 minutes, will fall asleep forever. After the boy has fallen asleep, the grandfather very slowly covers him with a blanket so as not to wake him up, then goes to his dressing room to change into home clothes. After that, grandfather sits in a chair and makes a call to his son. By phone he asks him to come tomorrow. Such a late call angered his son for no particular reason. He no longer wanted to listen to anything, said that he would call back tomorrow and hung up. Soon the old man returned back to his grandson to go to bed with him. Literally a few minutes pass from the moment he falls asleep, and his soul begins to leave the body. If this happens, then the person leaves this life. After what happened, everyone has the same path. First the bridge, then the soup, then the reincarnation. Right during the broadcast, the guy received a notification. He was congratulated on his task. The number of viewers reached 10,000. For the popularization of the culture of the afterlife, the presenter receives plus 100 points. Since there were already more than 100 points on the account, A new block was opened. Karatachi was pleasantly shocked that he managed to gain such a large number of viewers so quickly. At the moment, the guy has decided to end the broadcast for the time being. Meanwhile, a strong panic began in the city. People began to double-check all the information that they saw on the broadcast. As it turned out, there really was an accident. Was it really all just very well tuned? Also, the news showed an old man who lost his life, right during this broadcast. The live broadcasting department was already in full swing, but they still have not been able to find out exactly where this broadcast is coming from. In addition, it was also not possible to save the record. Even the police intervened, but they also failed to find any information. By all assumptions, some professional hacker was at work, because absolutely no one could access this live broadcast room. All the information that could be collected was handed over to the authorities. It only remained to wait for the continuation. In the meantime, a woman who had an accident yesterday was undergoing treatment at the central hospital. Her husband was allowed to her room, but he was looking after her. While the girl is unconscious, the guy picked up the phone and began to read the news. An interesting article caught his eye. The teenager inherited his family's property, which amounts to tens of millions. Somehow, the same person who was the host on that terrible broadcast yesterday was involved in this story. Most likely it was he who took the lives of the relatives of that teenager. Soon the police entered the ward. They showed a photograph of Karatachi. According to the investigation, this man was not only at the scene of the accident, but also took the girl's soul. The police also confirmed that the old man, whom the guy came to that night, lost his life in a completely natural way. These events make you think a lot. Is it really true that the broadcast was carried out from the afterlife? Suddenly the wife comes to her senses and rises sharply. The guy was insanely happy. Now all the worst is behind him. With tears in her eyes, the first thing the girl said was that she knew a way to see her daughter. When the girl picked up the phone, she saw there an offer to enter the healing living room of the afterlife. Meanwhile, in this very living room, a grandmother was standing. It was after she lost her life that a little boy inherited an inheritance in the amount of tens of millions. At the moment, she thanks Mr. Karatachi for helping her realize the dream of her grandson, which dream is not known. Karatachi just does a great job. The popularity of live broadcasts grew at an incredible rate. For breaking another milestone in viewership, the host received as much as 500 points, and for fulfilling the dream of an elderly woman, he was given another 300 points. Initially, when the guy started his activity, before the popularization of the cult of the afterlife, there were only 100 points. But now there are more than 300. Most likely, everything is connected with the popularity of the live broadcast, or maybe just people's views are changing. In the trading block system, Karatachi now has the ability to buy basic cultivation items, medium cultivation items, and advanced cultivation items. Another hint from the system was that at this level of cultivation, a pill called Dean could help one ascend to the Ghost Soldier stage. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to buy it. Its price was 600 points. After taking the pill, a bright purple smoke formed around the host, which symbolized the increase in level. As it was written in the tooltip, the guy has upgraded to the stage of a Ghost Soldier. Ghost level is the lowest among wandering souls, followed by Ghost Soldiers, Ghosts, Greater Ghosts, and Ghost Kings. Each of the levels is divided into early, middle, and late stages. Once the spirit reaches the level of a great ghost, it has the ability to make independent decisions, and even have a baby. When suddenly a whole bunch of messages come into the system, and the same text is written on each of them. It was a mother's appeal for a girl whose soul was taken by Karatachi. Is it really impossible to stop pressing that button on the phone a bunch of times? The main responsibility for a car accident lies only with the driver. You should not pretend to be a victim. The parents also have a share of responsibility. That girl is a baby. She lost her life quite recently. Most likely she has not had time to drink the soup yet, so you can think of something. Karatachi wrote a letter to his concerned mother with instructions. The first 7 days it is necessary to prepare incense, then burn them, and stretch a thread to the door. The girl read it. and promised to deal with everything. The husband was very angry that his wife agreed to act on the instructions of some man from the internet, so he took the phone from her hands. The girl didn't like this attitude towards her. Maybe this is the last chance to see her daughter. There's no time to think it's nonsense or the truth, you need to act. She took her phone back and said not to go to her anymore. Then the wife got out of bed and went in an unknown direction. 7 days later, the parents of the little girl still decided to come to that terrible accident site and do everything Karatachi asked them to do. But they didn't come here alone. A small opera group hid behind a hill with a camera. In cases there will be found suspicious faces, they will be arrested immediately. After the ritual was completed, people on the broadcast via the phone began to notice how the silhouette of a little girl began to form in the smoke from the candles. And then she appeared on the screen as if alive along with Karatachi. The men who tried to film everything on camera were quickly noticed. They immediately knelt down and began to ask for forgiveness for their actions. Without hesitation, the presenter sent the girl to her parents, because the time for the meeting is already limited. The joyful little girl immediately ran to hug her mother. Now she was visible to everyone. Fortunately, the parents simply did not have a chapel. They could once again hug their beloved daughter. The spirit really did not lie. It was good that the wife managed to convince her husband to perform this ritual. Parents sincerely apologized to the girl for not being able to protect her. The baby assured them that everything was fine and she did not hold a grudge against them. Then stories about the afterlife began, and 30 minutes came so imperceptibly as 1 instant. At the end of this time, Karatachi came to take the girl back. If she doesn't leave now, then it will be too late later, and she won't be able to reincarnate again. As it turned out, if you really try, you can make the girl reincarnate back into her first home. To do this, you need to accumulate virtue, then perhaps everything will work out. Parents thanked the spirit for the meeting and for the information provided. They also promised that they would try very hard. At the end of the meeting, people from the group's operas reported that no suspicious ones had been found. On the bridge, the guys were met by a beautiful woman named Haruka. The guy left the baby completely under her control. Now the little girl needs to forget all alien grievances, because her next life will be completely different. The baby was very grateful to the spirit that he allowed her to talk with her parents, for which she gave him her soft toy. After drinking menpo soup, the soul will continue the path to reincarnation. The girl's parents need to accumulate their virtue as soon as possible, and do many good deeds so that the path to reincarnation becomes easy. Today ended the last 7th day of the reincarnation of the soul, then the process begins, which no one sees. In the comments, people wish the baby all the best, and hope that she would just have more luck in her next life. The audience also really liked Haruka. They wanted to see her again, even in the afterlife she comes out of beauty. About her, he immediately warned the two that this woman had been waiting for someone here for a very long time. That is why she stood here for more than 1,000 years. But in any case, you need to be extremely careful with her. Today, the spirit again promised to show the ghost market in more detail. The ghost market sold a lot of things, which is very convenient for the life of ghosts. Walking around the market, the guy met a dark spirit whose name was Tirik. You can say this is his brother. They were glad to see each other, asked how they were doing and how the day went. Suddenly, right in the middle of the market, a living soul starts running in a panic. The ghost wanted to grab the girl. The spirits reacted in time and saved her. So that the girl could protect herself, Karatachi gave her a mask that would help hide the presence of the soul. She was also urged to not even think about coming here next time, because there are too many ghosts in the afterlife who do not mind feasting on a living soul. By the way, this girl's name was Himari. She was from the wealthy Lin clan. Despite the fact that the girl was given a mask, she was still very scared, so the white spirit decided to escort her from the afterlife. We wish the dark spirit good luck, and asked to be careful. I wonder how this soul got here at all. Karatachi took the girl by the jacket and flew with her to the exit. Why did the guy point his finger where the portal is, and said that when a girl enters it, she will fall into the ordinary world of people? The lovely lady was very grateful, and immediately entered the portal. When the transfer took place, it was not clear to her where and what time it is now. Meanwhile, in the comments again there were people who really liked this girl. They wouldn't mind marrying her. But among the main gray mass, there was one interesting question: how to get into the afterlife. Karatachi replied that your soul can leave your body for a short time, but if it does so for a long period, it most likely will not come back. A soul that randomly flew out of a living body is called living. They will not be able to reincarnate. But evil spirits are very fond of feasting on such living souls. For propaganda of the positive aspects of the afterlife, the host was awarded 300 points, and the number of viewers exceeded 1 million, for which another 1,000 points were awarded. Karatachi was just in shock. He didn't seem to do anything special, but got as much as 200 points more. It seems that the purpose of popularizing the culture of the afterlife is connected with its impact on the world of ordinary people. The guy also got a new task called the Heart of Faith. Heart believe means that people believe in the existence of the afterlife and be afraid of it. You need to make 1 million people believe in its existence. At the moment, the task has been completed by a little more than half. 528,000 people have already believed. Also, the white spirit did not forget to purchase, this time a large yin pill. After taking it, he reached the early stage of new cultivation. 3 hours later, the white spirit was given a new task. Since he was at a new stage of cultivation, now he had the opportunity to refuse to complete it. It can also now be sent to the mission center to learn more about this quest. So he did. At the entrance, the guards had to show a document that confirms that the guy is in the early stages of a ghost general, after which he was allowed into the territory. At this point, Haruka's search mission reward doubled, countless treasures were added. I wonder who will still be able to find the person whom she has been looking for over 1,000 years. Most likely only a general is capable of this. Roughly speaking, absolutely no one wanted to even try to find this person. The spirits simply ignored this task, because there were quite a few others. Despite this, Karatachi still decided to look in more detail who needs to be found. As it turned out, the girl is looking for her lover. If you agree to complete this mission, you can get quite a lot of treasures. Since the system says it's already possible to take on Haruka's quest, the guy was willing to take the risk. But to begin with, I decided to still see if there were any new tasks. As it turned out, there is a task. It is necessary to give out a ghost that lurks on Earth, a reward for completing 30,000 coins. This person's location is a fashion design company. That is where the spirit immediately went. It turned out to be in this office. There is a girl who is actively watching the broadcasts, and she was seriously scared because she thought that they had come for her. She also received a notification on the phone about the start of the broadcast. There was nothing left but to just sit down and watch. The task for today is to take the soul that is hiding in this world, but first you need to figure out the reason for its delay. People in the comments could not believe that the guy was really in the middle of the office. It all started too badly. Very soon the president will come to the hall to instruct the situation in various aspects. Everyone should pay attention to this and show style. Since the girl was watching the broadcast very carefully, she saw that the woman who was next to the president looked somehow strange. And the president himself looks very sad. Lately he had the feeling that someone was hanging on his shoulder. But this is not surprising. The spirit of some woman constantly followed him. The designer could not believe what she saw on her screen. Cold sweat began to flow over her body. When an employee touched her, the woman was very scared, although she just wanted to warn that the president would come very soon. In her defense, the worker said that she was very scared because she received a melody from a scary movie while she was painting. When the president finally entered the hall, she saw not only him, but also the ghost woman who was behind. Against this background, the girl screamed and fell unconscious. The president thought he looked so bad that the girls in a bad way passed out because of him. I said that this is not so. This girl has been working here quite recently, so she did not expect to see such an influential person here. Probably she was very worried. Fortunately, she was taken care of, and she quickly recovered. Late at night, when the woman was about to go to her apartment, a man approached her and grabbed her. He held her until the moment when the girl lost consciousness. When she woke up, the girl was completely tied up and saw the president in front of her. Also on the slot behind him lay the body of the girl who today, like a ghost, flew after the man. Due to the fact that it was very scary, the young lady began to move strongly and twitch. When the designer calmed down, she took a sober look at what was happening around. Besides her, there were other women who were just sitting in cages. It was terrible. Why did he lock them up here? Then the man came closer and opened his ward's mouth. After that, the young man began to ask what such a strange girl saw today, but she was in no hurry to answer due to the fact that the spirit of that very lady began to do terrible things. She was afraid to give an answer because she did not know what would happen next. Unfortunately, the silence only irritated the peasant, so he took the worker by the hair and began to beat her head on the floor so that she would quickly tell everything she knew. Due to the fact that it was too painful, there was no longer any strength to be silent. Literally immediately a story began about a beautiful woman who flies over the head of the president. The guy immediately understood who he was talking about and began to ask this spirit to disappear from here. Then he took out a knife and introduced it to the lying body of that same ghost. At the same moment, Karatachi appears in the room. When this terrible man did all his dirty things, he calmly came to his house and lay down in his bed, as if nothing had happened. People in the comments asked to be destroyed for what he does to women. Meanwhile, the police came under the house where the broadcast is now taking place. Their goal was to arrest this guy for all his terrible acts towards women. Every night the president had problems sleeping, due to the fact that the sign constantly follows him and interferes with him. The guy began to go crazy. Any rustle in the house reminded him of that very girl named Shizuka. The young man woke up in a cold sweat every time, took out his knife from under the pillow, and went to check the whole house. There were personal bodyguards in the corridor, but in his head the man saw only Shizuka, so he started brandishing a knife right at his guards. If the guys hadn't acted, then most likely he would have taken their lives, completely against his will. The guards tried in every possible way to convey to him that they were not Shizuka, but everything was useless. The man was as if in a trance. Meanwhile, the girl, along with the white spirit, were watching this from the side. Karatachi told her that she would not be able to destroy this man because her ghost was not complete. It took quite a long time to cause serious harm. Shizuka knew she couldn't destroy him in real life, but she was great at doing it in her sleep, literally. Every time a guy falls asleep, his dream ends up in some kind of car accident or something. It just drives him crazy. Even if somehow the ghost manages to destroy the guy, then she will lose everything human and will no longer be able to reincarnate. But this fact does not stop in any way. Revenge was the most important goal for her, as it turned out, even more important than the next life, which may not come. Karatachi realized how angry this spirit was, so he decided to remind her that this girl's mother loves her to be reborn home. At least for this she needs to think. After these words, the ghost began to get very worried. The hand in which the knife was located began to tremble. While the guys were talking nicely, a whole task force broke into the house, which was armed to the teeth. They easily grabbed the guy and handcuffed him. At the same time, the second part of the group rescued the women who were locked in cages. Shizuka burst into tears and started asking why the white spirit didn't come to her. The people in the comments gave her the strongest support. They wanted to hug her and feel sorry for her if only it was possible. Before starting the process of rebirth, the girl asked the spirit to see her mother, to which he happily agreed. At that time, 2 men were in the mother's house. They notified her that, unfortunately, after the arrest of this terrible man, the daughter's body was never found. Despite this, the mother was very grateful, because her daughter finally got rid of the sea of suffering. Now her soul is free. Before the police left, my mother asked for forgiveness for detaining them, and once again thanked for the help. The guys also left her a business card, so that in which case she would immediately call them. Shizuka wants so badly to talk to her mother, but unfortunately there is no way to do it now. At least she can hug her tightly goodbye. In the comments, people began to write that they would like to attend this funeral. and also wanted to support this family financially. The spirit was very surprised when he saw how kind the audience he had, so of course he agreed. This girl had to go through a lot during her lifetime. The family really hoped that in her next life she would feel good and eat a lot. All unanimously wished, have a good journey, and be happy on the other side of the world. Due to the fact that a lot of good things were wished to the girl through prayers, this was transferred to her directly. Now 100% of her rebirth process will go well. Shizuka then asked if there was an afterlife. Karatachi that it certainly exists, but people whose actions were not very conscientious are sent to be eaten by monsters. If a living soul is eaten, it will never be reincarnated again. Those who have done a lot of evil should be wary of monsters, although they will go to hell anyway, no matter how it happens. Meanwhile, the news reported that the girl's boss received the heaviest punishment for his actions. Justice exists. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, the white spirit handed the girl a small flask containing her tears, then ordered her to go to Lady Haruka. The original soul of this lady was defective, so she did not have the right to reincarnate, but thanks to the prayers of people, everything changed. Shizuka replied that she did not want to reincarnate, she wanted to continue her original path. Since she became a ghost, she wants to remain one, as well as Karatachi to allow her to follow him and help in capturing evil spirits. The guy said that you cannot reincarnate, but the girl has too few qualifications for his work. After he took her hand and led her to the path of the ghost, here she could practice. And as soon as he finishes cultivation after 100 years, he will be able to come to Karatachi. On that note, they said goodbye and each went about his business. In the comments, people began to write when they want to become ghosts. But they were tormented by the question, is there a faster way to achieve promotion? Further, the white spirit decided to go to hell. It was his people who most wanted to see. The first floor is the language prison, the second floor is the scissors torture, the third is the wood and iron torture, the fourth is the evil mirror torture, the fifth is the steam torture, the sixth is the copper pillar, the seventh is the knife torture, the eighth is the water torture, and the ninth is the oil bath torture. People in hell do not lose their lives, they are constantly tortured, paying for their winter sins. Immediately to the ninth floor, they sent a man who mocked the girls. He was already boiling in an oil bath. 10th floor torture with bulls, 11th floor torture with stones, 12 springs, 13th torture with red liquid, 14 innocent kazan, 15 torture by breaking, 16 torture with fire, 17 torture with a stone mill, 18th torture with a sword and saw. The next day, right during the meditation, the presenter was congratulated for overcoming the mark of 10 million viewers. In the live broadcast hall, he was awarded as much as 1,000 points. Also for the popularization of the afterlife, 500 points. During these broadcasts, the white spirit managed to complete the task Faithful Hearts. Now a whole 1 million people believe in the existence of the afterlife. For this he receives 11,000 merit. It was rather unexpected that the reward for completing the quest turned out to be merit. Karatachi now has new tasks to complete that day. One is holding a live broadcast for 3 hours. The second is to gain another 1,000 hearts of faith. 3 continue to promote the culture of the afterlife. If you complete missions with a time limit, that this will allow you to go to the late stage of the Ghost General within a half moon. This news was very pleasant. Before moving on to the next stage, you need to take a yin pill that will help in promotion. But there were not enough points at the moment, you urgently need to find a way to get them. Karatachi decided in the system to collect all the rewards he had accumulated for all time. The other spirits were already discussing among themselves that a few days ago someone had taken on the Haruka mission. They were very interested in who this good person was and how powerful he was. It is quite possible that to find this person it will be necessary to descend into hell. And if the spirit stays there for too long, then otherwise it will turn into a devil itself. Meanwhile, in the regular world, one grandfather had a birthday. Today he booked a table in a restaurant that was closed for some reason. This upset him very much. He did not want to leave until the very end, because this institution is his favorite. Nowhere is it cooked so deliciously as here. The granddaughter in every possible way asked him to go eat somewhere else. But the old man could not agree to this. He is ready to stand here at least until the morning. A passerby woman said that it makes no sense to wait for the opening today, because the people who own this institution have a funeral today. Saved one of the owners of the restaurant, he left this world this morning. Probably because of this, the workers did not say anything to those people who booked tables. When grandfather realized that he still had to leave here today, he began to lose consciousness. How the owner could die? He is 10 years younger than this grandfather who so much wants to eat in this institution. Wouldn't it be possible to never eat the soup that this guy cooked again? He's 10 years younger, and he's gone. As a friend of a girl receives a notification on the phone, Karatachi started a new live broadcast. Most likely there are answers to all questions. On the broadcast, the girl asked to help her, and asked where the chef was now. After all, passers-by told the truth. He was already in the afterlife. This was Grandpa's favorite chef. You should try contacting him to cook something for him one last time. In the afterlife, the chef shown his distant ancestor. They were given not much time to talk. The chef said that due to his father's incompetence, he did not have time to master the necessary skills. His father left him such a big business, but in the end all that was left of him was a restaurant of less than 80 square meters. The situation was very tense. Learning how to cook perfectly, it's quite difficult. Only one younger ancestor remained on Earth. This is the son of a chef. Now he must head the restaurant. Although he has just graduated from school, nothing remains of his skill. The man is very sorry that they managed to bring up a strong culinary specialist. If everything is left like this, that is, the country may fall into decay. But after all, it has been passed down from generation to generation, for hundreds of years. You can't just leave everything like that. The elder ancestor asked permission from Karatachi to meet the young representative, who now looks like a restaurant, in order to teach him basic cooking skills that have been passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years. The white friend thought about this request, because the truth is, skills that have been passed down for hundreds of years should not just break off like that. In the end, the white spirit gathered agreed to arrange a meeting. The ancestor was very grateful for this opportunity. People in the comments were divided into two groups. Some thought that this was not entirely correct. In their opinion, what went to the afterlife should remain there, while others, on the contrary, supported this decision. After hearing the information, the granddaughter immediately notified her grandfather that his soup would be ready soon. He thought that they were trying to mock him, so he answered very maliciously. To confirm her words, the girl showed a live broadcast from the underworld, which is currently discussing the topic of cooking. When grandfather saw everything with his own eyes, his mood immediately changed for the better. This news was the best gift for his birthday. He will look forward to when the young descendant masters this magical technique of cooking soup, and will be able to cook as tasty as he did this as his father. My son turned out to be one of those who do not believe in the existence of the afterlife. He considers this broadcast to be complete nonsense and staging. Even when the kid saw the invitation on his phone, he still continued to think that it was nonsense. The whole world already knows that the guy dreams of becoming a cook, but what to do if nothing works out? The art of cooking is not given to him so easily. It takes a long time to learn and practice. One fine moment, the father puts his hand on the back of his son. It scared him very much. The guy was just shocked when he saw a ghost that looked exactly like his father. Over the past 2 days, a lot of news has spread on the internet that a father will return from the afterlife to teach his son how to cook food properly. It turned out to be true. The chef said that his culinary skills are somewhat good, so it would be better for the son to learn from a very old ancestor. The boy asked his father not to create problems, and to leave with peace of mind. The ancestors are already very old. Besides, they lost their lives hundreds of years ago. They should have reincarnated long ago. In fact, the son said all this not from evil. He was just very scared and said everything that came to his mind. Suddenly, the same ancestor appeared outside the door, introduced himself and asked permission to enter the room. Initially, by name, the guy could not determine who he was, so he asked not to enter him yet so as not to think a lot. The father uses this name very often in his speech. Apparently, this is the same person who founded the restaurant. After the father said that everything was so, the baby allowed the ancestor to enter the room. The guy seemed to be ready to see him, but at the first meeting he still experienced a strong shock. It really turned out to be a real ancestor. He could not believe until the last. A couple of days ago, the boy had a dream in which everything happened exactly the same way now, though the end was sad. Cooking is really not easy, but the purpose of this visit is to teach the young man everything hand in hand. For this everyone has gathered here today. The kid did not object and agreed without any problems. If the ghost has never had any problems, then he can be trusted. Sometimes it is even allowed to apply for a temporary trip to the human world. Since time was running out, the guys immediately started training. The most important thing in the soup is the temperature. You need it to be perfect. The whole taste directly depends on this. You also need to be very careful when choosing ducks. Be sure to take those that have been carefully fattened for more than 1 year. Then everything must be mixed with the secret ingredient of the family and boiled for 2 hours. It was evident how the guy did not confidently hold cooking tools in his hands, but he tried very hard and tried to remember the information from the first time, and this is the most important thing in his business. As a result, under the guidance of the ancestor, even a very good soup turned out. The boy was extremely grateful for the cooking lesson provided to him. Now it's time to test. You need to open a restaurant and see how the guy will cope with the tasks assigned to him. The opening was scheduled to take place tomorrow. The next day came. Those who wanted to eat today in this institution were full. Even a line of very hungry people lined up on the street. Today, there were only waiters from the staff. The guy worked in the kitchen completely alone. The naked eye could see how the boy was going through, but nevertheless he cooked very tasty. All visitors left only the best reviews. Today, the same grandfather was sitting in the restaurant with his granddaughter, who yesterday rushed here so hard. When they brought their soup, the guys felt what an incredible aroma emanated from it. It was divine. Now the most bathroom moment. Grandfather conducts the tasting. After he ate the first spoonful of soup, an incredibly sparkling smile appeared on his face. He was so tasty, and what a pleasant smell. It was exactly the soup that he ate decades ago. Now we can say with confidence the guy just learned how to cook perfectly. The day was simply beautiful. There was only one problem. There was not enough second chef. There were too many people to serve everyone several times. The guy did not have time physically, but tried his best. Despite the good reviews from people, the guy was still not 100% sure that he managed to pass the test, exactly until the moment when the ancestor showed up in the kitchen and said now the restaurant will be completely owned by this young man. When the boy heard this, he was incredibly happy. The young man promised to continue in the same spirit and not let his family down. On this beautiful note, the ancestor disappeared, his spirit dissolved into space. After the happy story of this family, other spirits took up this idea and began to train their young descendants in the same way. In this case, the boy was sleeping on his bed, when suddenly an ancestor appears in the room who is a master craftsman. He wakes the young man up and offers him training. Initially, the boy somehow did not willingly agree, but the spirit was not at a loss, grabbed him by the ear and led him to the workshop to teach him how to create the most beautiful sculptures from wood and not only. As a result, thanks to the training, the guy was not only able to make his first figure, but also realized that he was actually not as useless as he thought. In this situation, the young girl is preparing to perform her first operation. All her life she specialized only in medicines. Right before the start, the spirit of the ancestor appeared in the operating room. The girl was very happy that one of her ancestors did come to her. For some reason she was sure that no one would want to come to her aid. Now the most important thing is to exhale and relax, because the operation will be 100% successful. The ancestor will teach everything he knows. But since she had stepped forward significantly over such a long period of time, the girl also had something to teach and something to show her ancestor. At this time, even those diseases that could not be discussed before can be cured. For example, smallpox and other diseases. The ancestor was really pleasantly surprised. He became very interested in how this was even possible. The girl also showed the anesthesia machine, which is used for general anesthesia. Doctors still use it to control the patient's breathing, heartbeat, pressure, and so on. Even the lamp that was cheerful over the operating table raised questions from the ancestor. It helps to eliminate shadows in various surgical procedures so that the operation can run more smoothly. Well, the girl told a lot to her ancestor, so he also decided not to stand aside and show what equipment they used to have. When he unfolded this canvas, one could see needles there. Each of them was of its own specific size and had its own purpose. Meanwhile, Karatachi was near the healing room. He had already completed one daily task, namely broadcasting for more than 2 hours, and received 200 points for it. Since there were already enough points, the guy decides to go to the System Attribute Mall to light his favorite Big Ean pill in the amount of 19 pieces with a margin, let's say. Then of course he ate a couple. Finally, the white spirit still decided to go through the primary cultivation map. The countdown to the start of classes in the initial training hall was 2 hours. Through the process of meditation, the facilitator was able to advance to the later stage of the Great Ghost General. Unfortunately, the current cultivation base is in no way able to affect the Great Ghost. Such great titles definitely betray self-confidence. The white spirit wanted to take a chance and complete the Haruka task. There were only 5 days left before it was closed. There was nowhere else to pull. Karatachi heard that they created an ancestral forum. Perhaps through it would be possible to quickly find the person she needed. The white spirit has already reached a level where it just passes, and the monsters from the afterlife begin to collect their drool. They have never seen so many points as this guy. It is very rare to meet such a powerful person in these parts. After accepting the mission from this girl, the performer receives a photo of the person who needs to be found and approximate examples of him. People in the comments began to worry about whether the white spirit could still find this person or not. There was a very good viewer in the comments, who analyzed absolutely everything and wrote what he ended up with. Firstly, during the period when foreign enemies invaded and recruited troops from their own country, there was a powerful general who stood out on the battlefield. He lured the enemy deep into the depths and caught just everyone. He fought bravely and resourcefully, and later was called a powerful general, married a princess. After the wedding, the couple lived in harmony. They had a son. According to this information, the name of this great man. Was it really so easy to figure out this person? You need to double-check this information. It turns out that this person not only deceived Haruka's feelings, but also made her wait for a long time. This girl is so young. How could you do this to her? You need to immediately send to the afterlife to complete this task. But what if the people in the comments were wrong, and the powerful general is not Dante at all? The question also arose why such a powerful general looks so familiar to the white spirit. The dark spirit guessed if the mighty general wasn't one of the ghost kings, Wawan West Hall. Hundreds of years ago, during the Great War of the Kings of the Four Regions, this mighty general dealt with grudges on the battlefield and defeated the Ghost King. He even entered the next generation of kings. Then the conversation of the guys is interrupted by Haruka. She already knew who took her task, but decided to come up and ask about it personally. The white spirit confirmed this information, although it was clear that he was very tense when the lady came close to him. The monsters immediately began to discuss how beautiful this woman is. She just drives them crazy. According to the feeling of energy, she has a lot more than the general of ghosts. It will sound strange, but the child had the feeling that she was really stronger than the general. The lady said that the guy's tips are very useful, so she goes to the palace. If everything is really confirmed, then the task will be considered completed. She also asked to tell the Lord of Hell that she will return soon. The guy dodged before her and said that everything would be done. If Haruka still left, then who would remain guarding the bridge? As it turned out later, the girl simply left her double for a while. The double looked very realistic, but if you try to talk to him, it becomes immediately clear that this is not a living person, but just a copy. Meanwhile, Haruka had already arrived at the Western Palace of the Lord of Hell. The well-known General Dante lived here for many years. Then he married a princess, had children. In Haruka at that moment all that remained was to read his letters, which he once wrote to her long ago before his loss. At the entrance, the girl was met by the most friendly goblins. They have an order: if the owner does not want to see anyone today, then they must do everything in their power, even if necessary, then give their lives. Since the girl was not ordinary and had a very high level, she destroyed these goblins without any problems. After one of the goblins, he went to the devil again, and said that this girl really wants to meet. They are unable to stop her, because her level is too high. The fact that the girl was beautiful and powerful interested him very much, so he decided to go out to her. First by throwing out the girls who were lying on it. The general immediately asked her where the girl came from and why she was looking for him. Maybe she just wanted to give herself to him. But that's clearly not what she's here for. Haruka, that there are rumors that the general is very handsome, then why does he wear a mask? Maybe he shouldn't hide his beauty under it. The general replied that if this issue was of great concern to the girl, then why don't they go together and discuss it all in the dead of night? This girl was not one of those who can just be picked up and taken to her room like that. If the general does not want to remove the mask, then she will do it herself. He likes daring girls, so this only increased the general's interest in the girl. As a result, nevertheless, for a moment, the girl managed to remove the mask from the general. There was a big scar on his face. She immediately understood this, and for sure, Dante, he said that he received this scar in his youth, and we don't want to scare such a beautiful girl with it. Now the general wondered how this woman knew his real name. When everything finally became clear, the girl began to laugh maliciously. Does the general really not know how she knows his name? Haruka has been searching for him for over 1,000 years, and he asks how she knows him. Once upon a time, the guy lied to her, and the girl went to the bridge. For many years she waited for the general there. At that moment he lived quietly for himself, with his wife and children, bathing in wealth. The general said that he didn't remember anything like that. Well, it didn't matter anymore. The main thing was that the girl remembered everything, and was completely ready to take revenge. Now the most important thing is to destroy the general, and then let him type himself. He remembers or does not remember. At this moment, the general gives the order to defend him. All the monsters were armed and ready to fight, but since they are too low level, they will not be able to hold the defense for a long time. This moment the general was trying to remember who he was and why she hated him so much. Basically, as expected, these knights couldn't get closer than 5 meters to the girl, otherwise they would be immediately rebuffed. Then the head of this gang gave a very motivating speech. If you don't serve the general, then why are you even here? Urgently, everyone to stand up for. The warriors were indeed very devoted, but attacking a girl, it was a dead end for them, from which they would not return. While the warriors were still alive, the general attempted to escape, but Haruka stopped him very quickly. You can't just run away from her. The landing was very hard. After it, the general could not even walk for some time. Due to the fact that the situation was hopeless, he decided to ask again why this girl wants to take his life. What he did to her was so bad. Haruka didn't want to talk to him about it anymore, but simply raised her sword up and prepared to take the final blow. Well, suddenly, just before the blow, someone came and said to urgently stop all this. The girl could not help but listen to him, so she deliberately hit the ground with a sword. How dare a man from the East Wing come into the West Wing and make a mess of it? This man turned out to be the ruler of the Western Palace. What do you want the war between the palaces to break out again? Then a little girl ran out to the battlefield and hugged Haruka. She also asked the old man not to get on her nerves and not interfere in other people's business. Karatachi at that moment was sitting at home and having a delicious dinner, while reading the comments that people write on the air. Also spent time on the air. The guy raised his level and received a lot of coins. The little girl said that she would not tolerate bullying of her people and would protect them to the last. With just a glance, she was able to destroy the mask in which the general walked all the time, and then pin him to the wall. The baby called this act of hers tit for tat. You should always treat others the same way horses treat you. The old man was very angry. If everything continues in the same spirit, then there will be war again. The baby is not afraid of war, because she knows that she is right in this situation, and the people will support her. Until they started fighting with each other in the air. Downstairs, Haruka started talking to the general. He once again asked who she was and why she was so negative towards him. In his memory, he had never met such a beautiful girl as Haruka. These words made the girl very amused, because in fact they had a rather long relationship history. They were close when this woman was only 15 years old. She cooked, washed, and waited, tried her best to maintain this relationship, which she cherished so much. During the years she spent in the guy's house, her life turned into horror. The best years were spent, but he still does not remember anything. How unpleasant it is. After that, the general said the name of the girl. It's been as long as she can remember all this and be so offended by him. Why was it all said? Life is short, like a cloud of smoke, so why not let it all go and live happily on? Then feed yourself with hatred for man for 1,000 years. When the general rescued the princess, he became a hostage of the situation. The guy only transmitted to Haruka because he was afraid that the princess would end up attacking her. But of course the girl did not even think about asking why it all happened. She was ruled by hatred. The general sent people to find her, but it was already too late. Haruka didn't care about any excuses. She didn't even believe that the guy sent someone after her. She just wanted revenge. In order not to talk for a long time, the girl inserted her claws into his heart and then pulled him out. Red liquid flowed from her eyes. She held her heart in her hands and thought what to do with it. It seems that hundreds of years spent as a ghost did not make the guy grow up at all. Even if he becomes a ghost again, then his heart and mind can still be destroyed. According to the plan, Haruka had to make sure that the guy lay in hellfire for a very long time, between life and sleep, where his heart would rot. The fight between the two magicians in the sky stopped, for one reason. After Haruka destroyed the general, her body was wrapped in the Oni of Fate. This was not a very good sign, but how is that even possible? And the old man said that there was no need to interfere with him, who would now be responsible for all this. In the end, it was decided not to start a war, because both sides were partially wrong. Now Haruka is heading towards the White Spirit's home. She wants to thank him for helping her find a man. The girl knocked and the spirit said that she could come out. Since the guy helped a lot, and the girl did not thank for anything other than treasures, she asked what else she could do for Karatachi. He was pleasantly surprised. He already had a whole box of valuables at home, and now you can ask for something else. The white friend did not think for a long time. He wished to be promoted to the last stage of the Grand Ghost General. This desire seemed to the girl quite simple, but nevertheless she fulfilled it. Haruka directly transferred the elusive guy's energy. After this procedure, the host moved to the late stage of the Great Ghost General. He reached the peak. Since the guy managed to rise to this level, taking into account the limited time, he gets 5,000 points and upgrade cards. As a result, the girl did not overdo it much and raised the spirit to the peak of the Great Ghost General. But I think it's okay. The joy of the White Spirit knew no bounds. This will greatly facilitate his life in the future. This is such a thank you turned out. The main thing is that everyone was satisfied. Karatachi had never seen the lady so happy before. Perhaps when she was alive, she often smiled. When suddenly a baby appears in the room, she stood on the ceiling and watched intently with spirit. They had a little conversation. Tribes of their savings Haruka gave to this little girl, and the other half is now in the hands of the White Spirit, which is the reward for the mission. If the spirit has given away all his savings, then most likely he is leaving his post. The baby said so. From today Haruka leaves her post on the bridge. The girl asked her not to remember this, but she could not forget him. And now her mission is completed and she has become completely free. She can do what she wants and whenever she wants. Her nothing else is holding here. Finally, she will be able to do what she has long wanted to, namely reincarnate, and live in the human world as an ordinary person, and forget everything that she had experienced. I wonder when she reincarnates, she will be able to remember at least something or not. The little girl turned out to be a very curious girl. So she began to ask the white spirit how he still managed to pull off the whole thing and find the general. The spirit was simply interested in this matter. When he accidentally saw the portrait of the general, and then the task, he decided to try to complete it. The baby really liked how Karatachi talks and thinks. It can be seen from afar that the spirit is very smart. So I asked him if he wanted a promotion. Since Karatachi is already at a fairly high level, it means that he has a very meritorious record. This little girl has been working in the local government for 100 years, and does various tasks there. She needs an assistant. Karatachi really wanted a promotion, because if he gets it, he can earn more points, get a better house, and speed up the cultivation process. Now the most interesting thing is to what position they can raise the spirit. The little girl said that it could very well be the position of Haruka, since this position is now vacant. On the one hand, this is a good high position, on the other hand, but live broadcasts will be reduced to cooking soup, which is not good. People will quickly get tired of watching this. But the good thing is that the little girl just joked and said that she would not give up the position of Haruka to the spirit. She was funny, and the guy was seriously scared. The name itself has the word Haruka, and the second part of this word means a woman, so this activity is more suitable for ghost girls. This soup is prepared only for those people who are going to be reincarnated. Souls ready for reincarnation often appear after formation, and at that moment they are very weak, and ghost girls are able to charm them and convince them to fully reincarnate. So White will be promoted to another post more suitable to him. The little girl gave this item to the spirit and wished him good luck, and will expect good results from him. Haruka has been working on this thing for a very long time. She's a top-notch ghost. The white spirit was very grateful for the opportunity to work in such a high position. Now she will make every effort not to lose it. The girl noticed that the guy has a lot of threads of fate. I wonder what he was going to do with them. It attracts attention very much. The audience has already been waiting for the live broadcast and provided great support. But what else to show them now? You need to come up with something. People asked how Lady Haruka was doing. The white spirit told them that she had already passed her way to reincarnation. Now she is no longer here. The task was completed, and the performer received her reward. For its viewers, the white spirit has created a red envelope. Everyone then made at least some contribution to the Haruka challenge will be rewarded. The rewards have been really helpful. In one of the families there was a very difficult situation. Their relative was in the hospital in a very serious condition. All doctors predict the worst outcome of events. But in the red envelope, this family received soul herbs. When the guy saw this, he told his mother that now they have a chance to bring his brother back to life. The mother, of course, initially did not believe in this and hit her son on the head for these empty words. But then he showed her what kind of reward he had received, and how she could help. The woman immediately changed her face and was ready to go try right now. A few minutes later, the family was already in the hospital. Only the son was left in the ward. Everyone else, even the mother, left the room so that everything would pass. As soon as the chamber is completely vacated, the first step is to put the herb near the person's mouth or nose, then just wait for the result. So the guy did. Because it was impossible to put it straight, the boy just kept her near his new brother. Literally a few minutes later the man woke up. It was just some kind of miracle. At such a necessary moment they sent a cool envelope with such a necessary item. Happily relatives simply did not have a chapel. The son turned out to be right. His brother still managed to be saved, and now he can live a normal life, like all ordinary people. It was decided to urgently call a doctor to conduct an unscheduled examination. A miracle happened. On the next live broadcast, people thanked the host all the time for these red envelopes. A lot of lives were saved, or people were simply cured. There are not many more happy families in this world. Then after reading the thank you comments, Karatachi decided to improve his work items with upgrade cards. Now it's time to go to the hospital, where you can experience how the new items work. Today there was great grief in some family. Today their grandfather left them. Among them all, there was a little boy who did not quite understand what was happening, and how to react to it correctly. Once it seemed to him that grandfather was no more, everyone would be left without a home, and would live on the street. Due to the fact that the sister was in a very mourning state, she yelled at her younger brother, and asked how he could even think about the house at such a moment. Then the older brother stood up for him, and right in the middle of the ward, a showdown began as to how separate property would be, who needed this house more. How quickly it grew into a division of property. The whole family began to put pressure on the elder brother. They said that the fact that the grandfather secretly helped him, but not everyone else, that the house should rightfully be received by those who have not yet received anything. In general, a really big quarrel began. They began to argue who cared for him more, and so on. When the grandfather's soul began to leave the body, he saw it all with his own eyes. To put it mildly, he was very upset. The body had not even been hidden yet, and everyone had already quarreled. Because of money, what kind of people are they like? How can they behave there? Karatachi suggested that his grandfather come back to life, so that he would teach his children the last good lesson. He also wanted to try out his new abilities. In this case, the grandfather of course agreed and asked to return it back to the body. When grandfather woke up, everyone around was abruptly silent. At that moment only the youngest of them was standing near grandfather. When he asked what everyone was doing here, the relatives replied that they were just fooling around and nothing more. But grandfather knew the truth. For lying, the head of the family ordered everyone to kneel before him. After the grandfather passes away again, he will donate 90% of his property to charity, and the remaining 10% will go to the youngest when he grows up. This will be his starting capital, and no one has the right to interfere with this decision. The children began to ask why grandfather decided to donate all the money to strangers, and not to his relatives. This is as many as tens of millions. From now on, the family for grandfather is absolutely the same, and his money will go to good deeds, and not to strangers. As for the youngest, no one will be allowed to take money from him, but the elders should do it. Everything must be achieved by themselves. Everything is written on paper and transferred to the right place. Then the grandfather asked his grandson, when the grandfather fell asleep, that he would continue to study well and not transfer his money to anyone. The granddaughter said that he would do everything, why he wished him a good rest and a speedy recovery. Then grandfather fell asleep and his soul left the body again, while it was already going to the afterlife. He was very grateful for the opportunity to say goodbye. When the guys came to the bridge, the host said that now they need to do something. The presenter entered the portal and moved to some city. On a huge bridge, a young couple stood and evaporated. For some reason they could not find a common language. In fact, some of them quarreled because of a very funny reason. The first equals they did not decide on the color of the skirt, which one is better to choose, and the second they did not decide on the cake that they would buy for grandfather's birthday. As a friend of a girl receives an SMS on the phone, which says that sorry, their relationship will not be saved. It is best to tell each other what they wanted to say for a very long time but were silent. If this is not done, then you can get into the afterlife at any time, because for the usual little quarrel. Why did the girl receive an invitation to go on the broadcast? She was very scared. Did her turn come to lose her life? The girl turned to meet her boyfriend, ran to him, hugged him, and asked him to say if something was bothering him. She offered to find a way out of the situation together. The guy agreed. Because he loves his girlfriend very much, he is still incredibly glad that he met her and has no regrets. Why the girl said that they got into the broadcast? Apparently they came to want to lose their lives. But they are still so young. In fact, their turn has not yet come. The presenter simply warned what could happen if you often quarrel over trifles. In the future it will be necessary to study Russian psychology in more detail. The guys fell to the floor and started crying. They were just sure that today was their last day. They wanted to get married and be spouses for at least one day. Then one of the passers-by opened his phone. The host has already left here. Their happiness knew no bounds. They will live on now, and the main goal is to save their relationship for eternity. Then the white spirit moved to some dangerous area, where he was met by a fan, though she was a ghost. This was not the first time they had met. The girl thanked him once more for that time. Karatachi told her that if she continued like this, she would lose her life, with no chance of being reborn. This world has always been full of chaos. In the midst of this brutal struggle, those who have God's blessing have the ability to overcome difficulties and win. Such people are called heroes. And those who were despised by these heroes, called the enemy, in the end, the people who destroyed remain only notorious members of their organization. It is with this dark organization, the name of which is Dark Shadow, that this story begins. At the moment, the young future heroes are in formation. This girl's name is Serena. Now she is waiting for her first class. She is assigned to the 5th training center. Unfortunately, this is not the center she wanted to go to. Because her favorite thing to do is fencing, it was better to go to the 1st training center, because it specializes in fencing. Since no one gives you the right to choose, you will have to learn professional survival, which is not very popular here, and it is of little use. Because the training is very hard, a person simply does not have time to learn all the material, and it will be quite difficult to become the best in this business. At least because of the instructor who teaches here. He had a harsh attitude towards his students and a sharp look. This is the most cold-blooded person in the Dark Shadow. Everyone calls him the Ice Demon. Training began almost immediately. Each of the students had their own number, where the teacher could call and ask something. This time was unlucky number 23. Under it was a nice frightened girl, who certainly did not deserve such treatment. The Ice Demon ordered her to draw her sword and attack him, so I wanted to see what his students were capable of. Even though it was very scary, the girl silently stepped onto the field and drew her sword. Number 23 has average swordsmanship skills. Today the guys will see the abilities of one of the teachers of the 5th center for the first time. No matter how this instructor is, he definitely despises his students. It's not very smart of him. As soon as number 23 went to attack, the teacher in one easy movement knocked the sword out of her hands. His blow is indeed very strong. The student even fell to the ground. The girl could hardly hold back her tears. The mistake was that she dropped her sword and cried out afterwards, a sign of weakness. This answer was not quite right, so the instructor turned to the whole group. Perhaps one of them could give a more accurate answer. Of all the students, only Serena dared to say something. In her opinion, the mistake was that the girl was swinging her sword hard, and when she fell down, she immediately surrendered. In general, one should not draw one's sword if one intends to take a person's life and the warrior is still breathing. He should strive to live to the very end. This answer was already better, but unfortunately not the right one either. The instructor immediately realized that Serena was bold, so he also ordered her to attack him. The fight started quite confidently. Unlike the 23rd number, this little lady held her sword much more confidently, and attacked as well. When the teacher struck his blow, she had the guts to fight it off and not drop the sword from her delicate feminine hands. At the end, they held each other's weapons to each other's throats and stood still. Serena only managed to wound the instructor's hand. The blow she made was called a shadow strike. It's a rather famous technique in fencing that can be used to destroy an opponent with one blow. That's why it can't be continued or defended with it. Today the girl didn't succeed in destroying the teacher, but maybe next time she would succeed. If a warrior does not have the utmost confidence, he should not reveal himself, because if he cannot take a man's life, he will not be allowed to stay alive. These words can only be taken into account, and next time to get exactly where you need to go. In this class, all the students who were at the class clearly understood the skills of the instructor of the 5th center. In all subsequent classes he trained the whole group hard, as if preparing them for war. After jogging 10 laps, the guys immediately without rest began to perform shadow kicks 18 times, 100 repetitions each. Until everyone finished, no one could even dream of resting. Since today number 23 and number 7 were very different from everyone else, for them was a personal task, 10 laps of 50 repetitions each time. No complaints about this is not accepted. The children have already understood that you cannot joke with him, so they agreed to everything he said. Suddenly someday will decide to give a little rest for good behavior. The group continued to run around the sports center, waving their shoulders hundreds of times. No matter how hard they waved, it was too harsh for a normal workout. Pretty soon there should be some discontent. The most important thing is that it doesn't affect the whole group at once. All this time, the teacher just observes and doesn't interfere with the process. His frightening empty blue eyes are full of discontent. Serena has wounded him in the shoulder, and he just stands there not showing any pain. Who is he anyway? Any normal person would have gone to the medical center and bandaged the wound long ago. He shouldn't have underestimated him. That's the reason the girl lost. But now the girl had definitely managed to figure out how to make a fatal blow, and next time she would definitely not miss. From this day on, the frustration in the 5th training center suddenly disappeared. Serena would put more and more effort that she would succeed. In fact, the teacher was in a hell of a lot of pain. The girl had hurt his shoulder too much. This pain was driving him crazy. The man is currently a retired third-rate gangster, but in the past things were much better. These kids haven't 100% realized who they've really gotten into yet. If girl number 7 dared to stick her sword into the instructor, that means she's certainly not ordinary. With blonde hair and hope in her eyes, that little girl must be a hero. But then why would a specialist hero go to the organization of evil? Is this seemingly innocent lady a spy? Watching so intently and smiling. The teacher is squirming from the wound he received during the battle with her, and she has the nerve to smirk while running. This cute little know-it-all would be a pain in the ass, and would ruin the teacher's peaceful life as a third-rate villain. For starters, it was decided to ignore her, so as not to give in to provocations. Serena, in turn, didn't hold such a grudge against him, but just wanted to study even harder. The main character in this story is called Jack. That would somehow earn a living. He has to serve as a junior instructor in the Dark Shadow. At the moment he is a third-class villain. The expression of anger on his face appeared not because of the student, directly now on him affect his position in this life, and lack of money. Since an untrained person, purely physically unable to perform all those tasks that the teacher gave, the children simply began to fall off their feet. They no longer had the strength to even just stand still. Some of them, in order not to lie down on the ground, emphasized on their sword and thus rest after such a long run. Serena was already completely exhausted. Her arms were falling off, and the instructor continued to fool around while everyone was squirming and crawling around. But the cold gaze of the instructor forced the girl to go to the end. They started a silent game. Jack was in terrible pain, wanted to go to the medical center and then eat, but did not talk about it, and the girl in turn was terribly tired, but pretended that everything was normal and continued to work. Who will be the first of them to give slack? And the teacher doesn't even get extra pay for overtime, but because of his pride, he didn't finish the lesson. In the end, it came to the point where the student became dizzy and dropped the sword from her hands, trying to stay on her feet until the last moment. And then she fell to the ground. Now we could say for sure that the teacher had clearly won the silence. The class was over for the day, and everyone was allowed to go to their rooms. Since none of the students deigned to pick up their classmate, Jack had to carry her to her room himself. His injury made it doubly difficult. Upon arrival, he threw the girl on the bed screaming how hard she was. Why all of a sudden so much trouble, because of one little wench. Jack really wanted to get revenge for this horrible day of his life, so he stood right over the girl and started to think how to do it. He shouldn't have laughed at his instructor on the first day. First we need to take her sword away, at least disarm her, and then we'll see. During the search, Jack found 2 small knives, shurikens, and poison that could be added to human food. Is it even legal to have all that stuff on you? What if she really is a spy who collects data and sends it back to her homeland? Also on her ring was the crest of a rather famous Rivali swordsmanship family. If this is a spy of a very noble rad, then what about this situation? If someone finds out what kind of condition the teacher has brought his student to, then he's going to get his ass handed to him. The situation was not pleasant. Something had to be done and very quickly. Maybe just go and bury this girl somewhere and be done with it. These places often have accidents during training. People always lose their lives in evil organizations, so it's not a bad option. If you do take her life, You should do it quickly and confidently. For heroes like her, crises are just a stepping stone to becoming stronger. In order to pull this off, Jack has to have a plan. How to 100% clear himself of suspicion. A little background on what happened before Serena went to school. Her family had some very big problems. Even with the hard work they put in, they couldn't solve anything. Eventually, her father asked Serena to find a doctor. She had no choice but to come up with something. There used to be a secret organization of leaderless warriors called the Free Knights. The Reveil are the clan that founded the stone sword, which created one of the 3 great styles of swordsmanship. However, the stronger the rock, the more easily it became covered in moss. The stone sword became an outdated style, and the clan began to fall apart rapidly. Serena's father was too eager to pass on his knowledge. Eventually, he became so ill that even the priests refused to help him. Her father's efforts to revitalize the family were not to go to waste. As his successor, Serena needed to find a solution. But there was no other way but to inherit the stone sword. After all, it was an outdated style. And then Serena had a new idea. It was to simply study all 3 great styles. And even if the fire of war could not be mastered because of the intermittent pulse, the shadow strike could be mastered. Serena heard a familiar, pleasant voice, and then she saw her father. As she ran to him, she couldn't stop asking him how he was feeling. Serena wanted to tell her father about her brilliant idea. As soon as she tried to do so, she heard her father's eerily penetrating voice. When she looked into his eyes, she accepted the terrible words, that the future of this family now depended on her. Now she must always remember that. The girl woke up suddenly, thinking that it was just a bad dream. Suddenly she thought about where she was and what she was doing here, because she was at the training session. She thought of the instructor and saw that he had her ring. Had she been exposed? She had to get out of there quickly. But at the same time, she wondered why she was in his room and not in a torture chamber. In the end, she couldn't figure out what was going on. The teacher started talking about how the girl's lineage had fallen, and the descendant of that lineage, who was a master swordsman, had come right here. And he added that there wasn't even any pride left in a rusty stone ball. Serena was smart, and she would have been foolish to react in any way to such a provocation. She immediately grabbed the weapon behind her back and decided to take her chances. But unfortunately, she was unable to throw the shuriken. After this action, Jack decided to tell about the execution a swordsman undergoes if he loses a fight. There are 3 styles of such execution. The first is called the stone sword, the second is the shadow strike, which Serena practiced in the first class, and finally the third style is the flame of war. Then the teacher said that in this house lived a descendant of a swordsman. Probably even this person is the heir of a swordsman. These conclusions he drew from the sword he found here. Apparently the teacher realized that Serena is a descendant of a fallen lineage of blade masters. The girl came here to try to revive the Rivali family. But why did the instructor suddenly decide to reveal his secret? Jack made up this story on purpose so that the girl would mistake him for the heir to the sword. I had to at least create a similar purpose. The girl decided to ask directly why the teacher had told her this secret. It was urgent to think of a way to fool around this weak-minded girl and then get rid of her. The legend was that Jack had been studying the fusion style, composing flame, shadow striking himself, and he just wanted to share his knowledge with his student. But this style requires obvious refinements because you never know what side effects might appear. It's impossible to teach fusion to someone who wasn't talented to begin with. The teacher's words make sense. It's true that an imperfect style puts a lot of strain on the body, so it needs to be refined. It turns out the instructor lied about putting experiments on his student. The girl has to be willing to put her life on the line. That's how the story should begin, with Jack killing Serena. The teacher continued to entice the girl to agree to these experiments. He promised her that with his help she would be able to improve the stone sword in order to continue her lineage. He pressed on the most painful point. For the sake of common goals, Jack asked the apprentice to perfect the fusion together. The girl had doubts about whether to trust him, but what he showed was clearly a flame of war, If you combine it with a stone sword and a dark strike, you get incredible power. In the end, the girl agreed to such a dangerous venture. Jack was madly happy that he managed to fool this little girl, but of course he did not give any sign. In his opinion, from that moment on, the siren is no longer a living person, but a doll that belongs to him. The next day, the guys met deep in the mountains to begin training. For a swordsman is the most important thing that would be strong lower part of his body. So Jack gave his student weights for legs. They were very heavy indeed. The siren immediately realized that to do such loads during the training period is too dangerous. She literally could lose her life and such weight. The instructor said to take the root of the velvet tree 3 times a day to ease the effects of training, and on the calluses to stick plaster. Despite all the risks, the girl agreed. She sincerely believed that this was the path she would have to take. At the same moment, Jack in his mind just mocked her. He is already looking forward to when the girl will lose her life. It's been 10 days. In the classroom, Siren looked clearly tired, and today she just fell off her feet. Just then, Jack thought she was finally reclining. He was already rejoicing. 10 more days went by, then 10 more. But nothing was happening. The girl just kept growing and honing her skills. The teacher was furious. Jack had no way of knowing what was wrong with this girl. She was only getting stronger. Serena walked into the room and saw the thoughtful teacher. When she asked what he was thinking, he gave no answer. Though he was thinking about how to get rid of her faster. It was necessary to find another way sooner. Suddenly he had a new idea. Jack said it was time to get into real training from tomorrow. The girl was already very excited to see what the teacher had in store for him. The instructor kept thinking about how to get Serena out of the way as soon as possible. Another teacher entered the room. With a smirk, he asked if Jack was up to something. After all, everyone already knew that he was spending too much time with number 7, Serena. The teacher replied that he was just giving her advice in training, nothing more. The other master insisted on his own and gave a crude hint that Jack seems to have a crush on this student. Since no one likes slander and insults, Jack didn't think twice and poured coffee on him so that next time he would know how to behave properly. The teacher started screaming. If his colleague had lost his mind, how could he even think of such nonsense? He was only thinking of how to get rid of it as soon as possible, but it was a pity that he could not tell anyone about it. His colleague immediately began to calm him down. Then he left the room in frustration. On the way out, a colleague carefully pulled out some paper, which was noticed by one of the trainees. But what was in that paper, we have yet to find out. Each style of swordsmanship has its own method, including a special one-strike attack. Shadow strike targets vital points, flame of war tears gaps in the enemy's defenses. And the stone sword dealing damage no matter how good the defense is. If the fusion of styles is not done properly, it can ruin everything. So you need to take advantage of the advantages properly. The teacher showed Serena how he could do, but he himself injured his wrist at that moment. A mixture of flame of war and shadow strike techniques, it was the strongest art of swordsmanship, combining speed and deception. That's what it should be in theory, Jack thought in his mind. The girl was able to feel this power not much, though it was only a trial run. So what would happen if you put all the power in? And the teacher saw the girl's interested face. It meant that she believed. Does she really want to take up teaching seriously? You could tell from her face that yes, she would do anything for her goal. And if you add Jack's style to the stone sword, you'll have a powerful strike that can destroy everything in its path. But don't forget that at any moment, Serena could lose her life to that kind of power. If this strongest style was really possible. At the moment the girl started to doubt it, but the teacher didn't hesitate, and said that he wouldn't really waste his time teaching someone like her if it wasn't possible. Naive Serena believed him again. The teacher couldn't be happy that she had fallen for the words of a common fraudster so easily. The only thing that gave a girl faith was her worthy goal. There was no turning back. Jack tried to load the girl with the most difficult training at every opportunity. And in his mind he only wanted her to leave this world as soon as possible. After all, it was only a matter of time. It's been 1 year. Serena didn't look as fragile as she used to. Jack raced her so hard that sweat poured down her throat, but instead of fading away, she'd only gotten stronger. The training was over. He told her that if she wanted to become a true swordsman, one had to do more than just physical training. The teacher was so tired of her that he didn't know where to put himself, and wanted to get rid of her. But the girl was in no hurry to go anywhere. She only apologized and begged him to teach her the rest. Jack had no choice but to agree. From that moment until this day, 10 days passed as Siren began to study different subjects under the fifth instructor. Philosophy, physics, history, and even magic. The amount of knowledge he had was more than any scholar. Jack could not stand such mental loads and fell asleep at the table all the time. Serena felt terrible at such moments. The girl left the office and was approached by Mr. Third Instructor. He began a rather unpleasant conversation with the girl that rumors about their intimacy with the fifth instructor very quickly spread. But the lady was calm, because she had nothing to hide. She is just a student at his center. Mr. Third Instructor was very harsh and ordered her not to play dumb, because she knows exactly what they are talking about. Before the girl could answer, the instructor revealed her secret and said that he knew that she was a spy of the Revelii and that she had nothing to hide. Then he challenged her to a duel. The girl promised that if he left her alone, he would remain unharmed. The man was astonished at such audacity. And even if she was of a very kind, how did she get the idea to threaten the instructor? A fierce fight broke out between them, which fortunately or unfortunately didn't last long. Before she could do anything, Serena took the instructor's life. Even though she was good at fighting, she had no idea that she would be so strong and take down one of her teachers so easily. It dawned on Serena, because if the third instructor knew what kind of family she was, then everyone else already knew. And before the other instructors stormed in here, she needed to get away sooner rather than later. Jack heard a noise outside the door. One of the trainees burst into his room to tell him that Serena had taken the life of the third instructor. The teacher was shocked. Everyone was standing in the hallway discussing what had happened. It was already clear what had happened, and of course everyone knew that the third instructor had accused Serena of espionage. Jack was angry and couldn't understand how long they had known about her mission. If she was suspected, he might get in the hot seat too. The debriefing went on for a long time. Apparently the organization doubted Serena from the start, and Jack seems to be on the list of suspects. Well, he had no choice but to hide himself from the situation. Numbers 8 and 11 went to the report. All the trainees went to the firing range. And the instructor decided to go after number 7, which was Serena. It seems that the trainee wanted to stop the fifth instructor, but he was very angry and there was nothing she could do. Jack went into the woods. He saw a scary picture. There were 3 people lying on the floor. They were all teachers. The man couldn't understand how she could do it with just one, but how she could do it with 3 at once. It's not a girl, it's a monster. He heard a strange sound in the distance and rushed over. Jack was trying to find Serena, but I think she saw him first. The girl was a mess. At one point, they looked at each other and didn't know what to say. But I think the girl knew it would happen and that her teacher would come after her. Though she'd hoped not to meet him. But he couldn't do otherwise, because Serena had lost her mind. She had to repay the favor to her enemy. What Jack had probably been waiting for a long time happened. They lunged at each other, swords drawn. Their eyes filled with anger. The girl's sword pierced Jack. Her eyes were filled with fear. Suddenly from behind appeared the second instructor, and before he could do anything, the girl immediately took his life. Jack was alive, but he realized that now he could be next, because she had only hit his shoulder. The girl was merciless. The teacher kept a smirk on his face and thought that Serena was still as clumsy and stupid as ever. The moment Serena didn't realize what was going on, Jack handed her a bag. It contained various things she could use. Also inside was a map that the teacher had ordered the girl to follow. But why was he so kind? They had just been fighting and now they were helping each other. but as it turned out, it was another cunning plan of the man. The girl heard her teacher say that she had become nothing more than a decoy. But was that enough to repay her mentor's kindness? Jack was embarrassed by such words from her. After all, she didn't need to do anything else but just get out of here. She had already brought too much trouble to her mentor. Serena once again had to endure the rudeness and at the same time what she thought was kindness from her teacher. There was no more time anymore, and she needed to get out of here sooner rather than later. Anyway, Serena didn't know all the truth about her teacher and was very grateful to him. She wished him to meet his true successor. At one point it seemed that her teacher had gotten sad. But a woman who was the first instructor came to the scene. This woman had finally chosen a successor to the organization. Everything happened just as she had intended. Behind her were a bunch of people who were ready to fight Jack. He seemed to have no hope of escape. Suddenly, the first instructor offered him a fair duel. The teacher was grateful that he wasn't just going to lose his life, but was given a chance to fight one last time. But unfortunately, the injury was taking its toll and preventing me from putting up a quality fight. The first instructor apologized with a smirk for not being able to be present during the first fight. Jack didn't lose his positive attitude and made it clear that he wasn't going to lose. The two men went at each other in a fierce fight, using all their abilities. Each of the three base styles of swordsmanship has its own characteristics. The stone sword is immune to all enemy defenses. Shadow Strike is unrivaled in a swift victory. Flames of War inflicts damage by retaliating after blocking an attack. These characteristics cause injury. Unfortunately, Flames of War will be weaker against Stone Sword, which can pierce defenses. But you can't go hard against the enemy's counterattack. In theory, our villain should win. But overcoming the difference in physical strength with skill alone is not easy. In fact, it's impossible. The first instructor held Jack over the cliff. Perhaps if it weren't for the injury, the loser would have been harder to determine. But he was a defeated swordsman and needed no sympathy. But the teacher still hoped that Serena would be here soon. However, the first instructor was determined to do battle with the heir of the Reveille family as well. In the end, this ruthless woman threw Jack off a cliff. Then she was ordered to catch traitor number 7. The only good thing about all this was that now the girl no longer needed to be bait. She's been wandering the woods looking for rescue at regular intervals. Siren had just defeated the 30th person to try to take her life. Already by tradition she tore off a piece of clothing and wiped her sword with it. The girl likes her weapons clean even in such extreme conditions. Thanks not only to swordsmanship but also to the survival skills that were passed down from the 5th instructor, the girl is able to stay afloat in the midst of a chase. It became clear not immediately, but only with experience these survival skills were obtained through fighting with other strong opponents. What a lousy life must be to have to learn such skills. I would like to know what all these trials were given for, but alas, not destined. As in the other girl figured out not one and not even two people and a whole crowd that eventually surrounded her completely, there was nowhere to go. Here was not only the first instructor, here came all the swordsmen of the elite army Dark Shadows. There was an offer for the girl to surrender, in which case she could be guaranteed her life. As far as we know, the first instructor is a man who keeps his word. But should she be trusted now, after the siren has taken the lives of 30 of her warriors? The apprentice realized that even if they kept her alive, they would put her in a dungeon where she would rot. In general, no one even doubted that the successor of the 5th instructor would not give up so easily. Serena asked not to be called that because she wasn't the heir to the Flame of War. However, Siren was the last person to be trained by this traitor. It would be difficult for a non-living person to take on another student. Just like Siren 5 instructor joined the organization for the art of swordsmanship, he wanted to get knowledge, and the organization wanted to get his skills. So after demonstrating his swordsmanship, he sacrificed himself for his student. But no matter what, he lost his life in a fair fight with a sword in his hand. He lost for only one simple reason, because of the injury on his shoulder. If it wasn't for that, maybe it would have ended differently. The memories came flooding back to her, and she blamed herself for hurting him in that class. If it hadn't happened, things would have ended differently. The siren had probably never regretted it so much in her life. Surrendering to these people was not even an option, it was necessary to take revenge and go all the way. While the teacher was speaking, the siren thought of a way to escape, and at one moment suddenly attacked her. It was so unexpected that the teacher did not react and lost her life in exactly 1 second. She was immediately followed by her servants, who also fell apart. Chasing after skills and knowledge, the girl begins to easily lose those who are dear to her. The last sword receiver is left. To be born a warrior is her destiny. As a first-class swordsman, siren just has to destroy all who will get in her way. As it turned out, Jack still managed to survive, but he was badly injured. When the man coughed, he spit out a red liquid. He was very dizzy and needed to take pills immediately. The only good news is that everything went according to plan. Since Jack knew in advance that he would fall from the cliff, he hid a parachute under his clothes, which provided him with a soft landing, but because of the dense trees he was slightly injured. But still he managed to save himself. Now it's just a matter of surviving. As it turned out, Jack is not so bad alone. As they say, he is his own master. He doesn't give a damn about the attitude of the rest of the world, let them choke on it. How not to work in the organization was not bad, the only thing the guy really regrets is his pension. Now it will not be, and now where to go? Nowadays it is very difficult to find something worthwhile. Well, from tomorrow it was a clean slate, as if nothing had happened, as a real villain. In the meantime, Serena had gotten to the place where her teacher had fallen from. She wanted to make sure he was alive or not, because knowing this cunning man, he could make up anything. On the edge of the cliff lay his sword, which the girl picked up. So far it was the only thing left of the teacher. Serena said that she would repay the teacher for his favor by surviving and getting out of here on her own. She swore with her sword, as long as she could breathe, she would make sure to keep all the knowledge he had imparted to her. In the future, the heroes vowed to become a swordsman, progress to the whole world. Such is the story that in the original only 2 people know. It was a farewell message to her first and last mentor. Some time passed. The girl was sitting in a cabin with some young man named Charlie. He cooked for her a shish kebab from a snake. It was an incredibly delicious dish. In fact, the guy was very surprised that Serena had never eaten anything like it. Because she lived in the imperial palace, this kind of food is on the table there every day. Anyway, he was pleased that she liked it. The girl was used to peculiar dishes, so she couldn't stop eating this culinary masterpiece. There is nothing better than viper for dinner to develop immunity to the poison, but of course if something goes wrong, you cannot survive. When cooking such a delicacy you need to be very careful, unless of course you want to take someone's life. The guy asked how the table noble especially found herself in such a place, then the sights attracted. The girl just wanted to practice in the southern part of the continent, at least she answered so, and what she really needs here we will soon find out. Serena also ordered a guide to tell her where to be and where to go for a walk. Going far into the jungle is quite dangerous, so it's best to do it with a person who knows the area well and can save you in an emergency. The girl assumed that it would take a long time to find a guide, but it turned out to be much simpler. The locals don't fear the southern forests at all, but there is something even they fear, the Shahat. It's an evil forest witch, a creature that eats people's hearts. Charlie had miraculously survived the first time he'd encountered her. The scar that ran through her entire body was proof that this encounter was real. It looked very scary. It felt like the scar was left behind by a sword. The blow had been precisely aimed at vital organs. The guy warned that Shada is a very powerful ghost, so do not underestimate him. You need to be very careful, and in his what to run immediately. Serena was very grateful for this information and for such useful advice. It was late at night, and the lady still couldn't sleep. She thought about this immortal ghost that devours hearts. Suddenly he is not so immortal as they say about him, and he can be defeated in reality. And it sounds like a lot of nonsense. But if they do exist, then Serena would be able to see those she cares about. At least one more time in her life she would like to see her teacher. When the young lady finally fell asleep, it began to merge a terrible dream. The events took place in winter. A woman named Isabel called a blizzard. But what happened? This woman was a hero that everyone admired. She revealed that she was sick of playing the part, and said that it would come down to Serena too, the worthless life of a hero, with ruin awaiting her at the end. When Serena asked what it was all about, Isabel said she would show it all right now, but first she wanted to pierce the girl with eternal ice. After that the girl woke up in a cold sweat. As it turned out, this was not her first nightmare in a short period of time. Gradually she was getting used to it. It's just that it's been a whole 3 years since the destruction of the Dark Shadow. Serena has been through a lot in that time, like traveling across the continent to build a good reputation for her family. I had to take on absolutely any challenge. Very sensational was the moment when the girl defeated the mistress of the Dark Mountain. I wonder why Isabel was so angry that day, and what suddenly can make a real hero become a bandit leader. It is incomprehensible. A person has everything, power, fame, and she puts a cross on herself when she goes to the bandits. Then a young, very friendly young man came into the girl's cabin. It was the same guide Charlie had found. His name was Thomas, by the way. He looked very young, and Serena wondered how experienced he was. The task was not an easy one, and she didn't want to trust her life to some little boy, even if he was cute. Thomas wasn't persistent, because he'd already received an advance this month, so he offered to wait until his other colleague finished his work. He'd be older, so either option would be fine with him. As much as Serena didn't want to do it, she just couldn't put it off any longer. In the end, she agreed to keep this guide. Meanwhile, Jack was now in the same settlement as Serena, before they even realized how close they were to each other. Now he sat in the shade to read the assignment he had to complete. He was as usual in his style, and criticized just about everyone, especially those who gave him this assignment. If it was a message from an evil organization, they could really send a member of the organization this far, the devils. It was too late to be angry anyway. Jack knew what he was agreeing to, but why had he been sent so far away? He had to find a guide, but they were so expensive, so where would he get the money to pay for it? Just at that moment, Thomas comes out to meet him and offers him his services, at a local wasteland where everything can be agreed upon. Since Serena is already with Thomas, and the second guide is busy, they will have to wait, because there are only 2 people in the whole village who can lead him somewhere safely. This information was helpful, but not happy. Only 2, that's too few, and I wanted to hire someone cheap. Then Jack began to feel something heavy on his head, which turned out to be a snake, which eventually bit his finger and then went about its business. Because the drug is too strong, the guy fell down and couldn't move, which is why the viper got on his head. He'll have to lie on Earth for a while. The guy even started to think it was an accident, even though there are snakes all over the place. If you blame someone, they won't believe me. I'll just say it was a coincidence. So let them rest. Next time it won't be that easy. Then Charlie comes running up the street. He thought Jack was sick and needed help. Without even waiting for an answer, Charlie offered his specialty kebab and vipers, in case a person was hungry. In fact, it was a shock. Just that one snake had bitten, and the second was already weighing on the skewer like a kebab. In general, you could take away the food and no money was needed. It was a gift from the institution. As Jack was not in the best of moods, he struck the snake with his sword and then put it to the guide's throat. Charlie was scared out of his wits. He couldn't understand what was happening. The guide was sure it was all a setup. Since Charlie was the first one to approach him, he thought it was him. It's a traditional dish, and the noble lady liked it very much. So they fed it to the lady too. How could they allow themselves to feed poisonous creatures to tourists, even without an antidote at hand? Jack was a man who always saw a catch in everything. He had become that way because of his dangerous profession. Suddenly they wanted to knock him out and steal all his money and take him further into the jungle to destroy him. Or maybe that was the norm here. Charlie didn't think long, fell at the guy's feet and started begging for mercy. He didn't want to do anything wrong. It's just a delicious kebab, which is liked by absolutely everyone without exception. You have to pay for your mistakes. So Jack asked him if he knew how to get to the village of the south. Since the guy was a guide, of course he knew how to do it. So from now on the guide was found, totally free. Charlie tried to refuse, because he's a newcomer, and he's still very afraid to go there himself. Jack grabbed him by the head, and started to explain everything factually. There are only 2 people in the village who know the way, it's that guy and Charlie comes out. If the guide still intends to refuse, the guy can implement the punishment he's come up with. Charlie interrupted him right away, said he understood, and would go. Well, then we should pack. It was good to save money, it was minimal. Even seemingly in a desperate situation he managed to get a guide for free. It's a talent, what a skillful villain after all. On the way the guys got into a swamp, you could see how Charlie was very worried. He himself was last here a long time ago. Jack was pissed off. How can you be called a guide and not even know there's a swamp? Charlie warned me he wasn't quite experienced. The villain took out his rope and threw it on the tree so that it would be renewed, so that it would be easier to walk. Charlie was shocked when he saw it. It looked like magic to him. This guy had never seen this device before. What a village! If he continues to talk nonsense, he'll be alone here. Charlie sincerely asked him not to leave him here because he was so scared. It's better there than nowhere. At least he knows which way to go. How do they pay people like that? To calm him down, Jack laid him on his back, fed him some sedative pills, and now the guy started to take everything much easier. Dasha, when his backpack, which contained all the food supplies, drowned, he was not worried at all. It's like some kind of miracle pill. The only problem, he was already very hungry, for this case was already thought out. Jack took with him some food that can lie for a long time and does not spoil, on a hike the most. Jack had a little too much dosage, but it was too late, anyway. At any moment he could be drowned in the swamp if he got tired of it. Meanwhile Siren, together with her guide, were following right in Jack's footsteps. Thomas told the girl to be very careful in the swamp, because one wrong move and a loud sound could summon many animals here. Since the girl was not ordinary, she was able to move her feet very fast, which literally allowed her to walk on water. Thomas was shocked. He couldn't believe it was possible. As it turned out, it was even possible to walk on water in any quarry or sea with this method. When the guys came to land, Serena hit naked right on the bee's nest. Any normal person would have long ago started to run, but the girl, with the help of the power of thought, simply pushed away the swarm of bees. Thomas just didn't know what to say. In fact, it was easy and simple. If you practiced on grains of sand, insects would be nothing. After that, the girls still encountered vipers, jaguar, and swamp creatures. Every single one of them was destroyed. After what he had seen, Thomas began to wonder if she was even human. But the question was quite strange. Of course she was human, she just had abilities that she had trained for years. So anyone could do it if they made an effort and started practicing. Thomas really thought he was imagining things. Otherwise, the only other explanation would be that the girl was a genetically modified human. It was nothing like that, but only through hard training. Running on the surface of the water, moderate use of poisons every day, and destroying people who want to destroy you, all this makes a man a warrior. But even so, the southern jungle is not as easy for the girl as she would like it to be. In short, you just need to keep going, leave the surprise for later. First you need to completely go through it all, then you can chat. After some time the guys still reached the second village. The names, of course, they have very original. The first is the first, and the second is the second. Since houses are constantly collapsing, due to frequent earthquakes, tornadoes, people are forced to constantly move from place to place, so it was decided not to complicate things and just number them. Now it's time to take a break after a long hike, to start with a good meal, then go to bed. At first glance it seemed to the girl that the locals hated the Empire, so she asked about it directly. Serena had the feeling that people just avoided her. Thomas said that. It's not like that. Everyone here is neutral about the Empire, not really negative. Everyone around here is just busy with their own affairs. they don't have time to pay much attention to tourists. And by the way, soon there should be a hunting competition between the villages. It's the greatest competition among all 5 villages, which is held every year and people are preparing in full swing. So that's what all the fuss is about. Something big is coming up. In principle, if the girl really wants to participate, she can participate. There are no special requirements. Almost anyone can sign up there. As much as she would like to, but had to refuse, because she needs to first fulfill all her goals. It is to restore the reputation of the family, and the creation of a combined technique. On the hunt is simply no time. Competitions clearly will not contribute to this. While the boys were eating dinner, a woman was watching them very closely from the street. She was obviously after something. The next day, early in the morning, they went on a hike, and by this time they were right next to the 3rd village. For some reason the entrance to it was covered with a pile of wood. Very strange. What happened here? The girl decided not to procrastinate long, asked the guy to step back, and then destroy this wooden structure. The entrance opened literally instantly, thanks to the strong fire. Everything burned in seconds. Everything seemed to be fine for now. Under the rubble, the girl found people who were clearly without signs of life. There was also a man who was covered in red liquid, but he was walking calmly. He was very tall and pumped up, and he had a sword in his hand, which apparently he had just destroyed someone. And in his other hand he had the heart of some person. Then from this we can understand that now there will be a fight. No normal person will not take out the heart of another just like that. At the same moment he starts to eat it in front of everyone. The girl couldn't stand it anymore and ran to attack. The first strike was not successful. The opponent easily deflected it. Apparently he was not only crazy but also strong. During the fight he even managed to lick all the red liquid from his knife. The man knew no boundaries. He was probably mentally ill and knew no boundaries. The girl remembered Charlie's story about a Shaata, which meant an evil spirit, a ghost that ate hearts. The girl remembered Charlie's story about the Shaata, which means an evil spirit, a ghost that eats hearts. Now the girl saw it clearly and could even fight with it. The girl introduced herself to him, and promised that today the Shaata would be punished for all his sins. The girl was so small compared to him that he didn't even consider her a rival. But it was for nothing. Thomas already knows how powerful she is, and he wouldn't advise anyone to fight her. Serena blocked his first blow, but unfortunately missed the second one immediately. She was hit on the leg. Now it would be several times more difficult to stand, no matter how hard the girl tried. So far she could not even catch her opponent. His elasticity can be envied by any gymnast. During the bout he performed very difficult tricks that require a good stretch. The spirit was indeed very powerful. After Serena blocked its first attack, she realized that it would be hard to defeat it. The girl was almost certain that this creature was not afraid of losing its life. They do not stop at anything. The most important thing for them is the process. As long as the opportunity to destroy his victim looms in front of him, wounds and pain are the least of their worries. The girl tried to talk to him, but without success. Since the monster does not compromise, there is only one thing left to do: destroy it. These words were said to the servant specifically to provoke him to another attack. As it happened, the monster mindlessly ducked into the attack. This time the girl made her sword magical. It emitted fire. Then she used the third technique of flame battle, and a huge barrage of fire went straight towards the monster and the girl with the sword. With just his knife, Shada tries to hold back this powerful blow. The question is whether he can suppress it completely under the pressure of such a high temperature. In the end his knife just broke into 2 pieces. Serena began the finishing phase. Completely unprotected Shada dodged the blows as best he could. Until the girl caught him with her sword after all. After the missed blow, he ran to the village. The girl tried to catch up with him but without success, and again he took the heart of some man. But why this savage does such things? As it turned out, when he ate a human heart, he began to regenerate his body. Even new limbs grew in seconds. Serena's astonishment was unparalleled. What kind of magic was this? How could it be? It could be said that everything she had done was for nothing. The monster was ready to fight again. He used neither holy nor demonic powers. While he does, this thing is just not even close to being human. All accumulated. Talk to him, ask him who he is, but except for the word I, this monster has not had time to say anything. In fact, at first glance it may seem that this is the entire vocabulary that he has. But why did he do that? He could be killed, the opponent is too strong. He wanted to tell Serena that he had to get out of here. The girl didn't even have time to move, and the monster had already taken the man hostage and fled in an unknown direction. Thomas asked for help, but there was no way to save him now. The monster had a huge speed of movement, so in just a few seconds the girl lost sight of him. To think that he had taken a man hostage, how to be without a guide. Serena knows absolutely nothing here. The roads between the trees were very complicated and confusing. Another problem is that Tomas also had the food and belongings, so now we have to think how to get food and belongings. There is no choice, we have to go and rescue Tomas, but first we have to find him. In the meantime, Jack and his guide came to the same place where there had just been a huge massacre between Serena and Shahat. They were shocked by the scale of destruction. There are no bandits in these parts who could leave such a thing behind, so it was something else. Experienced villains should be able to understand the environments left behind by their own kind. After analyzing it, it became clear that it was the work of just one man. But why would he bite the bodies of his victims? Does he really enjoy it? These were clearly human teeth that could not be confused with anything. There was also a clash here. There was a strong fight between two powerful warriors. Either of them were clearly not going to give up so easily. Apparently the opponents were equal in strength. In short, this monster is on the same level as the subscriber if it's cannibalism, and smells, by the way, also so not. Probably it is the smell of bodies that abstract a long time ago. At one point, life in this village ended, after the arrival of this monster. Suddenly a woman comes out of the lodge. She asked where the guys came from. Her name is Aisha. She came from the last village to ask the visitors where they came to visit. After chatting for a while, the guys followed her right behind her. As it turned out, it was a woman to choose the road 100 times better than this scum, who led Jack forward. She clearly has a better understanding of the terrain. On the way, the guys were welcomed in every village. They were very happy to see. Almost everywhere they wanted to sit at a tasty table and feed. It was a very hospitable people. The guys did not refuse to disembark to eat. But Jack was uncomfortable with Aisha. She seemed strange to him. As a new guide appeared, Charlie asked to go home. Jack was very angry with him for such stupid questions. At the beginning of the journey, he had made it clear to him that the guy was obliged to accompany him to the end. So there was a convincing request not to try to run away, because in any case so-and-so guys depend on each other. Jack is strong, and Charlie knows the way. In the end, the guys came to the place. The girl followed them to some cabin. Before entering, she knocked on the door and said that she had arrived, but not alone. Here lived in the village. He gladly let the guests who had come to him such a long way. It's tradition for everyone to sit in the lotus position. Jack said he was honored to sit in the same house with the head. He asked not to flatter him, because he had very little influence over people. The head asked why Jack had come to see him, although he should have known all about it beforehand. Jack said that he would like the head to become a member of their organization. He didn't understand why such a professional like him was given such a simple task. It turned out that the head had to obey. If he refused, he would have problems. This offer certainly looked very funny, as if there was no way to refuse. The old man said that it was an unusual beast. Its claws were very fierce. It was not easy to defeat it, or rather no one had ever managed to do so. If all the guards fall, the village will be in danger. Most likely all those who are here now will die. I mean, there's something so scary here that might scare off an old man who's been nothing but snakes his whole life. If he's talking about Jack, maybe they don't have any real defenders. But there's a question here too. In that village where everything's ruined, there's billiard traces of a fight between two equally matched fighters. Another interesting fact is that all these troubles started during the negotiations of the organization Jack represents. An interesting coincidence, isn't it? And this guy would make a great villain. I can see why the organization needed him so badly. Jack began to suspect that the negotiations had failed. If this man was going to threaten, then that's where he should have started. Why did he take so long to break down? But for the sake of decorum, he had to ask what the head of the organization wanted from him. The old man asked me to take care of the problem. Now we have to figure out if it was a threat or a request. So no rest, no time to get our hands dirty in this shit and destroy this monster. Apparently the company knew this was coming, so they sent Jack on this mission. The old man also said that he had poor eyesight, so he might not be able to tell Jack from the beast. The boy offered to show the tip of his sword at once, so that no one would mistake him for the beast. The head said it would be unnecessary at the moment. If everything goes smoothly, Jack will enjoy the best banquet of his life tonight, and tomorrow he and the head will be very busy with the contracts. When the guy got outside the village, he started running away fast. Did the old man think Jack was so crazy that he'd be out here having fun while the chief was thinking of ways to skin him? Even Charlie said that the boy was a mess. Jack was quick to drop his jaw, and said it wasn't done on purpose. When suddenly someone threw a hook at the guys, which fell right at their feet. Charlie was not on a joke frightened. As it turned out, it was the same woman's spy who was watching the siren, but for some reason it was filled with her, and on Jack. I wonder what she wants, but judging by the way she showed up, she didn't come here to say hello, and it turned out she wasn't alone, she was with Aishi. Jack said he didn't want to waste his time. Then the lady with the spear said that something inside Jack looked very familiar. She saw him in the Devil's Soul. It sounded very interesting, but nobody knew what it was about yet. Apparently that meant that the guy was going to have to fight now, so he took his sword in his hands, and was ready to take the fight right now. The girls attacked him with spear and hook at the same time, and as the guy knows his job, with one easy sword movement he attacked both girls at once, then jumped high up and threw shurikens at them. Unfortunately none of them hit the target, but it was a pretty good counter-attack. Charlie was lying on the floor, afraid to do anything when a shuriken fell near him, and he almost fainted. Jack tried to use his ropes to tie up at least one of his rivals. But to the great regret to tell, the ropes girl at him did not succeed, but while one of them was distracted by the rope, Jack managed to inflict a light wound. The plan worked almost perfectly. Because of the severe pain, Lady fell to the floor. Now it will be much more difficult for her to continue the fight. But unfortunately it was not so smooth. When Jack was distracted, the second woman launched her hook again. I wrapped the chains around the guy's throat. At the same time the second lady woke up, and threw a shuriken right into the guy's leg. Also the hook, very painfully, caught in the guy's shoulder. Something had to be done immediately. It's a good thing there was one trump card up his sleeve. Jack took a pouch with some contents out of his pocket, then opened it with the blade of a hook that was sticking out of his shoulder, and after opening it, there was a strong release of pollen that blinded the two women. Jack was in a hell of a lot of pain, but there was no attention to tenderness, needing to pull himself together, run up to the guide, and go home together. By the way, Charlie had also sniffed a lot of pollen, and wasn't thinking straight. Jack took him behind his back, reciting aloud the spell that hid them together from those evil girls. There was no trace of the guys, they just vanished into thin air. It was the kind of magic that these women will never know, you have to admit. They were very close to their goal, but apparently not this time. Jack is not as easy as it may seem at first glance. Today he managed to get away, but will he be able to get away next time? At the moment the guys are somewhere in the middle of the woods. Jack was wondering how she knew he was in the demon's shower, if she was there too. Now these women will relentlessly take attempts to take the life of the guy, need to urgently think of something, because next time may be so unlucky. After what happened, Charlie tried to talk to Jack. He was sure you women recognized him. The guy denied it, said they were mistaken because he never seen them before. Since Jack didn't want to talk, he asked Charlie to listen to him once, if all these questions are what he's worried about the most right now. Not only Jack could lose his life, but Charlie's too. The guy didn't want any stupid questions from him, so he just told him to keep walking. Now it is necessary to hide far away from them, to meet them as late as possible, or better never. Guys approached the village to understand the mood of the locals. As it turned out, there has long been gathered not a large army, which will scratch the whole forest in search of Jack. Now they are out on the hunt, raised on the ears of the whole village. They are about 100 if not more. They're just nuts. The escape is becoming less and less realizable, to distract Jack through a nest of insects on the territory of the village. While the locals deal with the insects, the guys are slowly moving forward.